The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome into BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports. I'm PJ Glasser. That is Pete Futak here with you for the next 5 hours up until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. So much to talk about here on this Tuesday edition of BetMGM.
That's not enough us. They need more of us. 5 hours is not, that's not going to get it done. We need more time.
Could you go six? Could you go six, Pete? Seven?
Whatever. 6 strong. Exactly.
Six.
Exactly. Is whatever we need. Quality, quality start through, perfect game, the whole thing. Like, let's just keep going until they kick us off here.
Especially with an episode like tonight that we have, where we're going to be previewing the NFC South. We're going to be previewing the ACC. We'll be talking about the 2027 draft class. We'll be talking about Major League Baseballs. It's the first day after the trade deadline that had some excitement yesterday in Major League Baseball. And we'll also have two great guests join us on the show. Nick Shipkowski to talk Notre Dame will join us at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And then Linnell Willingham, who will be on after us from 11 p.m. till 3 a.m. Eastern. We'll be talking some NFL. Linnell is going all around the East Coast, going to different training camps across the NFL.
That sounds fun.
To talk that with Linnell.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Are we going to talk LeBron at all? Is that? That was last show.
Last show. We talked plenty of LeBron last show. No NBA today, Pete. Everybody's in full football mode. And this is why LeBron made his decision when he did, because World Cup was over. He got to be the storyline. He got to be in block A of every show. He had his moment of the sun, and now we're on to football, Pete. NFL, college football.
Yeah, exactly. Like, does anybody remember where he even went? Oh, yeah, the 76ers. Okay, great. Does it really matter? No. It's football season. Well, look, wake us up in May, like in April. I know people like the NBA and they have to bet on and all that kind of stuff, but like we're a little whiles away. We're just getting this thing going. It's training camp time. People care about that. College football polls are coming out, and media days are. I was just at the Big Ten media day stuff. That was interesting. And I'm ready. I'm ready for something football. And with all the other stuff that's going on in the football world, with especially college, where you have players coming back to from the NFL, like you not technically know, but they were out, now they're back in. It's just gotten kind of weird. So I'm ready to actually care about the game itself.
Pete, I got a couple of texts on August 1st from a few different of my buddies in different group chats that were like, okay, I'm officially excited for college football now. Like once the calendar turns to August and you know that you're getting football that month, it's a little bit different. But this is the day when I start to get excited. When we get the preseason coaches poll to come out, just so we can see like a number next to each of these teams. When we see that top 25, because we kind of have an idea of like what some iteration of the top 25 is. Maybe there's some teams like 21 through 25 that are different, but certainly in that top 18, top 20, kind of the teams that you would think would be up there. But then it's maybe a different order than what you initially thought. So for all the listeners out there, or all the viewers out there that are checking us on Westwood One Sports or on YouTube, the Odyssey app, whatever it may be, I'll read off the top 10 of the preseason coaches poll in the top 25. The Ohio State Buckeyes are number 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5, Indiana, your defending champs, are 6, Miami, who they played in the national title game last year, 7, A&M 8, Oklahoma 9, and Ole Miss rounds out the top 10 in the coaches poll, top 25. So Pete, when you initially saw the coaches poll released, you saw the top 10 teams. What were some of your initial reactions?
The SEC dominated this thing, and it's you're like you said, it's always kind of interesting to see the snapshot of what others think, because I do this every day, all year long, and I realize that the average person doesn't care about stuff until now, and so I have my preconceived notions of how good these teams are, and I pretty much know all these teams inside and out. But you're right, it's interesting to see what this really matters. Now, remember, back in my day, a million years ago, like this would be everything. This day would be the coaches poll and the AP poll, because back in the poll and bowl days, before the college football playoff and before the BCS, if you were ranked 1, 2, or 3 and you didn't lose, you were right there in the national title mix all year, no matter what, because they didn't change the polls from the start. Now, they're really just kind of a fun exercise, especially the coaches poll doesn't mean as much, but it is interesting to see how these things look. And the other thing to remember about all this is these are done by college football coaches. They're not exactly doing deep dives into, Utah State or Eastern Michigan and stuff. So they're kind of, big picturing this. But with that said, it's a lot about the brand names. And so the big thing that really stood out to me is that, yeah, the best teams in the country are still the Big Ten. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2. Kind of surprised at Indiana number 3, and at 6. I'm sorry. And the crazy part about Indiana at 6 is they got 14 first place votes, which means a lot of other coaches had Indiana way down on their list. Which, good luck with that. Which I assumed that there would be sort of a respect factor at Signetti, that they were going to pay him up higher. And then look, SEC's number 3, Georgia, number 4, Texas, number 8, Texas A&M, number 9, Oklahoma, number 10, Ole Miss, number 11, Alabama, and 13, LSU. That's a lot of SEC in the top 13.
That is 7 of the top 13 SEC teams. And as you mentioned, teams 8 through 11, all SEC with A&M, Oklahoma, and Ole Miss and Bama, which is funny, Pete, because I actually think Ole Miss and Alabama, of those 4 that they kind of group together, I think are the 2 best of those 4 teams. And they actually have them at the end at 10 and 11. That's interesting. You bring up Indiana. We got some breaking news before we hopped onto the show. Was Stephen Daly, who's one of the best defensive players in college football, defensive tackle for Indiana, is actually going to come back and play for the Hoosiers this season to already add to a very good defensive line group. So the rich get richer for the Hoosiers as they're the number 6 team in the country. And then Notre Dame is number 5. I thought the Irish would be higher, Pete, personally. You look at BetMGM, Ohio State's the favorite to win the national title, plus 600. They're number 1 in the poll. Notre Dame is second in the betting market, plus 650 to win the title. And they're all the way down there at number 5. I know Oregon's arguably got the best quarterback in the country in Dante Moore, very talented team. Georgia's Georgia. They're always there with Kirby Smart. And Texas, again, big expectations with Arch Manning in that roster. I think Notre Dame's the second best team in the country, at least going into the season. Carr's a terrific quarterback. They're loaded all over the field. Top tier defense, great offensive line, great head coach. So again, this stuff will work its way out. And there's a very good chance that Notre Dame goes undefeated this season and they just kind of stay in that number 5 spot because they can't get a top 4. But I like the Irish, and I think they should be a little bit higher.
Yeah, me too. Again, the thing to remember about all this is this is an exercise. 18 years ago, 20 years ago is a much bigger deal because it's all about the college football playoff rankings. Whether wherever the coaches decided to move these teams up or down really doesn't matter. Again, other than to create the expectations, because what happens is to most of the fans out there, they're going to look at this and be like, "Holy cow! Look at the SEC." This is going to be a brutal, brutal run of just games like the gauntlet week after week, when in reality, it's the same sort of thing that's going to happen last year. So what this is telling us, if you kind of look deep into this, is it sets up for a repeat of last year, where, remember, everyone's saying, oh my God, look at the Alabama gauntlet of a schedule. And as it turned out, wasn't that great. It was fine. But once you get SEC teams playing other SEC teams, everyone watches Georgia, Alabama. Everyone watches the biggest of the big games. And so everyone assumes that, oh, wow, well, if you're rolling through the SEC, look out, this is great. When really these teams aren't as good as Ohio State. Ohio State, Oregon, Notre Dame, I'm going to throw Indiana in there. They're all better than all the SEC teams, except maybe Georgia. Georgia's the only team in that could be in that mix. But you're going to see all these teams beat each other up. And then you're going to see the SEC screaming about they want to have 13 teams in the 12-team playoff because they're going to assume that all these teams are good. Great PR for the SEC, but again, if you've got to win something big, and they're going to have some big chances early. Ohio State's got to go to Texas. Oklahoma's going to Michigan. There's a lot of big moments, even like on the deep cuts version with like a Mississippi State going to Minnesota, and there's some other big games out there. So the SEC's got to show it in the non-conference play this year, because right now they're just the big names and they're easy for coaches to put on there. Are they that great? I don't think so compared to these top Big Ten teams.
Yes, you got 9 SEC teams in the top 25, as you were mentioning, 8 Big Ten, 4 in the Big 12, and then 3 in the ACC. The
Three and a
highest
half,
ranked
because remember, Notre Dame's got its friends
Notre
with
Dame.
benefits deal with the ACC, so it's you give them a 3.5 on this.
I like that. Friends with benefits deal with Notre Dame. But you got 4 in the Big 12. Texas Tech is your highest ranked Big 12 team coming in at 12. BYU is 15. And then you also have Utah at 21 and Houston at 24. What do you make of let me ask you this, Pete. If Sorsby was starting at quarterback for Texas Tech, do you think they would be inside the top 10?
Maybe, because you're right. So you kind of hit on a thing when it comes to these polls, and you're going to see it next week with the AP poll, that the voters go with what they know. Again, these guys don't know the left tackle situation at SMU. I mean, they don't know the deep ins and outs. They do know the quarterbacks. And so as you were reading this off before, the top teams, and I know we're going to get into this segment later, this is the most loaded quarterback year I can ever remember. I mean, look, number 1, Ohio State, Julian Saint, Oregon, Dante Moore. Don't forget Rayola's their backup, was pretty awesome. Gunnar Stockton, Georgia, Arch at Texas, CJ Carr at Notre Dame. Hoover, who's not, Josh Hoover is not Fernando Mendoza, but he's a big name. He's been around like his 19th year in college football. He's a great quarterback at Indiana. You have Mensa at Miami, Marcel Reed at Texas A&M. Mateer might win the Heisman at Oklahoma. Trinidad Chambliss at 10 at Ole Miss. There's your 10, your top 10 right there. And then you get down the list and like Will Hammond's a good quarterback for Texas Tech. I think he's with the little time in, he's going to improve. With Sorsby, they would have been 11-1 with the schedule. With Hammond, they're going to be 11-1 with the schedule. But like you said, it's all perception. Had everyone, before everything that happened, had the coaches known all about, Texas Tech, oh, they got Sorsby now. Yeah, they probably slip in. They're probably like 8 or so.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports. If you want to chime in about the AP Top 25 Coaches Poll that was dropped today in the preseason, give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Let us know your thoughts on the top 25. Pete, I wish I had the exact numbers in front of me. Brett McMurphy does such a good job every year tweeting out the trends of the preseason poll that we usually get every year. He hasn't tweeted it yet, but the two things that always stick out to me every single year are, I want to say it's like 19 of the last 20 years, the number 1 team in the preseason coaches poll has not won the national title. And then the other thing that jumps out is, I want to say like 14 of the last 15 years, or maybe it's even been longer, you've had at least one team inside the top 10 that has finished the season unranked. Those are usually the two things that kind of always stick with me year to year. Last year, we had Texas, who was the preseason number 1. And of course, they don't even make the college football playoff. So Ohio State, they are number 1. They are favored to win the national championship. They do have probably the best player in the sport in Jeremiah Smith. They have one of the best quarterbacks in Julian Sayin, but that schedule is really, really tough. So what do you make of the Buckeyes this year? Would you place a wager on them to win the national championship at plus 600?
Yeah, they're the best team in the country. I mean, first of all, I was going to quiz you up here and say, do you remember give me the teams from last year? Like, remember, Penn State, I thought was the number 1 team in the country going into last year because they had everybody back off the team that went to the Final Four the year before. And then that obviously goes off the rails. Remember, Clemson was number 6. Clemson, so I'm looking at, they got 2 first-place votes last year. They got everyone back, and obviously they stunk. So, like, everyone goes off of what happened last year. Like, keep going down the line to your overall point. Arizona State was number 11, Illinois 12. I don't know if you're staring at this or if you know this. Do you know where was Indiana ranked in last year's preseason college coaches poll?
Oh, man. Maybe like 24th or something?
You're right. They're close. They're 19th. So, like, they weren't there. I mean, they were close. But again, my thing about rankings is everyone kind of has to remember it's not supposed to be about who's going to win the national championship from this group. It's supposed to be going into the season, the snapshot. How good are the teams right now? So these things obviously change with injuries and other things that go on during the season. So if you take the attitude of right now, these are what the coaches believe are the best 25 teams in college football. And then we'll see. So then my biggest beef with the polls is they don't respect the what happened. They don't respect the results enough. They're a bunch of record rankers. So like, all right, if Texas beats Ohio State early on, well, then Texas should be ranked ahead of Ohio State. And that you keep on going. They don't really do it like that. But with that said, to your point, when you're looking at these rankings, yeah, look at the top 10. Like, who's going to be this year's Indiana? I mean, out of the top 10, you're talking now, is Washington, who's now 19, is that your Indiana this year? It wouldn't be crazy. Tennessee, Penn State, Michigan. I mean, those are still pretty good teams, but this is such a loaded year that just to get into the top 12 is going to be amazing. And you asked about Ohio State and its nasty schedule, but they're like unfairly loaded on offense. Their entire offense is going to be in the NFL. I mean, you mentioned before, Jeremiah Smith, he would have been a New York Jet right now if he was able to come out early. He'd been the number 2 pick in the draft. Julian Sayin is an NFL quarterback next year. It's Ohio State. They're going to rebuild on defense. And if you're that good, then it really doesn't really matter because you just keep beating everyone who's on your schedule.
Pete, it's pretty crazy to look at this list from last year, the top 25 poll. Like, as you mentioned, Texas and Penn State were 1-2. Neither of them make the playoff. Penn State has a disastrous year.
Coaches poll, no, it was AP. Coaches poll, Ohio State was number 2 last year.
Okay, there you go.
Penn State was 3 you had coaches.
You had Texas up there, Penn State. You had Clemson up there. LSU was up there. Arizona State, as you mentioned, Illinois, South Carolina, Michigan, Florida. Like, you can go down through the list. I mean, all these teams had really disappointing years. So it's fun to look at this stuff right now, and you kind of look at all the teams and you're like, yeah, that team's probably going to have a pretty good year, but it usually tends out not to work that way. I mentioned that usually every year you get like a team or two in the top 10 that finishes the year unranked. If you had to pick that team this year that right now is top 10 in the coaches poll that you think could finish the season unranked, who would that be?
I don't buy into Ole Miss at all. I mean, they're very, very good. Obviously, they have the great backfield. They've got enough parts back from last year. I'm just not buying that they are that deep enough to be able to make the run that they made last season. So I don't think they're going to finish outside of the top 25 at the end of the year. But, look, they got LSU. The problem is a lot of these teams that were bad last year are going to be good this year. They got to go to Florida. That's a probable loss. They got to go to Texas. That's a probable loss. They're going to go to Oklahoma. That's a probable loss. Auburn is way better this year. Georgia's very good. So right there, you're talking about, and LSU. So in among that group, and all of a sudden they're getting knocked out of this mix. I would be shocked if we have a Penn State situation or a Clemson situation like that. I mean, Notre Dame's schedule, like you alluded to, is just light enough that they shouldn't be dropping off the map at all. Georgia, Texas, I don't think they're going anywhere. So I don't think there are too many big surprises out of this group because they're all pretty loaded, and you could make a case for any of them to, on the right day, get through the tournament and all of a sudden get hot at the right time. But the other part of this thing too is you have to remember, one of these teams is going to get knocked out of the mix for a group of 6 program. And the group of 6, last year's preseason top 25, Boise State, I believe, is 25th. There's nobody close now from the group of 6 conferences to the top 25. They are way out in the distance. So even if you just were going off this list, which is not how this works, obviously there's going to be a Big 12 team gets in here. So an ACC's team's going to kick in, maybe not Miami. But that means like an Alabama or an Ole Miss or an Oklahoma or a Texas A&M. At least 2 of those teams are probably not going to be in the college football playoff. And right now they're in the top 11.
I think for me, the team I'd probably look at is Texas A&M, just because I'm not a believer in Marcel Reed. He's an unbelievable athlete. As you know, he's maybe the fastest quarterback in the country, but I question if he can throw against really good defenses. We saw him struggle to do that against Texas and Miami towards the end of last year. And you bring up Ole Miss and how their schedule's tough. I mean, A&M road trips to Baton Rouge, Tuscaloosa, Norman. You got to play Texas at the end of the year, at South Carolina, Tennessee. They got a tough schedule as well. So we saw what happened when A&M had to play up to the level of their competition last year. To your point, though, Pete, like I think, the reason why so many of these top 10 teams are probably going to be good this year, it's because the quarterback play is so strong. Like we know Sayan's good. We know Moore's good. We know Arch is good. We know Gunnar Stockton's good. So really for me, I'm just fading. Like I think Mateer and Reed are the two worst quarterbacks that any of these teams have in the top 10. And that's probably the reason why A&M or maybe Oklahoma would be the teams I would look to fade. You bring up a fair point about Ole Miss, but I think Chambliss is just really, really good. So we'll see what ends up happening with those teams. But yes, one of these teams, or if not more, are probably going to end up finishing the season unranked.
So you're not going to buy into my jump all over Mateer for the Heisman rant I'm going to go on at some point over the next few days?
Oh, okay. Why don't you save that for when we come back from break? I was on Mateer last year to win the Heisman. It was looking pretty good early. It was looking pretty good early until he got hurt, and that ended up going out the window. But all right, yep. So Pete Futak going to make the case for John Mateer.
That's a tease, America. That's a professional level tease. A LeBron-free zone here and more John Mateer Heisman talk.
And more college football talk. We'll get to NFL later on in the show as well. But if you want to talk some college football with us and give your thoughts on the top 25 coaches poll that was released today, hit us up 310-840-4910. Again, 310-840-4910. PJ and Pete here, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. We'll be right back.
I personally am more willing to err on the side of the Chicago Bears rather than the Detroit Lions. And the reason why, even if, and you know this is true because you've listened to the show, you've watched the show, and if you haven't, go back and look at my tweets, whatever you want to do. I'm not lying about this. I love Dan Campbell. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan. I think he's an awesome head coach. I would love for the Giants, my favorite team, to have Dan Campbell coaching them. I really would. But if you're going to make me choose, I don't like to say this because I love Dan Campbell. But if you're going to make me choose, and there's some projection required here, right? I am projecting. I am putting my finger on the scale based on my personal bias, which we all do. I'm being honest about it. My opinion, I think I'm going to be right, is that Ben Johnson is one of, quote unquote, those coaches. I believe that by season's end this year, this does not mean the Bears are going to the Super Bowl or will win it. I think the defense needs way more work before we have that conversation. But by the time we get to the end of this season, we will have Ben Johnson's name mentioned in the same rarefied air as Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. That's his upside. That's the upside here for the offensive visionary Ben Johnson, for piss and vinegar Ben Johnson. I think he's the best. I love Ben Johnson. And Dennis Allen might be one of the worst head coaches in the history of the NFL. I believe that that's true. He is one of the worst head coaches ever. He a damn good defensive coordinator. He is. I trust the Bears coaching staff more than I trust the Lions coaching staff. And when it's all said and done, I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to be a playoff team again this year out of the NFC North. And I believe when it's all said and done, even if Jahmyr Gibbs should be the first overall pick in fantasy drafts, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to have 100-plus catches again, Even if Jamison Williams takes the leap, even if Sam Laporta returns to the form that he showed his rookie season, even if all of those things are true, even if Penei Sewell is a stud at left tackle and Blake Miller holds it together at right tackle, I think the Lions will be on the outside looking in of the postseason yet again. Tarek Skubal was defensive of his new team. He doesn't believe the Dodgers are ruining baseball. In fact, Skubal gave them a ton of credit. He said, any team in baseball could have traded for me. And the Dodgers did. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team in Major League Baseball. Ergo, the Brewers are a team that could have traded for Skubal. And given the fact that the Brewers are having a tremendous regular season, Milwaukee is currently 69 nice and 43. The Dodgers are 69 and 44. Nice. The Brewers could have single-handedly, A, acquired Tarek Skubal to pair with Jacob Mizorowski, and B, prevented the Dodgers from getting him, and chose not to do it. Maybe they win the World Series, in which case we'll say, wow, that was brilliant to hold on to the prospects. My sense is it's not going to go great. And I can't believe that this is the path they chose. Behind Doré could have been Tarek Skubal. And the Milwaukee Brewers said, not only are we not going to get him, but we're going to let our biggest competition in the National League, the LA Dodgers, get him instead.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
You are listening to BetMGM Tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you can save at progressivecommercial.com. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak filling in for Pat Boyle and Brad Evans here on BetMGM Tonight as we continue.
And doing an awesome job of it, by the way.
Doing a fantastic job, Pete. We're continuing to talk about the top 25 coaches poll here on the show. If you want to chime in with any calls or any texts, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910. Let us know any thoughts that you have on the top 25. As we were going to break, we were talking about kind of those teams in the bottom half of the top 10, A&M, Oklahoma, Ole Miss. And Pete, you said that you were going to make a case for John Mateer, Oklahoma's quarterback, to win the Heisman. So why are you high on the Sooners QB going into this season?
You need to win the Heisman, especially in today's day and age. And remember, last year, no one really knew Fernando Mendoza. The scouts kind of did, and everyone, he was kind of the hipster underground. Yeah, he's going to be really good for Indiana. He's one of those guys. But no one knew he was going to be that. So every year, you've got a kind of a quirky outside thing that's got to happen, but you have to have the team that's going to play well and have big moments, big games. You have to showcase yourself when everyone's watching, and you've got to have monster stats. And Mateer, I know Washington State's not, Oklahoma, not the SEC, but he was an all-around playmaker. He is a baller who's going to put up rushing stats and passing stats. At least he did at Washington State. And last year, he was on his way, and then all of a sudden he hurt his wrist. He came back too early. He played hurt versus Texas, and he was never quite right the rest of the way. But when he is on, he's one of those all-around machines. He was the Oklahoma offense. So what do you need to win the Heisman? It's again, the Heisman, you can't force a Heisman pick. You have to kind of, it's trying to figure out the whims of stupid people like myself and where we're going to make these, picks and where we're going to vote. They start out at Michigan. Everyone's going to watch Oklahoma at Michigan. If he lights up the Wolverines and they win that game, he's all of a sudden jumps to your top 3 in the Heisman race. They have to play at Georgia. Him versus Gunnar Stockton. Again, another moment where if he shows off, all of a sudden, if Oklahoma starts 4-0 and then they go to Texas, he could end the Heisman race by the middle of the season if Oklahoma's 5-0. So he's just that good. So the opportunities are there, but he's got to showcase himself on the highest of stages.
I just think the schedule might be too hard. I think you're making a good case, but like you were saying, road trip to Georgia, road trip to Ann Arbor. You also got to play in the Swamp, Texas and Red River, and then you get home games against Ole Miss and A&M. Now, if they go 10-2 against that schedule, then yeah, he's going to be right in the race. Right now, he's 20-1 at BetMGM to win the Heisman. I think something that also hurts him, Pete, is the fact that Oklahoma plays at Michigan in week 2. Which, I mean, normally Oklahoma, Michigan, like that's the game of the week. Everybody's tuning in for that. Problem is Ohio State plays Texas that same week and they play them at night. So if Mateer, he could have a good game early in the day, but it's going to get overshadowed by what happens in the Ohio State-Texas game because if Arch goes off, he's going to be the favorite. If Sane or Jeremiah Smith go crazy, then those two guys will be amongst the favorites as well. So I kind of think that early marquee non-conference game where you're like, man, if Mateer wins that, goes on the road, beats Michigan like Ewers did a couple years ago when Texas went in there and he jumped up, it could be the same thing. But I almost think like Ohio State and Texas playing on that same day could hurt Mateer a little bit. And then the thing that you always got to worry about with Oklahoma, and we saw this last year, was, man, their offense can put up some duds, some really ugly games. And, Venables doesn't mind playing that way because he's a defensive guy. Like if he's got to win games 13-10, he can do that. So, even when they go up against like bad teams in the SEC, like when they play Kentucky or Mississippi State, I could see them just, those games being slugfests and ugly and them just getting out of there. So he's a really good quarterback. Oklahoma should have a good team. They'll have plenty of great chances and he'll have plenty of those Heisman moments. Pete, I don't know, man. Like, do you think there's a shot OU goes 10-2 this year?
Definitely, they're going to go 10-2 this year. I got a lot wrong last year, including my Penn State's the number 1 team in the country. I got Oklahoma right. That was my number 1 over/under call, point win total call of last year, is that Oklahoma was going to be better than everyone thinks. This year's team's better. This year's team did so well through the transfer portal. Their defense is going to be a killer again under Venables. They've got everything in place. It depends on the Michigan game. If they can get out of that with a win, they probably lose at Georgia. You have to assume a lean loss there. And Texas is always its own kind of animal, no matter what. Remember, Texas won the game last year, and Oklahoma ended up going to the college football playoff. That's just kind of its own separate thing. But then go on. They're going to beat Kentucky. They're going to win at Mississippi State. I know they're the underground hipster team everyone likes, but they're going to win at Mississippi State. South Carolina, I think, is a lot better. I think they're going to win at Florida. I think they win at home against Ole Miss. I think they win at home against Texas A&M. I think they win at Missouri. They run the table after this. So if they can get to the middle of October at, say, 3-2 in some way, if they're 4-1, then they're going 10-2. If they can get their 3-2, I think they'll run the table the rest of the way, and then it builds and builds and builds from there. But again, part of the problem with all this is, like you said, like 10-2 is good. That probably doesn't get them into the SEC championship. So kind of like the thing you said about the Heisman thing where, well, is everyone going to remember what he did against Michigan? Well, yes. But the problem is all these guys and all these quarterbacks from all these great teams that we rattled off before, they're going to be playing on championship weekend, championship Saturday, at least that weekend, and they're going to have their final say in the Heisman race. So unless Mateer and Oklahoma get there, that's probably where he doesn't win the Heisman. But look, I'm still refuse to believe that Travis Hunter will ever win the Heisman. So take what I'm saying for the grain of salt. But he does have all the things there, including the stats that I think are going to be pretty much off the charts this year.
All right, so Pete, higher on Oklahoma than maybe some others are, and a little more down on Ole Miss than others are. What about the rest of that top 25, Pete? Like teams 11 through 25. give me a team that you're higher on maybe than most, and a team that maybe you wouldn't even have in the top 25 in this.
Oh,
poll.
Clemson. Clemson does not belong in the top 25. They are rebuilding in a lot of different ways. You can kind of tell where the coaches lose steam, where they filled out their top 25. I'm like, oh yeah, Penn State's going to be a lot better this year. They're right. They got that. Tennessee, Washington, they're good. SMU is actually kind of an inspired call at 20. They're not crazy wrong. I think that's way high, but okay, I'm buying a little bit. They're going to be in for a big year, but they're not the 20th best team in the country, but fine. Utah's a lot better than that. Utah should be actually higher. Iowa's Iowa. You know what they're going to do? They're going to win 8 or 9 games. They're going to punt and they're going to go on. That's just what they do. Clemson's just they're okay. It's the Dabo Swinney thing. They have the talent there to be good enough, but not enough to really make a whole lot of noise. I say this now. We'll see if it all comes together fast. But this is definitely not the team of last year. The team I do kind of like, and I think it's gonna be everyone's gonna be sleeping on. There's a lot of these teams. You can give like 5 Big 12 teams and say watch out for them. Houston is one of them because they get everyone back, including Connor Wegman, their quarterback. So that's one of those teams that you look at them. They're probably not going to get the hype of a Texas Tech or a BYU or even a Utah, even though they're ranked ahead of Utah or just behind Utah. I like Kansas State really well too. But if you look at their schedule, again, this is supposed to be a snapshot of how good the teams are, not where they're going to end up. But to go predictive here, they're going to beat Oregon State. They're going to beat Southern. They got to go to Texas Tech, which obviously a problem. They go to Georgia Southern, they'll win that. UCF's a home game. Go to Kansas State, that's an issue. And they go to Utah. Everything else is pretty winnable. So this is a 9-3 team that could be 10-2. They starting out 24. They'll kind of dip in and out there, but they're going to probably end up about 20th or so.
I love the call on Houston. I think they're also kind of an under the radar team in the Big 12. You mentioned they bring Connor Wegman, the quarterback, back. Mekhi Hughes also rejoins Willie Fritz after having a lot of success in Tulane. He comes back, the running back. So Houston's a good call. There's so much talk about Texas Tech and BYU, but I would keep an eye on the Cougars. I'm with you on Clemson too. I think, Pete, at this point, it's just like name brand. Like the fact that Dabo is still there and they haven't like completely fallen off like a Nebraska has from the glory days or like a Florida State has throughout the years. Like, people are still like, okay, Clemson's like a top 20, 25 team. The scene is nowhere near the quarterbacks that they've had. Like the days of Watson and Lawrence are long gone in Clemson, and they just don't really have dudes anymore, like on both sides of the ball. So I think that's fair.
You don't believe a Cade Klubnik's going to take over the New York Jets and be the man next year?
I don't think so. I'm gonna say no on that one and go out on a limb. The team that I'm down on this year, again, like USC. Like USC is like the perfect like 20. I think putting them inside the top 15, it's just because like Lincoln Riley has not been able to show the ability to go outside of the West Coast and win a game in Big Ten play. It is unbelievable. And I look at their schedule this year, like they should win at Rutgers. They should win at Wisconsin. I'm betting, Pete, that they probably lose one of those games. They're going to lose at Indiana. They're probably going to lose at Penn State. They're going to split the Oregon-Washington game at home. Yeah, I do.
You sure that they did win at Purdue for what that's worth last year? So, okay, forget the bowl game because they were missing half their guys. Do you remember the 3 losses for USC last year?
So I know Michigan was one of them. Oregon probably had to be.
They obliterated Michigan.
Oh yeah, Michigan was the game in the Coliseum.
So they lost it. If you remember, they lost in like gut-wrenching fashion at Illinois, where Illinois had just this weird late rally that USC pretty much had the whole game, and they blew it late. Luke Altmaier went crazy. So it was a great game against it was a fantastic game against a really good Illinois team on the road. They kind of let their guard down for a little bit. They lost to Notre Dame. Remember, they had Notre Dame in trouble for a while. They gave them a tough game, but they ended up losing by 10. It was a better game than that. And then they lose at Oregon. That was it. They blew out Michigan. They got by Iowa in a really tough fight. They were really good last year, and this team is again, I'm just about as good. So to your point, I get what you're saying, and but they kind of get disrespected because they are USC and everyone's expecting a lot more. But they've been pretty good under Lincoln Riley. They just haven't made that jump up like everyone's been waiting for. I actually, as a team, that's actually like a top 15-ish type of team in terms of talent-wise. I actually think it's fringe top 10. And now, if you want to go through their slate, they're going to win at Rutgers. So if you go San Jose State, Fresno State, Louisiana, 3-0, they win at Rutgers. They get Oregon and Washington at home. At Penn State, at Washington, they get Ohio State at home. They go to Indiana, Maryland. You say this is like a 9-3-ish schedule with those losses being, okay, well, they lost to, Ohio State or they lost at Indiana. I don't think they're going to be that team that biffs it against the Badgers or kind of subs their toe when it's like 3 time zones away at Rutgers. But this is a top 10-ish team. So I'd be a little more bullish on them.
All right, we're gonna agree to disagree on that. I see like 8-4 out of USC. I think they're closer to like a 22 ranked team than a 14 ranked team. The team that I have no idea what to expect, Pete, and I want your thoughts on the team that you just like have no idea. For me, it's Michigan. A lot of respect for Whittingham and what he was able to do at Utah. You kind of knew what you were always getting out of those teams, but when a coach makes a jump like that and they're recruiting one part of the country and now they go to a school like this and, you got Bryce Underwood who had all the expectations in the world going into last year. He's got all the talent. He severely underperformed. Again, like Michigan's schedule's tough. They got a lot of talent. They got a really good head coach and they got a QB with a lot of potential. I have no idea what it looks like. I think 16 is fair. But like Michigan, I have no idea. So is there a team that you look at this year in that top 25 and you're like, I got no idea what to expect?
To start with Michigan, you pretty much know what you're going to get. I mean, it's pretty much the same team as last year, except with stronger overall coaching. So they didn't improve though, which is their problem. What Kyle Whittingham did was he spent his time keeping the guys around. His job was to keep Bryce Underwood in Ann Arbor and to keep most of the guys. They did lose a couple of guys to the transfer portal. For the most part, they were able to hold serve. What he also didn't do is he didn't bring over a lot of Utah guys. He brought over a few, but usually when you see a coach make a big move like this, like for example, Matt Campbell, I think literally brought over 30 of the best Iowa State players with him to Penn State. So, Bob Chesney brought over all the good James Madison players to UCLA. He only brought like 5-ish, I think, Utah players over with him. So they didn't upgrade the talent level enough to say, yeah, this is where Michigan is going to get by Ohio State, get by the Indianas of the world. But they're going to be good. Again, that early game against Oklahoma is going to mean everything because if you look at their schedule, they get Iowa at home, they get Penn State at home, they get Indiana at home. So, but the problem is going to be they got to go to Oregon, they got to go to Ohio State. So between Oklahoma, at Minnesota is dangerous, but really between Oklahoma, Indiana, at Oregon, at Ohio State, they got to win at least 2 of those to have any real shot at anything big this season. But I think they lose more than that. I think they go 9-3.
Yeah, brutal. Top 2 teams in the coaches poll. They got to play both Ohio State and Oregon on the road. All right, we're going to take a timeout here on BetMGM tonight. Going to talk some Major League Baseball when we come back with a little going streaking to wrap up hour number 1. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you, Westwood One Sports. Stay with us.
I expected this to happen with Bijan Robinson. But now that it has happened, we can really start projecting what this is going to look like for the Atlanta Falcons. And I've talked a decent amount about the Falcons as of late, because when I go on to BetMGM, our show sponsor, and I take a look, because I am a betting man, as you know, and I take a look at divisional odds or, award markets, win totals, No, there are a couple of prices that I really like. I've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, right? That I think Minnesota's going to win the NFC North. Minnesota's a long shot price to win the division. I also feel that way about the NFC South, where at BetMGM, the Atlanta Falcons are plus 375, the longest shot to win this division. And I totally disagree with that. As it stands right now, I think the Atlanta Falcons will win the NFC South this year. And the Atlanta Falcons will host probably one of three teams and get destroyed on Wild Card Weekend. Either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners. Like the second place team, just like lock it up right now. Second place team in the NFC West destroys NFC South champion on Wild Card Weekend. We can just set that up, lock it up right now. That's what's going to happen coming up in January. But I do think it'll be Bijan Robinson and the Falcons, not Baker Mayfield, his contract dispute, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not Bryce Young. Is he going to get extended or not? They've got quarterback drama as well, as far as Bryce Young is concerned. Nick Scorton out for the year. Not the Carolina Panthers. And I'm super into the New Orleans Saints and what Kellen Moore is building there as the head coach of the team. And Tyler Shuck and this young offense, Jordan Tyson. They just extended Chris Olave. I've got excitement about the Saints. And if I'm wrong, by the way, about the NFC South, and it's not Atlanta, I do think it'll be New Orleans. So I think New Orleans does have that kind of upside. I think the Saints are probably a year early on that. I can be wrong, and we'll find out quickly if that's the case. But my sense is that New Orleans is a little early on its trajectory to win this division. But again, if I'm wrong, I do think it'll be the Saints, not the Panthers, and not the Bucs. Assuming health, the Yankees will enter this American League postseason with a 1 through 3 in the rotation of Cam Schlittler, and I understand last night was not his finest moment, but he has been incredible. Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Is that pretty good? David Bednar's a rock star at the back ends of the bullpen. And yeah, would I have liked to see them get another bullpen arm? Yes. Does watching Austin Wells strike out and pop out make me want to slam my head into the wall? It does. I would have loved for the Yankees to get Adley Rutschman. It wasn't in the cards. It didn't work out. But you know what? Despite that, let's have an honest conversation right now. This does not mean what I'm about to say, that the Yankees will win the American League. They lost last year to Toronto. They lose all the time since winning the World Series in 2009. They made the World Series once and got obliterated by the Dodgers. It does not mean they will make it. But let's have a real honest conversation right now. Who is the best team in the American League on paper? I get it. The games are not played on paper. And I think Aaron Boone's a terrible manager. And I don't think the Yankees are going to win the championship. I don't think so. I think they are likely to win the American League and then lose to whoever wins the National League. I'm not even saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to. What team's better than the Yankees? In the American League, name the team that's better than the Yankees. Name them. Name it. So yeah, would Rutschman have been nice? Sure. A catcher would have been nice? Yes. Bullpen arm would have been great? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. This team's good enough as constituted to get there. And if they don't, it's a disaster and it's a failure. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
DJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you on BetMGM Tonight. And crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward. Depending on whether you hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available at BetMGM. How does it work? You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone. If you get a hit, you win a prize. You could win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same game parlay boost token as well. So make sure you check that out from our friends at BetMGM. As everybody in action today in Major League Baseball, the day after the trade deadline. Right now, currently 4 games going on. Angels at the Orioles, A's at the Reds, Mets at the Guardians, and the Nationals are at the Phillies. And currently all 4 games right now in the MLB are scoreless. So we'll update you on those games throughout the night. But let's go with a little going streaking here on a Tuesday.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're going streaking!
All righty. Let's see if we can go 4 for 4. Pete Futak, we will start with you. Who do you like to get a hit tonight in Major League Baseball?
I'm thrown off. Is that really? I'm sorry. I know we all like the Cubs. Go Cubs Go has got to be the worst song ever. I mean, it just has in the background. It's so cheesy and corny. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm back now. You lost me for a second there. I'm gonna go with Cody Clemens of the Minnesota Twins. He's been okay. He's been on a little bit of an off streak over the last few games. He's batting 4th tonight against Kansas City. He's just way overdue. If all we were asking is to get a base hit, he's only got 1 in his last 3 games. He hasn't had a multiple hit game in a couple of weeks. I think he's just way overdue tonight. Going against Robinick, a new pitcher who's just going to be out there, not very experienced. Just getting through the lineup. I think this is the night Clemens gets at least 1 hit. He's my pick.
All right, Pete going with Clemens to get a base hit tonight in going streaking. Brando, who is your guy tonight that you like to get a hit?
I am going to go with my guy, Nico Horner. And yes, that was Go Cubs Go, Pete.
I'm
and
sorry.
It will always be Go Cubs Go, Pete. No, I'm just joking. I'm going with my guy.
Wait, I can't see it in the
Horner
cut. Do you have your mom jeans on? The mom jeans on your?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely. I'm going to go Nico Horner, 304 against left-handed pitching this year. He does hit left-handed pitching very well. Going up against Tarek Skubal. Give me Nico Horner against Tarek Skubal. Monty, why are you shaking your head? Look, it's the first time that we've done streaking in like 2 weeks, and you're already shaking your head at me.
Going against Skubal, Monty. Monty,
You're muted, rookie.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's like the guy's got so many things going on in the background. I mean, God forbid he forgets to turn the mic on. Come on, Monty.
He was actually trying to mute Go Cubs Go, and then this is what happens to him. So
that's
Never. That's the greatest song in
Except
baseball
he's a Cubs
history.
fan.
So,
Yeah.
Monty, who do you got tonight going streaking?
give me Matt Olson. Ryan Gusto of the Marlins is terrible. Olson is the 3rd highest rated hitter on my board at batters-box.com. If you want to check it out, elite matchup for Olson tonight. He's been on fire. Some really good trends, getting a hit 68% of the time with an elite rating. So I like Matt Olson tonight.
Very good. Our great board op, Lee, is going with Andy Pajes tonight. So he's also taking a guy in that Dodgers-Cubs game. And my pick will be Junior Caminero tonight for Tampa, going up against the Rockies. You get one of the best hitters in baseball in Coors Field. That is good enough for me. So I'll take Caminero as my guy to get a base hit. So we got Cody Clemens, Nico Horner, Matt Olson, Andy Pajes, and Junior Caminero as we look to make it 5 for 5 today.
I was going to say, you sure Pajes is going? Yeah, he is. Yeah, I'm sorry. But I continue.
So we'll take it. Yeah, so we'll take those 5 guys. Try and get a base hit. All right, that'll do it for hour 1, hour 2. On the way next, we're going to pivot and talk some NFL. We had some big news come out in the NFL today. A couple of guys with some big extensions What does that mean? And more. PJ and Pete, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I have been banging the drum for the Red Sox to go all in, to make a huge move, given how well they've played basically since firing Alex Cora. And 15 of 16 wins on the road, first time since 1939, playing themselves into the playoff conversation where I would be shocked if they weren't a playoff team this year. And that I felt like Breslow and company needed to honor the performances of the players on this team, the offense that just mashed the hell out of the Dodgers this weekend in LA by making a big swing. So you can criticize Craig. And I'm not trying to paint Craig Breslow as Theo Epstein here. That's not what this is meant to be. But to everyone who wants Breslow to do something, he did it. And you're still complaining. We have no idea how these prospects are going to turn out. And maybe in 10 years we'll look back and say horrible trade. But I'm going to remain consistent. And I'm going to say what I've been saying. They needed to do something big. They did it. I love it for the Red Sox. I love it for the Red Sox. I think this is an A-plus deadline for the Boston Red Sox. We all get caught up in prospects, right? This theoretical idea of what a player might be. We know Adley Rutschman's good. And we know that the American League is bad this year. And we think Garrett Crochet is going to be on the way back. And how scary is that? With this lineup for the Red Sox. Now you put Rutschman in there. If Crochet comes back, they could win the American League. With the bad AL, they absolutely could. And that factors into the decision to trade for Rutschman and to make some of the other moves that the Red Sox made. I love it for Boston. And I don't want to say that as a Yankee fan. I want them to suck. I'm being honest, right? But they don't. They're good. And I think they made the right moves.
I'm pessimistic because they're pessimistic. And despite what they're saying publicly, privately, they're very worried. Some of the organization don't think he's coming back. That's just not healing fast enough and not enough time. So I'm just going what the Yankees actually believe privately, and what they say internally is they're very pessimistic whether he comes back or not. So that kind of falls into the whole trade deadline is, are you really going to go all in if you don't have Aaron Judge back? And he's been out a long time now.
Is it your sense, Bob, if I asked you to guess right now, this is a pencil, not pen answer. You can reserve the right to change your mind. New information may present itself. But if you had to guess right now, will Aaron Judge return to the Yankees or not this year, you would say what?
I would say no.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson will be the first and second picks of any fantasy football draft. And if they're not, like, your league is making a mistake. If you're picking third, and for some reason Gibbs or Bijan makes it to you, you make that pick instantaneously. You don't even think about it. So if you have the first pick, you're going to have to make a choice, right? Which of these two do you prefer? I prefer Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit, because I think this Lions offense is more likely to smash than the Falcons offense. Now, I know I picked Atlanta to make the playoffs, and Detroit I currently have on the outside looking in, but Atlanta plays in the NFC South. If Detroit played in the NFC South, they could win 13 games, but they play in the NFC North. So a slight lean for me towards Jahmyr Gibbs over Bijan Robinson. So any league I'm in where I have the first overall pick, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Hour 2 on Westwood One Sports, filling in for Pat Boyle and Brad Evans. Coming up in 2 hours, Nick Shipkowski going to join us to talk Notre Dame. And at 10:20 p.m. Eastern Time, Linnell Willingham going to join the show to talk some NFL, which is what we're getting ready to dive into here on the show. But if you're looking for bigger potential payouts, use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. How does it work? You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it, and make it legendary. All right, Pete, let's talk some NFL. We got two big extensions out of the National Football League today. During the break, we were talking about the NFC South and who the heck we like to win this division.
We don't.
Well,
we don't like any of them.
Truly, nobody. As you were mentioning, none of the win totals are above 8.5. The Bucs are 8.5. The Falcons and Saints are 7.5. And then did you say what Carolina's was? Are they 6.5?
I believe they were 7.5 as well. Yes, they are. Okay. According to the BetMGM, the Roar here, it's yes, they are all 7.5 except for Tampa Bay.
All right, there you go. So yeah, you don't have any teams with a win total above 8.5.
So it's not a 10-game season, right? There's more than like 10 or 11 games in the NFL, so that's pretty low.
That is correct. And the best offensive player in that division and one of the best running backs in the NFL, Bijan Robinson, signed a record 3-year extension worth up to $75 million. As of now, Pete, and I might change my mind because we still have about 5 weeks until the season start. As of now, I think Atlanta is going to be my pick to win the division. I think they have the best head coach in the division in Kevin Stefanski. And again, like the talent around whoever the quarterback is, whether it ends up being Tua or it's Penix. You got one of the best backs in the sport in Bijan. You got a terrific wide receiver in Drake London. Very good tight end in Pitts. The offensive line is solid. And, the defense is probably like middle of the pack in the NFL. It just, as it has with Atlanta ever since Matt Ryan retired, it just comes down to the quarterback position like it does for a lot of teams. But I think because of Stefanski being the head coach and how he made the most out of situations in Cleveland most of the time when they weren't ravaged by injuries or doing Browns-like things, I think the Falcons probably would be my pick to win the division. And a big part of that is the guy that they signed today in Bijan Robinson. But what are your thoughts on the Falcons and who do you think should start for them at QB? Would you go with Penix or Tua?
I'm still a Tua guy. I mean, look, Penix, you still don't know. I mean, he was a system guy in college. I never quite got him as a pro prospect. Obviously very good, obviously good deep ball thrower, but he never quite had the tools like of a Tua in terms of just the pure accuracy from the short to mid range. Can Tua stay in one piece? Can he stay healthy? Is he back to kind of being the Tua of before, where doesn't seem as shell shocked as he was at Miami towards the end there? So there's just a lot to his game that's just a little bit better, but can he stay in one piece? But like you said, you've got to get something out of this position because you can't just hand it to Bijan over and over again, or you can. They have Brian Robinson, who's a nice backup option in the rotation there, but again, like you're looking at this South and you're saying this is takeable if you're just not bad. And you're right. It's just one. It seems like they're one consistent quarterback number one away. Don't mess around with the Penix to a thing. Just go with Tunga Viola as long as his back is all right, and then go from there. But again, that's also counting on your money man Bijan staying healthy for a full season, and asking a running back to do that's always a little bit tough to ask.
Yeah, no question. We'll break down the NFC South the next couple segments here in the second hour. The Falcons also had Jelon Walker. They believe tear his ACL today during camp, so not ideal for the Falcons to lose one of their defenders. Zay Flowers was the other guy today, Pete, to sign an extension, 4 years, $140 million, $108 million guaranteed for the Ravens.
That's a lot of money for Zay Flowers.
I was going to say they paid him wide receiver one money. Do you get this signing by Baltimore?
It's not my money, so go for it. And congratulations. But like, I mean, is he one? I mean, how is that contract comparing to the the elite receivers in the game? Because like you said, if you're getting paid that, you're a one. You are the guy that's supposed to be the franchise wide receiver now. He's good. I mean, he's a good complimentary guy. I don't know if you're putting him in that same category as now of a Puka Nacua or a Jackson Smith-Njigba or Jamar Chase or the guys who really strike fear in everyone's heart. He's a good receiver, but that just seems like a lot of money. But hey, look, again, they can afford it. They can do it. Go for it. They're going to try to throw the ball around a little bit more at Baltimore, not be so much ground and pound. And let's see if Lamar can do this. But yeah, he's just part of it. But they've been trying for so long to upgrade their receiving core, and they think they've got one. So, all right, let's pay them.
Yeah, JSN right now, the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, $42.15 million. Jamar Chase, number 2, at $40.25. Then you have Drake London at number 3, $35.25. And then Zay and Justin Jefferson right now tied for $35 million per year. CeeDee Lamb comes in at 6, $34 million. As you mentioned, Puka's going to reset the market when he signs his contract extension next year. And Justin Jefferson will probably be right there with Puka when he signs his new deal.
So funny you read off those numbers. Basically, they're making more money than like Georgia Tech. They're each wide receiver is going to make more than not per maybe like an Arizona State or someone like that. It's just it's a lot of money to be given out there. So, but again, if I think wide receivers a little bit overrated to overpay for, you can always find more receivers. But if Flowers is there, if you're going to give Flowers that, he's your one-on-ones.
Look, it's definitely an overpay. Like Zay shouldn't be making $35 million. He's not a wide receiver 1 in this league. He's a really good wide receiver 2. But Pete, you said it, man. And as a Ravens fan, like I can tell you, they draft just about every position in the league really well. Throughout their history, they've pretty much gotten an all-pro at just about every position. The one position they cannot figure out is wide receiver.
I forgot they got Jacoby Lane. Elijah Surratt, I knew they had. I'm a huge Elijah Surratt fan. I know he's not a tools guy, but he's one of those. He's a pure NFL number 3 who's just going to fight for everything. Jacoby Lane, he might be the most talented wide receiver on their roster. I mean, he's a better prospect coming out than Zay Flowers was, but like they're not there yet. So they're trying. They're throwing ideas at this, but if Bateman ever does anything, and you've got Flowers, and you've got Lane and Surratt, that's not bad. And assuming you get at least one more year out of Mark Andrews, that's a pretty decent receiving core, still with 22 in the backfield to keep handing it off to. That's not bad if those rookies step up.
Well, that's the thing. When they lost Isaiah Likely to the Giants, Andrews, as you mentioned, is declining. And they signed they drafted 2 rookie wide receivers this year in Surratt and Lane. From all the reporting, Pete, Jacoby Lane has been the star in training camp.
Yeah,
they said he has been the star. And Lamar's really never had that. He's never had like a big body wide receiver. So I think that dynamic with Zay's route running speed and him kind of being the shorter receiver to go with Lane, who's more of a big body guy. The Ravens, felt like they had to pay Zay Flowers. Lamar loves him. Give him a target that he can grow with and continue to play with. So Zay Flowers signing a big contract today with the Baltimore Ravens. We also had right tackle for the Chicago Bears, Darnell Wright, sign a massive deal, 4 years, $116 million. Pete, I think so much lost in last year of the Bears season that they had and how great it was. All that talk about Ben Johnson, all that talk about Caleb Williams, but it was really the offensive line. The investment that they made, the trades to go out and get guys like Tooney and get some other guys to solidify that O-line. And, Ben Johnson, when he was in Detroit, like, it's great to have all these weapons. It's great to have Gibbs and Amon-Ra and J-Mo, but it was that O-line in Detroit that allowed them to be as successful as they were. Going to Chicago, he knew he had to improve that unit. He certainly did, and now they're re-signing one of the guys that was great for them last season in Darnell Wright.
It's amazing how not hard this is. If you can block, the whole blocking and tackling, if you can block, good things tend to happen. And that was always the problem with the Bears is, they just didn't have that front five. And then they went out and paid for him. Now, is he better than Jalen Carter? Like, they could have had that guy in the middle, but obviously it's hard to find a lineman right. So he's been a part of this puzzle. And, if you give Caleb Williams that much time, and like you said, if they're going to model this team pretty much after the Detroit Lions, except with Caleb, obviously a different quarterback than Goff, then all of a sudden you've got a pounding running game. So you've got the running backs who can do a little bit of everything. You've built up the receiving core. You don't quite have the elite receivers that Detroit had, but you're right. Detroit got to where they were, which was very close to being, they were elite. They just haven't done anything in the playoffs, but by pound, and it starts with that offensive line. And if you can solidify that and you can keep that front five healthy, everything else works. And again, if you're the Bears, you're essentially saying, we've got our franchise quarterback. It's this not going to work if anything happens to him. We got to keep him as upright as long as possible. And that's what they're saying here with Wright.
Bijan, Zay Flowers, and Darnell Wright all getting big contracts today in the NFL. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM tonight. We continue to roll through some of the big storylines from training camp. And Micah Parsons came out today and said that playing against the Cowboys in week 6 is realistic. Parsons coming off of that ACL injury is definitely circling that chance to go up against his former team. What do you make of the Packers this year in that division? And if Parsons comes back and he's healthy and he looks like Micah Parsons, do you think Green Bay is a team potentially that can win the Super Bowl? Do you think that's their upside?
Ooh. Well, again, how long has he been out? Going back to Parsons, how long has he been out with this? When did this happen? Week 11 last year? When did this happen?
I think it was in the Broncos. It was in the Broncos game, I want to say. So let me see when that Broncos game was.
So
last
week 6,
year.
It's not whatever it is. It's not. He's not going to be a full year out after.
Yeah, week 15 was when it happened last year. Mm-hmm.
That's pretty quick. And if you're it sounds nice and it's be a fun story and all that, but this is your franchise guy. This is. You went and you got a Micah Parsons. You're banking on him for the next 5-10 years, hopefully, if everything works out right. You don't want to brush him back a second faster than you have to. So it seems a little fast considering the severity of that injury. But yeah, you've got that division is so tough. Are you going to be better than the Bears? Is Detroit? I know everyone keeps wanting to push Detroit down and say, "Oh, it's not the Detroit of the past." Well, they keep playing pretty well. They keep doing all right. The Vikings, I think, are going to be good if they get something out of Kyler Murray. I'm not a JJ McCarthy fan here, so they have everything else in place. They just need the solid quarterback play. And again, looking back to last year, there but for a miracle at the end, the Bears game. The Packers keep moving on. So there's a lot there to like. You've got to get the consistency out of Love at quarterback. You've got to get even more out of the receiving core, and you've got to get that pass rush back. And hopefully you tread water until you get a healthy Parsons back over the second half of the season.
You know, when the Packers traded for Parsons early on in the season, they dominated Detroit at home in week 1. And then going into that week 2 Thursday night game against Washington, they were actually the favorites to win the Super Bowl. And the roster isn't all that much different now than it was all the way back then in week 2. I understand they've lost some guys here and there, right? And Parsons is now injured, and I mean, so much has happened since then. There are teams that are better than we thought they would be and teams that are worse and all those sorts of things. But it gives you an idea of how high the market once was when Parsons was on this team and what they thought. Because I think the thing with the Packers that they've always struggled with is they don't really have any great players on their team. You know what I mean? Like, they got a lot of really good players, a lot of solid guys, but they don't have really any top 3 players at their position for the most part.
Yeah, I guess
And
Josh Jacobs is pretty.
Parsons.
Josh Jacobs is pretty good, but he's you're right. Top 3 at his position, probably not. You're right. I guess.
So no top end talent, no top tier guys at their positions. But if Parsons is able to return and be that guy that he was before the injury, then certainly the Packers could have something there on defense. Our guy Brandon Combs, Pete, just sent this to us in the text chat about the Akron Zips in college football. He says right now they are promoting that you can be an offensive coordinator of the game. Their season opener against Robert Morris, they're giving out a drawing where basically one fan will be able to script the opening drive in their home opener. You also get an extra chance to win with every new season ticket holder you refer. Random drawing among season ticket holders, and drawing will be held on August 19th. So if you sign up to be an Akron season ticket holder,
you get to screw up your team, is basically what you're saying.
So, Pete, my 2 questions for you. 1, what are your thoughts on this? And 2, if you were able to design an opening play or script an opening drive, what would that look like?
Oh, just all go every play.
All go, just Hail Mary, yeah,
all go.
Sure.
If I get one chance, I'm not checking down and just gonna set them up with body blows. Oh no, I am going all in, all deep, all go, just every single play and see. I'm telling you what I'm doing. I'm gonna send everyone in the Akron offense. I'm gonna push it deep. I'm gonna send those guys, and there's not a damn thing you can do to stop me. I'm just gonna find my guy and go. So that's your one shot at this. I mean, I get it. You're trying to do something if you're Akron to do anything for ticket sales there, because obviously it's not a high end program, and they've had a lot of problems for a while. And they do have speaking of honestly, which we're gonna do scary deep dive on Akron here, but they do have a good offensive head coach in Joe Moorhead. So that's one of those teams that it's the MAC. If all you need is to have one quirky year and all of a sudden everything happens, it's one of the worst teams in college football coming back. They have not had a lick of luck in any way, shape, or form. And if you and one of the 10 other people gets Akron season tickets, wants to script the first drive, go for it. But you do not take that job and say student body left. You have it, just send it every single play.
The insane thing about Akron's schedule last year is that they really didn't have a bye. It was kind of crazy because they played in the MAC.
That was the team. Didn't they end their season in early November, or it was something insane?
They did. They ended it Tuesday, November 18th. Because if people follow college football, and obviously the MACtion, when you get into November, they play their conference games they play them in Tuesday on the weekdays for the most part,
right?
And they never had a bye last year.
Well, God, it sucks to be Akron. I mean, just last year, looking at what they did, they had their first 3 games around the road. If you're an Akron Zip fan, give them everything. Give them the ability to script everything, because that schedule last year, for example, you didn't get to see your Akron Zips at home against anybody other than Duquesne until the MAC season started against Central Michigan. That's not a lot to love there, but you're going to see more and more of this. I mean, it is anything to do to promote, because you're not going to have the NIL money there. You're not going to have the wins. You're not going to have the fan base. So why not do something a little crazier and exciting to do? But it'll be kind of fun. So so they already played Wake Forest to start the season. It's the home opener against Robert Morris. And you're right, they don't get a whole bunch of breaks, but they do get a week off for Halloween. So, but yeah, all right. So what do you do? What's your play?
Oh man, Pete, I'm just emptying the playbook, man. I'm going Fumblerooski, Statue of
Razzle
Liberty,
dazzle,
right?
exactly.
Double revert. I got to. I mean, if I'm getting a chance, I'm with you. You know, I'm not like running 3 runs up the middle or anything. I'm not running slants. You know, I'm going for it.
So here's
you know,
here's the scary part about that, though. However, they blew. If you're looking at the FCS games, like Akron's got, this is their paycheck game, right? You've got to get a win here if you're Akron. And yeah, last year they blew out Duquesne. They had a rough fight against Colgate the year before that. They beat Morgan State 24-21 in 2023. St. Francis they beat by a touchdown in 2022. So, like, they haven't exactly been ripping it up when it comes to these. God forbid if your first play call goes for a pick six and you lose, coach gets fired. And
Yes.
so does the entire support staff if that's your one big win and that goes the wrong way for that one drive.
Also, I really want to know kind of how the chain of command works with this fan calling the plays. Are they going to be on the sideline next to the coach, just being like, hey, this is what I want to run. Call it out, whatever the verbiage is. Like we need a camera on the sideline of that Akron Robert Morris game so we can see how that works. I have a lot of
here's
questions.
the other problem. It's a fun thing. We're joking and talking about this, but if that guy has any action on the game, don't you script something for a pick six? Like, you know, and that's kind of like, I don't want to be that guy. It's a Mr. Cynical, but wait, I don't know. Actually, I would probably be that guy. I'd be like, the first play, you know, we send a message that we don't care. You just throw it right in the belly of the cornerback on a bad out route. And okay, we'll start down 7-0. We'll go from there.
Oh my God. That is fantastic. Great find by our producer Brandon Combs there on Akron. If you buy season tickets to Akron football this season, you enter a raffle.
You know what? I get asked all the time, who are the best
drive.
who are the best fans in college football? And I'm just going to flat say it, the Akron season ticket holder. Anybody can be a fan of Notre Dame. Anybody can go to like, Georgia Bulldogs. If you're going to like a mid-season Akron game when it's 41 degrees and raining out, you are one of the best fans in college football.
Well said. Well said. Shout out to anybody buying Akron Zips season tickets this season. All right, we come back. We're going to talk NFC South. And honestly, shout out to anybody, Pete, buying season tickets for any of these 4 teams this season. Panthers, Bucks, Saints, Falcons, all their win totals are under 8.5.
I've got a question. Speaking of which, I've got a question. I'm going to tease this thing. I've got a question for you coming back regarding this.
Okay.
About what you would do.
All right, we're talking NFC South when we come back. Pete and PJ, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I personally am more willing to err on the side of the Chicago Bears rather than the Detroit Lions. And the reason why, even if, and you know this is true because you've listened to the show, you've watched the show, and if you haven't, go back and look at my tweets, whatever you want to do. I'm not lying about this. I love Dan Campbell. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan. I think he's an awesome head coach. I would love for the Giants, my favorite team, to have Dan Campbell coaching them. I really would. But if you're going to make me choose, I don't like to say this because I love Dan Campbell. But if you're going to make me choose, and there's some projection required here, right? I am projecting. I am putting my finger on the scale based on my personal bias, which we all do. I'm being honest about it. My opinion, I think I'm going to be right, is that Ben Johnson is one of, quote unquote, those coaches. I believe that by season's end this year, this does not mean the Bears are going to the Super Bowl or will win it. I think the defense needs way more work before we have that conversation. But by the time we get to the end of this season, we will have Ben Johnson's name mentioned in the same rarefied air as Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. That's his upside. That's the upside here for the offensive visionary Ben Johnson, for piss and vinegar Ben Johnson. I think he's the best. Like, I love Ben Johnson. And Dennis Allen might be one of the worst head coaches in the history of the NFL. I believe that that's true. He is one of the worst head coaches ever. He a damn good defensive coordinator. He is. I trust the Bears coaching staff more than I trust the Lions coaching staff. And when it's all said and done, I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to be a playoff team again this year out of the NFC North. And I believe when it's all said and done, even if Jahmyr Gibbs should be the first overall pick in fantasy drafts, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to have 100-plus catches again, even if Jamison Williams takes the leap, even if Sam Laporta returns to the form that he showed his rookie season, even if all of those things are true, even if Penei Sewell is a stud on left tackle and Blake Miller holds it together at right tackle, I think the Lions will be on the outside looking in of the postseason yet again. Tarek Skubal was defensive of his new team. He doesn't believe the Dodgers are ruining baseball. In fact, Skubal gave them a ton of credit. He said, any team in baseball could have traded for me. And the Dodgers did. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team in Major League Baseball. Ergo, the Brewers are a team that could have traded for Skubal. And given the fact that the Brewers are having a tremendous regular season, Milwaukee is currently 69, nice, and 43. The Dodgers are 69 and 44. Nice. The Brewers could have single-handedly, A, acquired Tarek Skubal to pair with Jacob Mizorowski, and B, prevented the Dodgers from getting him, and chose not to do it. Maybe they win the World Series, in which case we'll say, wow, that was brilliant to hold on to the prospects. My sense is it's not going to go great. And I can't believe that this is the path they chose. Behind Doré could have been Tarek Skubal. And the Milwaukee Brewers said, not only are we not going to get him, but we're going to let our biggest competition in the National League, the LA Dodgers, get him instead.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
DJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We got a text from a 205 number. Football is 3 weeks away. Baseball is now. Chuck in Alabama, 1-game hit streak, so let's go streaking. Chuck is riding with Bryce Harper tonight to get a base hit. Bryce right now in the Phillies-Nationals game is 0 for 0 with 2 walks up to this point. So Bryce has reached base twice, but does not have a hit to show for it. But we appreciate Chuck in Alabama sending in the text. If you would like to be a part of the show, text in, call in, 310-840-4910, 310-840.
So wait, we got Chuck in Alabama. He did not ask anything about the Crimson Tide or Tigers. That's
big upset, right? That's
big upset.
Surprising.
I'm shocked. I was ready to rumble with on that.
Me too. No, Chuck's clear. You know, he one of the few guys. It's still baseball season. Chuck's all about baseball there in Alabama. But we're getting ready to talk the NFC South. If you want to chime in here on the show. Before we were going to break, though, Pete, you said you had a question that you wanted
I do. I now
to
have two
ask.
questions after our break. One, what it would be your worst, realistic fantasy football penalty for finishing in last place, if that has ever happened? And my second question, you brought up season tickets. Is there anything in your current life that you would actually want season tickets to go see? Like for me, it sounds like fun. It sounds nice, but I like red zone. I like watching 12 games at once. I like watching in bars or my office and things. Like the idea of actually having to go to a game, every game, forgetting in baseball for a second, but like any sport. Is there anything you would want season tickets to?
Can I cheat and say I would want season tickets to the Masters every year? Like, does that count?
I was just gonna say, don't do something like the Steppenwolf Theater or something like that. Like, that's not really season tickets. Like, it's like saying you want tickets to Lollapalooza or something. That's not a season thing.
I would want season tickets to see one of my teams. I guess like the Ravens are my
I'm not
one.
I'm not talking like being like, oh, me and 10 friends went in on baseball. We have our 8 games a year we go to or something like that. It's because, the idea of going to like regular season basketball games, like 41 regular season basketball games, is just grim death.
Yeah,
I can't. I can't. I used to have. Went to Wisconsin. We used to have season tickets and used to drive up from Chicago for the 6 or 7 games a year. But that tended to be a grind after a while. But no, it's sad. I don't mean to sound like not a non-fan here, but I just like watching sports all the way around. It's so good now because it's on, you can watch it so much and on so many screens at once. The idea of actually going to a game, it's like, well, why would you do that? There's a perfectly good sports bar there for you.
If the Orioles were good, I would probably want season tickets to them. But I think my answer, being an Alabama grad, would probably be Alabama basketball. I think getting season tickets to them, because I love college hoops. I love staying home and watching all the games. But I think, going to college basketball, the games are only like 2 hours, especially if you live close.
That I'll buy. I'll buy,
Yeah.
because you're right. That's actually probably it, because for me, that's my football off season. So I could actually go. And you're right. It's not a 4.5 hour commit. It's not your day like it is for a football game. You go at night, you watch the game, you get in the car and you go home. And plus I like college, but yeah, I guess that would be my one.
You only have like 2 games a week at most, maybe they're on the road for 2 games and you don't see them for 2 weeks. But yeah, like especially for a weekday game, you get off work, you go to the game,
do you go to the
Athletes
in Action game, or that, the first game of the year against the, the team from, Lithuania or something like that? It's 114-4 game.
I would, just so I can see the team, especially nowadays with all the NIL and everything. I want to see what they look like.
I thought you were going to say Alabama football at first, and then I'm like, okay, fine. Yeah, for the 7 Alabama games, I get it. I buy that. Unless you're the one who gets the seats that are in the sun in Brian Denny, that if you don't get the night game and you get that afternoon game where you are sitting there baking in the 194-degree heat that just doesn't go away. And then back in the day, Saban wouldn't let you leave. So, it's a few caveats to those.
Yeah, so I think college basketball is probably the answer. I think if your baseball team is good, though, then season tickets to baseball might be the answer. But I'll go with Bama basketball. As for the question about the fantasy football punishment, I'm thankfully not in any leagues with any of this crazy stuff where it's like, see people sitting in a Waffle House and you have to eat every waffle you eat takes an hour off the time that you have to be there or anything like that. I think the worst,
going into a Waffle House. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the worst though are like, any kind of like tattoo that you have to get to your, but like any like crazy tattoo, like not something that you would get a tattoo of, but like I finished last in fantasy football. Like the people that do that, I think that's a little extreme.
See, so my league has the opposite. We don't play for money because money cannot buy you the glory of. You should just be happy that you have won the league. So what is money when you can win a fantasy football league? That just cheapens the whole event. But the winner gets the honor of paying for the service for next year. So the CBS Sports Line service, the $300 thing, the winner pays for that. So it is an honor to every year be the one to have to then pay the dues, and everyone always complains whenever they have to do that. But it has become a tradition at this point. So we have the kind of the reverse.
Yeah, different. Okay, I like that. It's crazy what all these people are thinking of. We were talking about at break. I was watching a video. Somebody finished last in their fantasy league. They had to go out, play a round of golf with complete strangers and not use a ball the entire time. So this guy's standing on the tee, brings out his driver, taking a swing, goes out in the fairway, takes out his 6-iron, taking a swing without a ball the entire time. So pretty funny.
So is someone recording this? I mean, like,
yes.
So you have to play with strangers. So you just get. So See, well, here's the thing about that. If you're that really kind of only matters on the drive, because they're gonna look at you when you're driving and be like, "This guy's weird." But you could like pretend you sprayed it off in the the left-hand side and be lost for days, because they're not going to watch or care about your shots. And then you're just picking it up, when you get on the green, you're like, I'm just walk over the next tee. So you could kind of, if you really want to do this and not go full on the bit, you could probably get away with it for most of a round doing it that way. But yeah, that's pretty, honestly, that's trying too hard. You can come up with something a little different than that.
Yeah, let us know. Anybody out there listening, any good fantasy punishments that you might have in one of your leagues?
I would say be worse is you have to go hit in front of strangers. You go hit off the junior tee.
Oh, could be good. Could be good.
Now you're not crazy. You're just kind of, weak.
Yeah, like you're fine. You're gonna hit from there. Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's not bad. Not bad. NFC South preview. So we were talking about the Falcons for a little bit. Let's get into the Carolina Panthers, who won the division last year. Their win total about 7.5 again this season. Again, they won the division last year at 8-9. They nearly upset the Rams in the wild card round. But another year for Bryce Young. Expectations for him. What are your thoughts on this Panthers team?
They got a sneaky good group of skill guys. I mean, if you buy into the idea of Bryce Young, who, like you had mentioned, was great at home, kind of struggled on the road, but certainly kind of showed why he was the number 1 overall pick. He looked good, and actually, he's not a runner, but he was running a little bit last year. He became more of a baller of a quarterback as the season went on. He got more comfortable with that. And now if you look at they don't have the superstar power. I mean, McMillan is certainly a very nice wide receiver on the outside, but Jalen Coker is a good looking wide receiver on the inside. The combination of Chuba Hubbard, now that he's healthy, Jonathan Brooks, that's a pretty good tandem of running backs. Again, you look at this on paper and you're like, oh gosh, they're not like good, but it's a pretty sound team, at least among the starting 11 on offense. And that defense has guys. They did a pretty good job getting a couple of free agents and Jalen Phillips and Devin Lloyd to see if they've got something here to add a little to it. So it's not going to, they're only a 7.5 win total. So no one's thinking they're going to do anything amazing. But yeah, they could probably, be right back in the mix of this thing again in a bad NFC South.
Yeah, again, like Bryce Young, the thing with him, man, the home and road splits are insane. You watch this guy play at home. He looks like an NFL quarterback. He looks like a number 1 pick. He's great. The Panthers play great. They're always a good bet against the spread at home. They had a lot of upsets at home last year, but then for whatever reason, he goes on the road outside of really when he plays in Atlanta. If he plays in any other building on the road, he always struggles. I think that's the biggest thing for the Panthers this year.
Where were those games? Were they like,
gotta be consistent.
Was it a cold weather thing? Now you have to look this up.
I don't really think so. So let's see. Last year they went on the road at Jacksonville. They lose 26-10. Then they lose 27-22. He throws for 328 in that game, but they were down by like 3 scores and made a crazy comeback late in that game.
Hey, it's part of the deal.
Yeah, then they lose 42-13.
I forgot how good that was. Now I'm looking this up. I completely memory dumped how good that wild card game against the Rams was.
Really good. Really good.
Yeah.
But again, like in these games, he's throwing for 154 at Jacksonville, 150 at New England. They beat the Jets on the road 13-6. He throws for 138. They beat the Packers 16-13. He throws for 102. Then he plays at Atlanta, throws for 448. They play at San Francisco. He throws for 169. And this is just, he can't throw for over 200 yards on the road.
I'm going to figure this out. So what did they do? So did they run well in those games? They had to do something.
Run well,
no,
turnover.
really.
Yeah, they ran well, turnover.
Really.
It was the defense. So
yeah,
the Packers game. Let's see. Packers game, they forced 2 turnovers. They were outgained by like 100 yards. They won that one 16-13.
Well, speaking of, the NFC South, they colossally sucked on offense against at home against New Orleans in the middle of the season and against Atlanta. And 4 of their 5 worst, now granted, one of them was against Seattle. 4 of their 5 worst offensive games were at home. So it was kind of an ugly midsection of road games, and then their best were usually at home. So it was a team. So basically, we're saying we don't know anything about this Carolina team, and we're just going to throw darts at this, thinking that this team can probably be a little bit better as long as Bryce Young can keep moving forward. Because again, I think he's got the skill guys around him. They've got some nice parts, maybe not elite guys, but there's enough there to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, Ted McMillan definitely was worthy of that top 10 selection where they took him number 8 overall. He was great, winning Offensive Rookie of the Year. So he was great last year for the Panthers. And yeah, I mean, you like the skill guys. They're going to have to step up outside of Bryce Young if that offense is going to be more consistent. The defense is going to have to take some strides. But, Canales was brought in there. He did a great job elevating Baker Mayfield's game. And now, year 1 with Bryce Young, they make the playoffs, even though it was up and down. If he can get him to play more consistently, Panthers could potentially win that division yet
Bryce
again.
Young only threw for more than 266 yards twice last year.
Yeah. In today's NFL. And they made the playoffs. That's hard to do.
Had 4 games with more than 200 passing yards. In today's NFL, that's hard to do.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're going to take a break here. We're going to take a break here. BetMGM tonight. We come back. We'll talk about the other teams in the division, the Bucs, the Saints, and the Falcons as we continue previewing the NFC South. Pete and PJ here, Westwood One Sports.
I expected this to happen with Bijan Robinson. But now that it has happened, we can really start projecting what this is going to look like for the Atlanta Falcons. And I've talked a decent amount about the Falcons as of late, because when I go on to BetMGM, our show sponsor, and I take a look, because I am a betting man, as you know, and I take a look at divisional odds or, award markets, win totals, there are a couple of prices that I really like. I've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, right? That I think Minnesota's going to win the NFC North. Minnesota's a long shot price to win the division. I also feel that way about the NFC South, where at BetMGM, the Atlanta Falcons are plus 375, the longest shot to win this division. And I totally disagree with that. As it stands right now, I think the Atlanta Falcons will win the NFC South this year. And the Atlanta Falcons will host probably one of 3 teams and get destroyed on Wild Card Weekend. Either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners. Like the second place team, just lock it up right now. Second place team in the NFC West destroys NFC South champion on Wild Card Weekend. We can just set that up, lock it up right now. That's what's going to happen coming up in January. But I do think it'll be Bijan Robinson and the Falcons. Not Baker Mayfield, his contract dispute, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not Bryce Young. Is he going to get extended or not? They've got quarterback drama as well, as far as Bryce Young is concerned. Nick Scorton out for the year. Not the Carolina Panthers. And I'm super into the New Orleans Saints and what Kellen Moore is building there as the head coach of the team, and Tyler Shuck and this young offense, Jordan Tyson. They just extended Chris Olave. I've got excitement about the Saints. And if I'm wrong, by the way, about the NFC South, and it's not Atlanta, I do think it'll be New Orleans. So I think New Orleans does have that kind of upside. I think the Saints are probably a year early on that. I can be wrong, and we'll find out quickly if that's the case. But my sense is that New Orleans is a little early on its trajectory to win this division. But again, if I'm wrong, I do think it'll be the Saints, not the Panthers, and not the Bucs. Assuming health, the Yankees will enter this American League postseason with a 1-3 in the rotation of Cam Schlittler, and I understand last night was not his finest moment, but he has been incredible. Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Is that pretty good? David Bednar's a rock star at the back ends of the bullpen. And yeah, would I have liked to see them get another bullpen arm? Yes. Does watching Austin Wells strike out and pop out make me want to slam my head into the wall? It does. I would have loved for the Yankees to get Adley Rutschman. It wasn't in the cards. It didn't work out. But you know what? Despite that, let's have an honest conversation right now. This does not mean what I'm about to say, that the Yankees will win the American League. They lost last year to Toronto. They lose all the time since winning the World Series in 2009. They made the World Series once and got obliterated by the Dodgers. It does not mean they will make it. But let's have a real honest conversation right now. Who is the best team in the American League on paper? I get it. The games are not played on paper. And I think Aaron Boone's a terrible manager. And I don't think the Yankees are going to win the championship. I don't think so. I think they are likely to win the American League and then lose to whoever wins the National League. I'm not even saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to. What team's better than the Yankees in the American League? Name the team that's better than the Yankees. Name them. Name it. So yeah, would Rutschman have been nice? Sure. A catcher would have been nice? Yes. Bullpen arm would have been great? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. This team's good enough as constituted to get there. And if they don't, it's a disaster and it's a failure. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight here, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak with you as we're talking NFC South. Coming up to kick off the third hour, we're going to talk Notre Dame and preview the Fighting Irish for the upcoming season. Nick Shipkowski going to join us to talk Irish at 9 p.m. Eastern time. We also have Linnell Willingham joining the show at 10:20 p.m. Eastern time. But the Tampa Bay Bucks, Pete, this is the team that's been favored to win the division the last few years. Baker Mayfield still at the helm. Todd Bowles still the head coach there. But they do lose Mike Evans, who's been there for years with Tampa Bay.
Yeah, but he's 94 years old now.
Still producing, though. And, I mean, still just a good locker room presence, one of those leaders. I understand he's not in his prime. He's not what he once was.
What is he, donuts? What is, who cares? The guy's, old. He's how old is Mike?
You need some leaders. You need some leaders in the locker room. You need some guys that you can lean on, and especially,
the guy's 32 years old.
32 years old, but God, feels a lot older. I mean, he's an old 32.
He's an older. He only played 8 games last year, and he was all right. Like, yeah, he's consistent. I don't know. I should be. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame player. He's one of the consistent best wide receiver. I mean, he's kind of the Arch Manning argument here. Not Arch Manning, nice. Eli Manning argument here is like he was never the one receiver. In terms of like being. I know it's different for quarterbacks as wide receivers. He was always very good. He was just. Was he ever like the elite star of the league receiver guy? He was always incredible. But you know what I'm saying? And like, as I'm rambling here on this, is like,
he was never, no, you're right. He was never like one of the top 2 or 3 receivers in the league, but he was just always steady. He was always there. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, ultimate pro. And now he winds up in San Francisco. And look, they have a Emeka Egbuka there who had some great moments as a rookie. You still have Godwin there, McMillan. So they still got a good receiving room. Bucky Irving takes over as the number 1 running back with Rachaad White going to Washington. Offensive line is solid, led by Tristan Wirfs, who's one of the best in the NFL. And then defensively, I mean, they have some pieces at each level. You got Vita Vea up front, Anzalotti in the middle, Antoine Winfield at safety. I've just really never been a Bowles guy, and I think we're heading into this season again with Tampa where it's like he's coaching for his job a little bit. And you're just wondering if Baker can get the most out of this roster with Tampa Bay.
Well, with
They've
Baker
had a
and
really
Jake Browning, they have 10 feet of quarterback too. I mean, it's not a
that's
not
true.
much a big dude.
They've had a tough schedule the last few years, Pete, and this year they got another tough schedule as well. Road trips to Cincinnati, Baltimore, Chicago, Dallas, Detroit.
It's not that bad.
Chargers,
they don't play
the
Seattle, do
Rams.
they?
They do not.
Yeah, but they play in the
have to
NFC
play.
South, so they got all those games against
Yes, that's
a
true.
lot of teams. I'm not giving. I'm not selling. Be better, Tampa Bay. I mean, look, this receiving core is great. I mean, Ibuka, McMillan, Godwin. If Godwin can stay healthy, I mean, that's pretty good. Kate Otten again, stay healthy, but like they've got pretty good receivers. They got guys for Baker to throw to. I know they're not paying them, but Baker's still kind of in his prime. When he was on, I don't know if he's got anything left in the tank now, but when he was on, he's pretty good. So it's not a great team. But it might be good enough. But like you said, when it comes to Bulls, I mean, all right, get that defense back up and rolling again. But again, you're trying to schedule, like if you're getting the Saints twice, the Panthers twice, and the Falcons twice, well, win those games, and you've got something good going for you. So there's a good base of players here. But as we keep going through these rosters, where are the elite guys? Where's the bulk superstars that you're just going to count on week in, week out? And they hopefully they drafted one in Ruben Bain. Hopefully they got some of these free agents are going to do it for them. But it's a solid team, but there's nothing that screams spectacular.
How about this end of the schedule for Tampa Bay? They got to play home against the Chargers December 6th in week 13. Then they're at Baltimore, home against New Orleans, at Atlanta, home against the Rams, and at the Saints. So you get 3 divisional games the final 6 weeks, 2 of those against New Orleans, and then you got to play Chargers, Ravens, and Rams as the other 3 teams. Going to be a tough finish to the season.
It never works like that, though. It's one of those things NFL schedules always you look at it and say, oh, well, that's this. You never know because half the teams are going to be injured by then or banged up, and you never know whose quarterback you're going to get or what shape they're going to be in. So, like college football, I've always wondered about this, where college football schedules aren't celebrated enough because those mean everything. And NFL schedules, all right, everyone plays everyone, and let's see what happens from there. But you never know which teams are going to be the teams. But you read those off, and I'm like, that's not that big a deal. I mean, just go win your NFL games. And if you're Tampa Bay, though, it's going on. On any of those games, do they go on any cold weather games late in the season?
Let's see.
They have
to play at Baltimore. That's really the only one though.
That's bad.
So-
Yeah. So there's your one where even though these guys are professionals and they say they don't care, when you're coming from Tampa and you're playing at Baltimore on December whatever, that's they can talk tough, but it's just hard for everybody. But especially for those Florida teams. But yeah, it doesn't sound like bad. I'm buying in on Tampa Bay a little bit. I'm starting to like this NFC South. I'm taking them home and giving them some dinner. They're pretty good. I'm liking them more and more.
So who's your pick to win this division in 20 seconds before we got to go to break? Who are you taking?
I'm gonna go Tampa Bay at this point. I kind of like what you just sold me on them. I kind of like them to pull through this pack as long as Baker's in one piece and all right.
The Saints are a trendy team to win that division this year. We'll see if Tyler Shuck can
ain't
build
staying healthy
on a pretty good year. That definitely is the big question mark for him and for the Saints going in to his second year. All right, we're going to talk Notre Dame kicking off hour 3. The Irish coming at number 5 on the coaches poll. Are they going to win the championship this year? We discuss that next.
I have been banging the drum for the Red Sox to go all in, to make a huge move, given how well they've played basically since firing Alex Cora. And 15 of 16 wins on the road, first time since 1939, playing themselves into the playoff conversation where I would be shocked if they weren't a playoff team this year. And that I felt like Breslow and company needed to honor the performances of the players on this team, the offense that just mashed the hell out of the Dodgers this weekend in LA by making a big swing. So you can criticize Craig. And I'm not trying to paint Craig Breslow as Theo Epstein here. That's not what this is meant to be. But to everyone who wants Breslow to do something, he did it. And you're still complaining. We have no idea how these prospects are going to turn out. And maybe in 10 years we'll look back and say horrible trade. But I'm going to remain consistent. And I'm going to say what I've been saying. They needed to do something big. They did it. I love it for the Red Sox. I love it for the Red Sox. I think this is an A-plus deadline for the Boston Red Sox. We all get caught up in prospects, right? This theoretical idea of what a player might be. We know Adley Rutschman's good. And we know that the American League is bad this year. And we think Garrett Crochet is going to be on the way back. And how scary is that? With this lineup for the Red Sox. Now you put Rutschman in there. If Crochet comes back, they could win the American League. With the bad AL, they absolutely could. And that factors into the decision to trade for Rutschman and to make some of the other moves that the Red Sox made. I love it for Boston. And I don't want to say that as a Yankee fan. I want them to suck. I'm being honest, right? But they don't. They're good. And I think they made the right moves.
I'm pessimistic because they're pessimistic. And despite what they're saying publicly, privately, they're very worried. Some of the organization don't think he's coming back. That's just not healing fast enough and not enough time. So I'm just going what the Yankees actually believe privately, and what they say internally is they're very pessimistic whether he comes back or not. So that kind of falls into the whole trade deadline is, are you really going to go all in if you don't have Aaron Judge back? And he's been out a long time now.
Is it your sense, Bob, if I asked you to guess right now, this is a pencil, not pen answer. You can reserve the right to change your mind. New information may present itself. But if you had to guess right now, will Aaron Judge return to the Yankees or not this year, you would say what?
I would say no.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson will be the first and second picks of any fantasy football draft. And if they're not, like, your league is making a mistake. If you're picking third, and for some reason Gibbs or Bijan makes it to you, you make that pick instantaneously. You don't even think about it. So if you have the first pick, you're going to have to make a choice, right? Which of these two do you prefer? I prefer Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit because I think this Lions offense is more likely to smash than the Falcons offense. Now, I know I picked Atlanta to make the playoffs, and Detroit I currently have on the outside looking in, but Atlanta plays in the NFC South. If Detroit played in the NFC South, they could win 13 games, but they play in the NFC North. So a slight lean for me towards Jahmyr Gibbs over Bijan Robinson. So any league I'm in where I have the first overall pick, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports. 2 hours down, 3 hours still to go here with you on
Not enough.
Tuesday.
Not enough hours.
Not enough, Pete. Not nearly enough. Nick Shipkowski going to join us coming up in an hour to talk Notre Dame. We're getting ready to talk the Irish here in just a little bit. More NFL and MLB talk coming throughout the rest of the show as well. But Pete, let's talk about those Notre Dame fighting Irish who, when the AP poll was, when the coaches poll was released today, the top 25, Notre Dame came in at number 5, which I was surprised by. It was Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, and Texas 4, Notre Dame 5. You said earlier in the show that you thought the big 3 in the Big Ten, Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State, and Notre Dame, those 4 were all better than Georgia and Texas. I agree with you. I would have put Notre Dame 2, probably behind Ohio State. The odds at BetMGM right now have the Buckeyes the favorite to win the national title, followed by Notre Dame. But man, I mean, look, P, you've been covering college football for a while. You've been writing about these teams for a while. How, where does this Notre Dame team stack up compared to some of the other ones coming into the season? I mean, they got to be up there.
It's complete. The problem with a Notre Dame and trying to figure this all out with them is that they failed their 2 tests. I mean, it's so funny, and this is the thing I'm going to go on a campaign about this year, is like, remember the first few weeks. Because it's, even though college football seasons don't last that long, everyone completely forgets what happens early on. And the idiocy that was coming out of, well, certain college football people when they were trying to say why Miami deserved to be in, be like, well, Miami dominated Notre Dame in week 1. It was a tie game going into like the final 90 seconds. Like, they did not dominate Notre Dame, but Notre Dame lost. Texas A&M game there was one gaffe on a snap and a missed 4th down play. If they stopped Marcel Reed on one play, they win that game. They didn't. So they failed their 2 early tests, but they were both real close, tight games. And then they just obliterated everyone else. So you just don't know how that's going to carry over now without Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love. But C.J. Carr showed over the course of the last season that he does have the tools to be an elite NFL quarterback. He's got the receivers. And going forward, it's not really going to kick in this year. But wow, we'll talk about this with Nick later. Wow, has Marcus Freeman really crushed the transfer portal and the recruiting trail, because you look at Notre Dame right now, this is among the best recruiting jobs done in a very, very long time. So this year, they're going to be good. The team is good. The schedule works out. Nothing less than going to the college football playoff will do.
I agree with you, man. I mean, this secondary led by Christian Gray and Leonard Moore, that's a heck of a tandem. Their defense is going to be elite. Freeman's always done a good job at Notre Dame. The offensive line's always been good. This year is going to be no different. Their running backs are always solid. I mean, they had 2 first-rounders this past year with Price and Love. Anais Williams is going to be really good. Greathouse and Faison come back at wide receiver. And then CJ Carr is going to return at the quarterback. Pete, remind me going into last year who the QB competition was between CJ Carr and who was the other guy they were going back and forth with?
All right, you're killing me. I think it was Kenny Minchie.
I
Nick
think
will
you're
know
right.
this better than I do.
Yep.
If you remember, the big deal was for an entire offseason, they had this guy Deuce Knight, who ended up bouncing around a little. He was at Auburn for a cup of coffee last year. I'm blanking on where he is this year. He might actually be at LSU, not starting, but he's one. I mean, or he might still be at Auburn. Anyway, Deuce Knight was supposed to be the one. And then the big argument going into last season was, well, you're Notre Dame, and the way this worked, you could get any transfer quarterback you want. And the way this worked before is they had Sam Hartman, who worked out just fine, came in from Wake Forest. They went to the national championship game with Riley Leonard, who came in from Duke, who for a while there was considered a possible top 10 overall draft pick. And at least, again, he didn't play like that, but he got him there. But they knew something. So nowadays, coaches really don't talk about their starting quarterbacks unless they know exactly who it is. But that was one of the storylines last year where out of all the transfer quarterbacks out there, and as it turned out, it did matter. It did matter because this was kind of my argument. Well, the CJ Carr better be pretty good because you could have had Carson Beck. Well, Carson Beck won the Miami Notre Dame game, and that turned out to be a matter. But CJ Carr was great in that game. He needed like a half to get his career up and going, and then he just looked the part the rest of the way. Now the question mark's going to be, he doesn't have Love and Price to hand it off to anymore. He's got to carry the offense a little bit more. Can he handle himself in year 2? I think he'll be just fine.
Yeah, good call. It was Minchie who's at Kentucky now. But yeah, I mean, he made the right call. That was a big decision of which guy he was going to go to. He rolled with CJ Carr, who had to make his first start on the road against that Miami defense. He played really well, and he only just got better and better for Notre Dame throughout the season. And now he comes into this year, and he's the co-favorite along with Arch Manning to win the Heisman Trophy. And yeah. I would never bet Carr to win the Heisman. It's not that he can't do it, but the schedule is so soft, Pete, and they're going to be such big favorites in so many games, and he's probably going to rest in the fourth quarter a lot, and he's only going to have, so few opportunities for those Heisman moments. It's going to be the game at BYU and the home game against Miami. And again, the fact that
if Miami and Notre Dame are both unbeaten, and they might not be 1 versus 2, but it would be close. If both those teams are unbeaten on November 7th, and everyone wants to kind of make it Catholics versus convicts too, forgive me for the name, but that's what it's going to be built up as, then that's your Heisman moment. Because like you said, the Heisman is about, isn't just about the stats, isn't about talent. It's about, are you the guy? Like whenever I try to put together the Heisman, stuff that I do and whatever it is, are you the signature player of that season? And it's kind of hard to be because it's got to build to that point. So as long as he's fine against Wisconsin in the opener, as long as he doesn't, there aren't any misfires in all these games Notre Dame should win. And if they win at BYU, I think they lose at BYU. That's a bear trap of a game.
Ooh.
But if they're undefeated and it is the game on a big weekend of games on November 7th against Miami, and he lights up the Hurricanes, then the Heisman might be his, or at least he's in New York.
So I think, especially from a betting perspective, Carr to win the Heisman is an interesting one because, again, they really don't play any big games until that BYU game, October 17th. So that is week 7 of the college football season. By the time that happens, you're going to have Texas play Ohio State, Georgia play Alabama, LSU, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Michigan, all these massive matchups. And even though Notre Dame's going to win all these games and Carr's going to put up all these big numbers, like he's not going to be the favorite going into the BYU. There's just no way he's going to be the favorite. So if you like Carr, I think that's fine. I would just kind of wait until, maybe before like the Stanford game or something like that.
Here's the other problem. Remember, when it comes to Heisman's, again, don't forget whoever gets their shot last to show the Heisman voters what they can do. Notre Dame is obviously not going to have a conference championship game.
Good point.
So if you get there and Arch is playing for the SEC championship, or Julian Sands and Josh Hoover or Dante Moore in the Big Ten championship, and these superstar talents are there, they each get one final shot. And then in the minds of some voters, at least the way I vote would be like, okay, it's kind of a combination of MVP and MOP. Well, great. If Carr's got, Notre Dame as the number one team in the country and they're going to be, the top level of, as high as they can get in the college football playoff, at least in the way this thing is set up, well, then, okay, maybe he deserves it as an MVP sort of way. But if it's, saying who's the difference maker in game after game, or like we said before, if a John Mateer takes Oklahoma up a few nights or something like that, it's going to be hard for Carr to win it because there's a lot working against him unless when everyone's watching, they annihilate, Catholics versus Cougars and BYU, and then rock it against Miami a couple weeks later.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point about the conference championship. The $1 million question with Notre Dame this year, if they go 10-2 again, lose to BYU, lose to Miami, do you still think they're in the playoff?
Oh, I mean, they got hosed last year, and it obviously depends on, remember, the college football playoff committee they're record rankers. They make it easy. So if that happens, they got to hope that there's a whole bunch of SEC teams that go 9-3, because the committee, as long as they've been doing this, have not put in teams like 9-3 teams over a 10-2 teams that are more deserving. So unless there's extenuating circumstances happening. So yeah, you can't count on anything if that happens, but they should have been in over Alabama last year and weren't. But if they go 10-2 this year and they lose to BYU and Miami, considering that Miami's a home game, well, then they don't deserve to be in over BYU at that point. And if you're saying they don't belong over BYU, well, then some second Big 12 team is going to be in over the Irish.
That Navy game could be a little tricky too. Sandwiched in between BYU and Miami. It could be. They're coming off a bye week. If they win at BYU, go into their bye week, feel good about themselves. They got the Miami game upcoming in 2 weeks. Could be.
I'm just going to spitball this out without even looking it up yet. I'm going to say the average Notre Dame Navy game has been 65-1 over the last 5 years. That was 49-10 last year, 51-14 the year before, 42-3 in Ireland. It was close to 35-32 in 2022, 34-6 the year before that. They went a few years before playing that, but yeah, they usually pretty much annihilate Navy. Look, the Navy's good. It's a good team, which absolutely has a shot to make the college football playoff as the top group of 6 champion, but they just don't have the guys on the lines to handle a Notre Dame this year.
Well, look, and I've always said that Marcus Freeman losing that game to Northern Illinois, it changed the program because they don't take anybody for granted anymore. After losing that game, they realized that they can lose any given week. And last year they took care of the games that they were supposed to. They pretty much smashed everybody outside of losing to A&M.
We came up with an insane stat off of that game where it was something crazy like Notre Dame, whenever they had run the ball 30 times or more in the previous, 15 years, either hadn't lost or got really close. And they were 1 in 10 whenever they ran it fewer than 30 times. And I think they ran it 24 times against Northern Illinois. It's they just complete program brain cramp on that Northern Illinois game. And like you said, teams learn from this stuff, and now they figured out, hey, wait a minute, we had these running backs here. Let's keep handing it off to them, and then good things happen with the program after that. And still, the crazy fun stat right now, it's still going. Last team to beat Indiana, Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's very true. That is the last one to beat them in that college football playoff game. Where would you put Notre Dame right now in your pecking order of most talented teams in the country?
Oh, right up there. I mean, yeah, across the board, they are right there. I mean, in terms of the NFL draft that's going to be coming up, Ohio State's just crazy good. Oregon's going to throw a lot of guys in there. Georgia's obviously good. I'm just saying the basic big names. But in terms of NFL talent, Notre Dame is going to light it up. And it's only going to get crazier because, again, the guys they have coming in over the next 3 to 5 years from this recruiting class are going to be amazing. They're not really going heavy on the transfer portal, but when they want guys, they're getting them. So the weird part right now, it's kind of being underreported nationally in terms of the college football world, is Notre Dame's kind of sneakily getting every single guy they want. If they're targeting a guy, they have been able to get it. It's a combination of they've got unlimited funds. It is Notre Dame. And Marcus Freeman's just a peerless recruiter. And it's just a fun team to play for. I mean, there's something to be said. I know everyone wants the bag of cash, and everyone wants it gets on the fanfare and stuff. Marcus Freeman's the coolest coach going, at least one of them. And it's kind of hard when you get that guy coming into your living room being like, yeah, I kind of want to hang with this guy. When you've got that, if you're, these young kids, old kids too, it's pretty cool that's the guy you want to play for.
I agree with you. He's turned himself into a heck of a coach. I mean, when he was losing those games to Marshall and Northern Illinois, people weren't sure if he was the guy. Makes the run to the national championship game. Now Irish fans absolutely love him. Do you think he sticks around for the long haul at Notre Dame? Do you see him maybe making the jump to the NFL?
It depends on how bored he gets. I mean, the thing about the NFL is so full of robots now as head coaches. I mean, there was a time, this is an anecdotal thing, but there was a time when you just kind of knew who all 32 head coaches were, and they all had different personalities and different types of things. Now, basically, the 32 head coach, you have Andy Reid and everyone else is the same guy. They're all jacked with, spiffy haircuts and all that kind of stuff. So the young guys who really know the analytics, really dive into that, the other side of the game a little bit more. It's a different game now, where the other problem with it is you either have the guys or you don't, where the college coaches, they're getting paid so well now, and they control their entire world. Like, you go to the NFL, well, either you've got the right guys, either you got the superstar quarterback or you don't, or you got the right players or you don't. You can't control that. If you're Marcus Freeman, you want a good linebacking core, especially with the NIL world and the transfer portal, you go get your linebackers. There's a lot more control. And being the head coach at Notre Dame, you are more famous than pretty much any NFL coach. So in terms of the spotlight, in terms of what he can make out of it, it's a pretty sweet gig at this point. Unless, yes, the NFL does pay more, but how many, boats can you water ski behind, Gordon? I mean, it's he's got all the money, he's got all the fame. It just depends on whether or not he gets bored of this.
It's a great point. Pete, before we go to break, your final thoughts on Notre Dame. Do they win the championship this year? Do you see them losing in the college football playoff semifinals?
It's so tough. Let's just say they get there. So the only thing you can read, all of these teams, if you're looking at everybody in the top 12, actually maybe not Alabama, but let's say the top 8 of the coaches poll that just came out, and you look at all of them and say, yeah, they could win the national championship. Absolutely. They're all good enough. It just depends on, do you make the right run? Like last year, Miami, no, I didn't think they were going to win the national championship. They came awfully close. Ole Miss, absolutely not. They came awfully close. It just depends. Once you get there, what can you do with the run? What's your draw? But first, you got to get there. And like we said before, that's not a given if Notre Dame loses 2 games. I think they lose once. I don't think they lose twice.
Yeah, I think they're going to go undefeated in the regular season. I think they're going to win the national championship. They are my pick. They got everything this year. Freeman's proven that he can make a championship game. His team wasn't nearly as good as that Ohio State team the year that they lost to him. And even though Ohio State, again, on paper, is the best team this year, Notre Dame can hang with them. And as long as Freeman if his team can hang, I think he's going to outcoach Ryan Day.
Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana might have something to say about that because all 3 of them are pretty good. So let's just start with, they're going to get there. They're going to lose to BYU. I just made everyone money on that, by the way. Go early on BYU. They're going to get there, and then hopefully they get the right draw and can do something with it.
It's going to be a fun game. That middle part of the season, man, when they have to go up against BYU, Miami, SMU at home, that'll be really Notre Dame's season in 2026, 2027.
SMU's dangerous. That's a dangerous game, by the way. That's your freak out game.
We're going to talk about SMU. We're going to talk about Miami and some more of those teams in the ACC. We're going to preview the Atlantic Coast Conference when we come back next. BetMGM tonight. Pete and PJ, Westwood One Sports.
I personally am more willing to err on the side of the Chicago Bears rather than the Detroit Lions. And the reason why, even if, and you know this is true because you've listened to the show, you've watched the show, and if you haven't, go back and look at my tweets, whatever you want to do. I'm not lying about this. I love Dan Campbell. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan. I think he's an awesome head coach. I would love for the Giants, my favorite team, to have Dan Campbell coaching them. I really would. But if you're going to make me choose, I don't like to say this because I love Dan Campbell. But if you're going to make me choose, and there's some projection required here, right? I am projecting. I am putting my finger on the scale based on my personal bias, which we all do. I'm being honest about it. My opinion, I think I'm going to be right, is that Ben Johnson is one of, quote unquote, those coaches. I believe that by season's end this year, this does not mean the Bears are going to the Super Bowl or will win it. I think the defense needs way more work before we have that conversation. But by the time we get to the end of this season, we will have Ben Johnson's name mentioned in the same rarefied air as Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. That's his upside. That's the upside here for the offensive visionary Ben Johnson, for piss and vinegar Ben Johnson. I think he's the best. I love Ben Johnson. And Dennis Allen might be one of the worst head coaches in the history of the NFL. I believe that that's true. He is one of the worst head coaches ever. He a damn good defensive coordinator. He is. I trust the Bears coaching staff more than I trust the Lions coaching staff. And when it's all said and done, I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to be a playoff team again this year out of the NFC North. And I believe when it's all said and done, even if Jahmyr Gibbs should be the first overall pick in fantasy drafts, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to have 100-plus catches again, even if Jamison Williams takes the leap, even if Sam Laporta returns to the form that he showed his rookie season, even if all of those things are true, even if Penei Sewell is a stud at left tackle and Blake Miller holds it together at right tackle, I think the Lions will be on the outside looking in of the postseason yet again. Tarek Skubal was defensive of his new team. He doesn't believe the Dodgers are ruining baseball. In fact, Skubal gave them a ton of credit. He said, any team in baseball could have traded for me. And the Dodgers did. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team in Major League Baseball. Ergo, the Brewers are a team that could have traded for Skubal. And given the fact that the Brewers are having a tremendous regular season, Milwaukee is currently 69 nice and 43. The Dodgers are 69 and 44. Nice. The Brewers could have single-handedly, A, acquired Tarek Skubal to pair with Jacob Mizorowski, and B, prevented the Dodgers from getting him and chose not to do it. Maybe they win the World Series, in which case we'll say, wow, that was brilliant to hold on to the prospects. My sense is it's not going to go great. And I can't believe that this is the path they chose. Behind Doré could have been Tarek Skubal. And the Milwaukee Brewers said, not only are we not going to get him, but we're going to let our biggest competition in the National League, the LA Dodgers, get him instead.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight as the show rolls on here. Westwood One Sports. We're going to have an ACC preview now on the show. We just talked about Notre Dame. Pete, how did you refer to them earlier on in the show?
They dabble. They have a friends with benefits relationship with the ACC. They're
like
in, but they're not really in. I mean, when it was really on and they really needed them in 2020, they played in the ACC championship, but they just sort of, dabbled. They didn't really, put a ring on it or anything.
I like that. All right, we're going to talk about the ACC the next couple segments here on the show. If you want to chime in, if you're listening, send us a text, give us a call, 310-840-4910, 310-840-4910 if you want to talk some ACC. Let's start with the Miami Hurricanes, Pete. And they made it to the national championship game last year, but they still have not been able to win the ACC. They are the heavy favorites to do so this year. They're actually minus money at BetMGM to win the ACC, and it all starts with that offense. Darian Mensah comes over from Duke as the new quarterback. Fletcher is still in the backfield. Malachi Toney is going to be one of the best wide receivers in college football. And defensively, even though they do lose a lot, especially on that defensive line, they should still be solid on that side of the ball as well. So really, when you look at Miami, what's your biggest question for the Canes coming into the season?
It's like you kind of alluded to. There's so many new parts to this thing, and that the assumption is there that it's just because it's Miami that they're just, they were great last year and they'll be good again. That's not a given. I mean, you kind of said the right thing where like everyone forgets they've been in this league for over 20 years. They've never won it. They've only been to the ACC championship once, and they got annihilated when they did. And so, like last year, again, in the everyone forgets stuff that happens, they lost at SMU. Carson Beck had a few meltdown moments. They lost to Louisville. Now, on the flip side of that, they were literally about this far away from winning the national championship had Beck put some more air into that ball. They do have the coaching. They do have the talent. They have just enough there to like them to be very close and be the star of the ACC. But in terms of what you're looking for is, can they just recapture the same magic? The assumption is there that the pass rush is going to be great. I mean, Damon Wilson coming in on the end is really great. And so they got a good enough offensive line. But last year's team was a culmination of things that ended up working out great when it had to because of that defense. Kind of a magical year, a magical run in the college football playoff. It's asking a lot to do that thing twice. Fortunately for them, their schedule's not that bad. It's the ACC. They do have to go to Notre Dame. They got to go to Clemson. Wake Forest is really good. They got to go there. But really, as long as they don't screw up, that's an 11-1 team that should get to the ACC championship and back to the college football playoff.
I took their under 10.5 wins because I think they're going to lose at Notre Dame. We both agree that Notre Dame's going to win that game. As you mentioned previous segment, you think Notre Dame loses to BYU but beats Miami. I think they're going to lose to Notre Dame. And then if we're taking under 10.5, I just need one more loss on the schedule. And Mario Cristobal, you and I both know this, Pete, even going back to his Oregon days, he always loses a game or two every single year that he shouldn't lose. He just always does it. So I don't know what that game's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be home to Pittsburgh.
It used to be anything in Arizona. There was always that November game in either Arizona or Arizona State where they went on the road and something funky always happened to those Oregon teams in the desert for a couple of years. But you're right, yeah.
Always. Great call. Last year, like you said, it was SMU and it was Louisville. The year before that, it was Syracuse. The year before that, it was Georgia Tech. So until Miami
they go to the that gets lost. That Cam Ward team, they go to the ACC championship and probably end up in the college playoff. First of all, the crazy part about that is if they beat Syracuse and they don't gag that late season game, then they are in. SMU is probably not, and Clemson probably isn't, and you would add a whole different college football playoff. So, butterfly flaps its wings. But yeah, Miami is definitely the one above everyone else. There isn't really a number two that comes close. But again, they got to reload. This is not a given that they're just gonna, they've got enough talent there. But again, to have the same kind of combination of magical things happening at once, it's asking a lot out of anybody.
It is. So until Mario can prove to me as a coach that he can win all the games that he's supposed to win, if they lose to Notre Dame, I'm just banking on him dropping one game during the regular season.
All Mario did was come within a throw of a national championship. Not quite good enough for a PJ.
Not good enough, Pete. I need more.
You.
I do. I demand more, Mario. I demand more. But look, as you alluded to, I mean, without question, their talent. Do you think there were years where when Clemson was at their peak, the gap between them and everybody else in the ACC was greater than what Miami is to the rest of this league? Or do you think it's a fair comp? Like this Miami team is kind of what Clemson was.
Depending on the year, there was a stretch there when Clemson versus Florida State basically stopped the world. But I don't think when Clemson was really rocking and rolling, if Florida State was there, I think that's when they started to drop off. But yeah, the gap is there. But we say that, and then last year Duke and Virginia played for the ACC championship, and that's Miami. Like you said, I'm with you though. I said now to the other point. Oh, and I say this to everybody, when in doubt, if anyone's giving you a win total of 10.5 in college football, just take the under. Because if a quarterback gets hurt, it could be you have one. Everyone's going to lose a game, and if they go 12-0, you tip your hat and you move on. Everyone's going to lose a game. All you got to do is have that second one on a bad day, and more often than not, you'll be right.
It's a great call. So look, Pete, as you know, everybody would agree that Miami is on paper the best team in the ACC. Where the conversation gets interesting is who do you think is the second best team? And you'd have some say SMU. You'd have some say Louisville. Maybe you had others make the case for another team, but who do you think right now is the second best team? Would you go with the Mustangs or with the Cardinals?
The thing about Louisville, though, is they've where Braum has been so great over the years is finding the right transfer portal quarterback, and he's always taking guys who are always pretty good, but they have experience. Lincoln Kienholz was a great get for Ohio State, never really played. And this team is so loaded with transfers. You're asking, I'm always scared of teams that have to rely on a pretty much brand new offensive line. Anytime you have, we talked about this in a previous segment about how amazing it is that, oh, wow, the Chicago Bears got good once they figured out the offensive line. That's like the hardest thing to put together in all of football is a front five that just gels and takes over and dominates. And now with Louisville, you got 4 new guys on that offensive front, a quarterback with not a lot of experience. That kind of scares me a little bit. I mean, you've got this mishmash of all these very good teams who are all pretty much the same. I'm going to throw like a quirky curveball in there. The team I'm looking most forward to seeing, watch out what happens with Cal. They just seem like they were like a twinge away from doing something pretty good. And they have the thing where all these ACC teams that have to make the trip 3 time zones over into whether it is Palo Alto or Berkeley, they screw out. Like SMU was going to be again lost in the ACC championship last year. SMU's in the ACC championship, and then they lost to Cal at the end of the regular season. You do have a new head coach in Tosh Lapoy. He did a pretty strong job. They paid in the transfer portal to get a whole bunch of good players together around in terms of wide receivers. Everyone wants to play with. I have to look at his name because I can't get JKS right. Jaron Callaway Sagapolatelli. He is going to be the number 1 pick in the draft next year, probably. And now the biggest job Lapoy did was keeping him around. Because remember, Fernando Mendoza was the Cal quarterback, went to Indiana and obviously did that. Everyone wanted JKS in this transfer portal cycle. Didn't get him. He's still there in Berkeley, and they built around him. They've got a really nice team. And you've got SMU making the trip to Cal. You've got NC State making the trip up there. Virginia's got to go there. Syracuse, they miss Florida State. They miss Miami. They miss Louisville. They miss Georgia Tech. They miss Duke. They miss all these really good teams, and they have a lot of good parts in place.
It's a great point about Cal, and I think what's interesting schedule quirk for them. You mentioned all the teams that have to travel out west. Well, obviously for Cal, they got to travel east, but the schedule isn't all that terrible for them. They really only have to make 2 cross-country trips this year. They travel to Syracuse week 2 to take on the Orangemen, and then they're at UNLV.
Yeah, by the way, I totally lied. I read off the away games. You're right. They do have the killer stretch there where they don't have a home game for a month, but they have to go down to Dallas to SMU. They got to go to NC State. They get a week off, and then they go back to Virginia. But then they get Pitt at home. They get Virginia Tech at home, Wake Forest, and Clemson at home.
So, yeah, I mean, look, it's never ideal to go on the road 3 straight games, but they do have a bye in between the NC State and Virginia game. And again, I think they're just going to stay out east. Like, maybe they go back from Raleigh to Berkeley and then they fly back. I kind of just think they're going to stay out there. So, while most of
you
these
have to remember,
teams
these guys are, they get on a plane, they put their headphones on, and they just take a nap for 4 hours, and then they're back home. Like it's like if you're taking a bus to go drive to a game. Well, then same diff. You just get on the plane, you relax, and you put on John Wick again, John Wick 4 again, and just you zonk out for a couple hours. So I've never bought in the idea that travel's that bad until you get into the times of the games, and it's a little easier for teams to go east, because if you're going 3 hours ahead and you're playing a game at 7:00 at night, let's say, in somewhere on the East Coast, well, you're used to that being 4:00 in your world. It's the flip side that's the problem, because if you're used to playing in an afternoon game, and if you all of a sudden get one of those night games and your internal clock is saying it's midnight on the East Coast and you're playing in Berkeley, that's when those teams have problems.
No question. I mean, look, like the Clemson game, when they play Clemson in week 4, Clemson's got to travel out to Berkeley, and it's a Friday night game. So it's a 10:30 p.m. Eastern game for Clemson, and they lose a day as well. So that could be a tricky spot for the Tigers against Cal.
So last year they did beat SMU late in the season when they had that it was a late night game. They came up big against North Carolina late. Again, another game that was played like super late. Duke, they got blown out by, but again, it's a hard game for these teams to have to deal with.
It is. Cal's a good call. You're getting a good price on them to win the ACC too at 28-1. What do we think of James Franklin in his first year in Blacksburg? How do you think that's going to go?
I need to be settled down on this one. I need you to dump a bucket of cold water on me, because I am all in. I am a huge fan on the idea of when you have a coach as good as Franklin, who I still think should be the Penn State head coach, who goes into a situation like this that needs more of a tweak than a complete rebuild. And anytime you get a coach like this who can go into a situation that has a pretty good base of players, and then he just takes with him all of his good guys, or at least a whole bunch of them. He didn't bring in every great player from Penn State, but he brought in a lot of them, enough to give enough depth to this team to go along with an Ethan Grunkemeyer at quarterback. And he helped beef up the lines a little bit. And plus, he's just a good coach. I mean, the guy won at Vanderbilt before it was cool and did a lot of good. I mean, he got Penn State to the Final Four of the college football playoff 2 years ago. I know that doesn't matter to you, winning that, your win it all or don't Mario thing. But I'm just all in thinking that they're going to go from nothing to being a 7 to 8 win team, which is a big step. I don't think they're going to win the ACC title. They got a lot of road games, but I think they're going to be good enough to be dangerous.
Yeah, I'm with you on Franklin. I still think he's a really good coach. I think the change of scenery is going to rejuvenate him. I think those fans are really going to love him. He's been recruiting that area for a long, long time. I think Tech's biggest hurdle in year one is the schedule's tough, Pete, for the Hokies, man. I mean, road trip out to Cal, at Clemson, at SMU, at Miami. You obviously have to play Virginia at the end of the year, and you got to play Pittsburgh at home too. So outside of really Louisville, they kind of play all the top teams in the ACC this year, which could be a little tricky. But look, he's got Grunkelmeyer that he brought with him to Penn State, and the man can recruit. They're going to have talent. So it's going to be an interesting year one for James Franklin and Virginia Tech there in Blacksburg. We're going to continue to preview the ACC here on BetMGM tonight when we come back. And then Nick Shipkowski going to join us in about 20 minutes to talk Notre Dame as well. Also update you on some baseball scores. On the other side, PJ and Pete, Westwood One Sports.
I expected this to happen with Bijan Robinson. But now that it has happened, we can really start projecting what this is going to look like for the Atlanta Falcons. And I've talked a decent amount about the Falcons as of late, because when I go on to BetMGM, our show sponsor, and I take a look, because I am a betting man, as you know, and I take a look at divisional odds or, award markets, win totals, there are a couple of prices that I really like. I've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, right? That I think Minnesota's going to win the NFC North. Minnesota's a long shot price to win the division. I also feel that way about the NFC South, where at BetMGM, the Atlanta Falcons are plus 375, the longest shot to win this division. And I totally disagree with that. As it stands right now, I think the Atlanta Falcons will win the NFC South this year. And the Atlanta Falcons will host probably one of three teams and get destroyed on Wild Card Weekend. Either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners. Like the second place team, just like lock it up right now. Second place team in the NFC West destroys NFC South champion on Wild Card Weekend. We can just set that up, lock it up right now. That's what's going to happen coming up in January. But I do think it'll be Bijan Robinson and the Falcons, not Baker Mayfield, his contract dispute, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not Bryce Young. Is he going to get extended or not? They've got quarterback drama as well, as far as Bryce Young is concerned. Nick Scorton out for the year. Not the Carolina Panthers. And I'm super into the New Orleans Saints and what Kellen Moore is building there as the head coach of the team, and Tyler Shuck and this young offense, Jordan Tyson. They just extended Chris Olave. I've got excitement about the Saints. And if I'm wrong, by the way, about the NFC South, and it's not Atlanta, I do think it'll be New Orleans. So I think New Orleans does have that kind of upside. I think the Saints are probably a year early on that. I can be wrong, and we'll find out quickly if that's the case. But my sense is that New Orleans is a little early on its trajectory to win this division. But again, if I'm wrong, I do think it'll be the Saints, not the Panthers, and not the Bucs. Assuming health, the Yankees will enter this American League postseason with a 1-3 in the rotation of Cam Schlittler, and I understand last night was not his finest moment, but he has been incredible. Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Is that pretty good? David Bednar's a rock star at the back ends of the bullpen. And yeah, would I have liked to see them get another bullpen arm? Yes. Does watching Austin Wells strike out and pop out make me want to slam my head into the wall? It does. I would have loved for the Yankees to get Adley Rutschman. It wasn't in the cards. It didn't work out. But you know what? Despite that, let's have an honest conversation right now. This does not mean what I'm about to say, that the Yankees will win the American League. They lost last year to Toronto. They lose all the time. since winning the World Series in 2009. They made the World Series once and got obliterated by the Dodgers. It does not mean they will make it. But let's have a real honest conversation right now. Who is the best team in the American League on paper? I get it. The games are not played on paper. And I think Aaron Boone's a terrible manager. And I don't think the Yankees are going to win the championship. I don't think so. I think they are likely to win the American League and then lose to whoever wins the National League. I'm not even saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to. What team's better than the Yankees in the American League? Name the team that's better than the Yankees. Name them. Name it. So, yeah, would Rutschman have been nice? Sure. A catcher would have been nice? Yes. A bullpen arm would have been great? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. This team's good enough as constituted to get there. And if they don't, it's a disaster and it's a failure. Period.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, it looks like the Chicago Cubs just tied it up with the Los Angeles Dodgers as Tariq Skubal has given up his first run with LA.
Cut him.
Of course, coming over in that trade deadline acquisition from the Detroit Tigers, it was Dansby Swanson who went deep off of Tariq Skubal. Kyle Tucker in his first series back in Wrigley since being a member of the Cubs last season as they continue to boo him. He hit a homer as well. So 1-1 at Wrigley. Skubal, 2 1/3 innings pitched, 1 hit, 1 earned, 3 strikeouts, no walks in his Dodger debut. Mets are up 6-2 on the Guardians. Phillies 5-0 over the Nats. George Lombard Jr., the Yankees' top prospect, making his debut today. He has a home run as the Yanks are up 2-0 on the Cardinals. The Red Sox just continue to roll, man. They're up 7-1 on the White Sox. Braves 1-0 over the Marlins. Royals 2-0 on the Twins. The Brewers are up 3-1 on the Pirates. And the Orioles are up 3-1 on the Angels. That's what we got going on right now in Major League Baseball. Nick Shipkowski going to join us in about 14 minutes to talk Notre Dame, Indiana, and Iowa. He covers all 3 of those teams for SI. But Pete and I were going to continue previewing the ACC. And if you're looking for bigger potential payouts, use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay. Take your wager to the next level. How does it work? You opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. Pete, all right, as we continue to look at the ACC, North Carolina, we got to talk about the Heels. Going into last season, Belichick taking over there in Chapel Hill. We're all wondering what it's going to look like. First drive against TCU, couldn't have gone any better, Pete. We think they're going to win the national title. Here we go with Bill. They're geniuses. Then they get destroyed. It's all downhill from there.
And then it went very, very wrong.
Yes, it did. I'm sure by now people have obviously seen the story out there with Lombardi, and that was Bill's guy, man. So now he's on administrative leave. It's year 2. They didn't have anybody drafted last year. They didn't have anybody drafted to the All-ACC. It was just a nightmare. And the schedule this year is much harder, Pete, for the Tar Heels. So what the heck do you expect out of UNC in year 2?
I don't know. I mean, like last year, I loved this North Carolina team last year because, first of all, I just assumed that if you're Bill Belichick, at the very least, your talent evaluation skills are going to be just next level. You're going to know who can play, who can't play. And they had a whole team full of transfers. They basically, the entire team, starting all over new. And their schedule seemed at the time like it was going to work out just fine. It didn't look that bad. And you could make a case that you're like, you know what, with the right breaks here and there, if they can get by TCU in this opener, they might be in the mix for it. Nope. They just could not get that offense going. On the flip side, the defense looked great. It is Belichick, so the defense is always going to be okay. So the D will be all right, but the problem is if you're this great talent evaluator, if you're the greatest NFL head coach of all time, and your first wave of players that you brought in stunk, and you had to ditch most of them for a new wave of players, kind of calls into question just how good your skills are at this point, your eye for talent. But they do have guys, and it's the transfers are fine. Where I get nervous is their quarterback's Billy Edwards Jr. If you remember, he was pretty good for Maryland. Went to Wisconsin, but unfortunately, being a Wisconsin quarterback is like being a Spinal Tap drummer. Been way old reference, and they just kind of spontaneously combust. He gets hurt right away, and now you're counting on a veteran quarterback to stay healthy. There's just not a lot there to like on this team.
I agree with you. I would only fade North Carolina if I had to do anything with them from a betting standpoint. I certainly have no interest betting this team. It was, like you said, it was pretty surprising watching UNC in the first year with just the lack of talent. And also, the defense ended up being pretty good, which you would expect out of a Belichick team. But offensively, they could just do nothing right. So they bring in Bobby Petrino now to help out with the offense, and they get rid of Freddie Kitchens. So you would think they're going to be better on that side of the ball. I'm with you, though. Watching Billy Edwards at Maryland and then a little bit at Wisconsin, it's just not the guy I would want to.
Here's the thing, though.
Big turnaround.
The win total's 4.5. The offense is going to be better. And last year they won 4 games. They should have beaten Cal. They lost late. They really should have beaten Virginia. Lost that one late. And they hung around with Duke, and they were this close to being like, so really this is the tease. This is where it's all painful, where if the win total's at 4.5 and you're looking at this schedule, they're going to beat East Tennessee. They're going to beat UConn. I'm guessing they're going to beat UConn. This is not a good UConn team. They should beat Syracuse at home. But you got to find 2 more wins in there somewhere. I don't know. I kind of like the over on 4.5 as much as we just dogged North Carolina.
Man, I don't know. They're going to be underdogs in just about all of those ACC games, like every single one except Syracuse. Home against Syracuse, they'll be favored in. Every other game, they're going to be a dog. I mean, certainly Notre Dame, at Pitt, at home Miami, home Louisville, at Virginia, home NC State.
Duke's
maybe
not a killer.
Duke.
I mean,
yeah,
they could beat Duke. They almost beat Duke last year, almost beat Virginia last year. If they had any sort of an offense, like last year, if they were able to put up 20, I think it's something like crazy, like 24 points a game, they'd have won 7 games. Like they didn't need to get that much better. So I've now talked myself into it. I'm over on your North Carolina Tar Heels. I'm tired of your Bill Belichick Tar Heels slander. I'm going over on 4.5.
All right, there you go. If you like the Heels with Pete, you can certainly take them over 4.5 wins. What about Florida State? I mean, what a couple seasons it's been in Tallahassee. They have that undefeated year, get left out of the playoff, then they win 2 games. Last year, another disappointing season, miss out on a bowl. It's make or break for Norvell, Pete. He knows it. We all know it. They got to be competitive this year. The schedule is really tough for Florida State. What do you expect out of the Seminoles this year?
I don't get it. I don't see where it's. I get they try to save money and they're trying to give them another shot. I mean, whenever you see a coach who gets another chance like this, it usually means it's a money problem or they like him. And so if they really don't like the guy, they launch him fast. That's not to say like a James Franklin wasn't liked. That was more of a we want wins and we're really disappointed and sad. They did an okay job in the transfer portal. It wasn't a fantastic job. They didn't get these high-end guys. Like when it's kind of the same Alabama issue I have, where when Florida State was rocking and rolling, they would steadily pump in, a few guys to, 5, 10 guys to the NFL every year. That's not happening now. Same with Alabama, I think, coming out of this year. But like They did a good job in the portal. Xavier Champlin coming in at left tackle from North Carolina is a great get. Ashton Daniels is a good idea at quarterback, but it's in like again as we're talking here, the ACC just isn't that great. It's certainly gettable, but you're right. I mean, like they got to go to Alabama, got to go to Miami. You got to go to Boston College and Pitt.
Louisville.
And that's November, and God forbid it's cold and snowing. It's not, exactly, balmy all the time in Tallahassee in November, but still, that could be a problem as well. So I'm just not a fan of this team this year.
Yeah, man, that schedule's tough. Ashton Daniels is going to be the quarterback. I was never a Norvell guy, even when they went undefeated. I was like, I don't know. I don't think that's going to be a consistent
Still the
thing.
right move not putting them in. I will defend this one till doomsday.
Amen,
but that's
Pete.
for another day.
Amen. Nick Shipkowski joins us next. Notre Dame,
That's
Indiana,
stiff.
Iowa.
I have been banging the drum for the Red Sox to go all in, to make a huge move, given how well they've played basically since firing Alex Cora. And 15 of 16 wins on the road, first time since 1939, playing themselves into the playoff conversation where I would be shocked if they weren't a playoff team this year. And that I felt like Breslow and company needed to honor the performances of the players on this team, the offense that just mashed the hell out of the Dodgers this weekend in LA by making a big swing. So you can criticize Craig. And I'm not trying to paint Craig Breslow as Theo Epstein here. That's not what this is meant to be. But to everyone who wants Breslow to do something, he did it. And you're still complaining. We have no idea how these prospects are going to turn out. And maybe in 10 years we'll look back and say horrible trade. But I'm going to remain consistent. And I'm going to say what I've been saying. They needed to do something big. They did it. I love it for the Red Sox. I love it for the Red Sox. I think this is an A-plus deadline for the Boston Red Sox. We all get caught up in prospects, right? This theoretical idea of what a player might be. We know Adley Rutschman's good. And we know that the American League is bad this year. And we think Garrett Crochet is going to be on the way back. And how scary is that? With this lineup for the Red Sox. Now you put Rutschman in there. If Crochet comes back, they could win the American League. With the bad AL, they absolutely could. And that factors into the decision to trade for Rutschman and to make some of the other moves that the Red Sox made. I love it for Boston. And I don't want to say that as a Yankee fan. I want them to suck. I'm being honest, right? But they don't. They're good. And I think they made the right moves.
I'm pessimistic because they're pessimistic. And despite what they're saying publicly, privately, they're very worried. Some of the organization don't think he's coming back. That's just not healing fast enough and not enough time. So I'm just going what the Yankees actually believe privately, and what they say internally is they're very pessimistic whether he comes back or not. So that kind of falls into the whole trade deadline is, are you really going to go all in if you don't have Aaron Judge back? And he's been out a long time now.
Is it your sense, Bob, if I asked you to guess right now, this is a pencil, not pen answer. You can reserve the right to change your mind. New information may present itself. But if you had to guess right now, will Aaron Judge return to the Yankees or not this year, you would say what?
I would say no.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson will be the first and second picks of any fantasy football draft. And if they're not, like, your league is making a mistake. If you're picking third, and for some reason Gibbs or Bijan makes it to you, you make that pick instantaneously. You don't even think about it. So if you have the first pick, you're going to have to make a choice, right? Which of these two do you prefer? I prefer Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit because I think this Lions offense is more likely to smash than the Falcons offense. Now, I know I picked Atlanta to make the playoffs, and Detroit I currently have on the outside looking in, but Atlanta plays in the NFC South. If Detroit played in the NFC South, they could win 13 games, but they play in the NFC North. So a slight lean for me towards Jahmyr Gibbs over Bijan Robinson. So any league I'm in where I have the first overall pick, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs.
The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Nick is there standing by.
Welcome back. BetMGM Tonight here, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you as we now have 2 hours left to go, Pete. We keep counting down. 5 hours down.
Not
4,
enough.
3,
More hours.
2. No, not enough. We're gonna talk plenty of college football coming up here over the next couple hours. We're also going to talk plenty of NFL. Linnell Willingham going to stop by in about an hour, a little less than an hour and a half, 10:20 p.m. Eastern time. But as we continue talking college football, we welcome in our first guest. Nick Shapowski joins us now, covers Notre Dame on SI. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick_Shapowski. Kind enough to join us here on BetMGM Tonight. Nick, we appreciate the time. Pete and I were talking about Notre Dame earlier on in the show, and man, it's really hard to find like a lot of holes with this roster. I mean, they are really solid everywhere. Going into the season, if you had to say like a position group or maybe an area on the team that is cause for concern for the Irish, what do you think that would be?
I mean, I guess offensively you look at it, it has to be running back, not because it's necessarily a point of weakness, but because you're trying to replace Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price. That's a third overall pick and a 32nd overall pick in the NFL draft. So kind of by default, it's just not going to be what it was last year, but that's not to say that it still can't be very good. It's not to say the offense can't still be very good as you improve the wide receiver room and the passing game with the second full year of C.J. Carr, working with Mike Denbrock as well as the offensive coordinator is back. I think that's kind of a thing that's a little bit undervalued, so that's a positive. And then when you look on the defensive side of the ball, good luck finding a weakness. That's, you put it with Georgia, you put it with really anybody out there. That's in the very short conversation of the most complete defense in the country. I mean, this is a top 5 team in the coaches poll that came out today, and it's every bit deserving of that ranking.
So here's the question we keep coming up with, and we've talked about. So, okay, the defense in theory is great. It wasn't great when it had to be early on. What did they switch around to make it better other than playing a lot of mediocre teams and not having to play Miami or Texas A&M?
Well, I think the thing that you saw was improvement from the defensive line. That game against Miami, you saw a difference in what an absolute destructive defensive line looked like and what Notre Dame did not have. And I think we're going to look back here in the way Notre Dame has gone. Even this is more of a big picture thing than necessarily about this year. But when we go and look at this team in 2 or 3 years from now, I think what you're going to see is that Miami game that kicked off the 2025 season for the Irish. You saw a Miami team that owned them physically, especially Miami's defensive front. And Notre Dame has put in an emphasis, a huge emphasis, on getting talent on the defensive line through the transfer portal since then and through recruiting. It's gone from being, okay, that's good recruiting classes on the defensive front to, oh, half of those guys are top 150 players overall that they're bringing in, and that thing is going to be an absolute monster going forward. I think that's where you see the biggest jump, because the secondary has been strong for a number of years. Linebackers, when they were healthy last year, Drake Bowen is on a short list as one of the best linebackers in the country. He was playing with the torn labrum most of the season last year. Kingston Viliama-Asu, a very talented linebacker, tore his ACL towards the end of the year. He's expected to be back in a full go by week 1. You look at the defensive personnel, I think the skill level and the depth, the combination of that on the defensive front is where you're looking at a different team this year versus last.
Nick, I mean, when everybody's looking at this Notre Dame schedule, the 2 games that pop out are at BYU and home against Miami. Pete tends to think the BYU road game could be the one that trips him up. I tend to think it could be the game against Miami that trips him up if they were to lose one of those 2. Which of those games do you think could be the toughest for the Irish?
I mean, I tend to think the going west, going to BYU is a weird thing. I don't know if people fully understand that always. And it's kind of, BYU, it's this charming, Provo, Utah, and it's different and whatnot. Like, you go into Provo, and it's just kind of a different feel. And I look at that one, and that's one that I look at as like I don't know if I had to guess a game where they are battling until the last couple of minutes, I tend to think a Saturday night under the lights, early November in South Bend with a team from Miami coming up. I think that's like an all hands on deck situation, and I think you're kind of safe in assuming you're going to see their best showing in that game. Going on a road, doing that in Utah, and kind of what tends to be a different kind of environment, I don't know if that's as much of a guarantee. So yeah, I think kind of going into the road environment, I would side with Pete on that one, even if I think Miami is the better team than BYU.
All right, so here's the funky fun stat. Even doing what we do, I completely forgot about this. So Notre Dame was 3 for 3 on field goals to start the season after 2 games. They only made 2 field goals the rest of the way, and both were against NC State, which meant over the last 10 games, 9 of them, they went without a made field goal. Did they fix this glitch?
I mean, that's the question. You would have thought last year when they signed Noah Burnett from North Carolina that it was fixed. Thing is, their kickers have had injuries for whatever reason. I don't have, what's going on necessarily in the medical department or what the special teams coaches are necessarily doing there. But it's 2 years in a row, because if you remember Mitch Jeter, the kicker in the 2024 season, he had his struggles. He had his struggles to stay healthy. He had his struggles with accuracy late in that regular season. Then he hits a huge field goal against Indiana, and then goes and hits that field goal that kind of got things going. And from there, for the postseason, he was very good and was very much a key contributor for what was going on. So I think that you kind of look at that and you kind of evaluate it that way. I think that this is going to be a team. I think it's going to be a team that special teams wise they've been great just about everywhere else. Field goal wise has kind of been another story though. So have they answered it? They go and get the kid from Purdue. He's hit some big kicks in his career.
Porath.
But
put Spencer Porath in bubble wrap after going 15 of 17 last year as I looked this up.
I mean, ultimately, right, it comes down to is there a big kick against Miami? Is there a big kick against BYU? Is there a big kick once you get to the college football playoff? That's kind of what it comes down to, because otherwise you feel really good about the state of things, where things are. They're probably not going to play a close game besides those 2 until the postseason.
Yeah, probably true. Nick Chapowski covers Notre Dame on SI. Give Nick a follow on X at Nick_Chapkowski, joining Pete and I here on BetMGM tonight. Nick, do you think it's as simple as championship or bust for the Irish this year in terms of a successful season? Do you think if they make it to the semifinals and maybe lose to Ohio State, fans will justify it? What's kind of the vibe right now in South Bend with the lofty expectations heading into the season?
I mean, I think you look at really right now and where college football is right now, you have 5 or 6 teams that are neck and neck. You want to put Notre Dame, I would say Notre Dame, Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia and Texas are right there. Indiana, you can't count out, especially seeing as, they're getting their veterans back as well. But yeah, they're in that conversation. There's a short conversation of teams that I think the difference is very minimal at best. That gap between, I think, really 1 through 6, maybe 1 through 7, you could argue, is you could put them in just about any order, and I think there's a legit case Miami's in there as well. Notre Dame's in that conversation. It's hard for me to look at that then and say, yeah, you're that close, you're neck and neck. You don't win a national championship, it's a bust. Yeah, that's obviously the goal. That's the expectation. It's been since 1988 since they've gotten it done. But by no means am I going to sit here in January if Marcus Freeman loses in the semifinal to Oregon, Ohio State or someone like that and say, oh, yeah, it's a bust. It's on him. It's a disaster. Like, there's just the margin for error right now is so small when you're at the very top. It's not like when you're looking at Alabama and Clemson, 2015, 2016 range where you kind of knew these are the 2 or 3 very best teams in the country. That list is deeper. And I think even closer, kind of 1 through 6, 1 through 7 right now. So it has the feel of like, yeah, this is going to be the year, and it's as lofty and as high as expectations as this team has had in quite some time. But there's other teams that are saying the same thing right now too.
All right, so here's the question we were talking about before, and I think I've talked myself into this. If they win everything else, even if they annihilate everyone else, remember they play, 10 Power 4 games. And a Navy team that's probably going to win the American, and then Rice. Okay. Even if they blow out everyone else, if they lose at BYU and lose to Miami, and you got to assume at that point, losing at BYU screws them up because that means that the Big 12's probably going to get a team in over in Notre Dame. They're not in at 10-2, right?
I got you. You kind of have, it's one of those things you have to have the year play out, but just based off of last year, I have trouble thinking that Miami's probably not going to finish with 2 losses if they beat Notre Dame. And then BYU, you're looking at, okay, is that then the second best team in the Big 12 or the best team in the Big 12 after Texas Tech? So the Big 12 gets 2 in. Where's Notre Dame's next big win? Sure, there's the 10 teams in the Power 4 that they have played then, and that's something a lot of places can't say.
SMU?
Where's your other kind of big win, your marquee win? SMU, you're looking at a team that's right now ranked 20th in the coaches poll, and all right, maybe they move up a little bit, but I don't think anybody's buying SMU as like in that conversation as a national championship threat either. So, yeah, I have real trouble. I mean, I think there have to be a lot of things kind of working to happen in order for that to occur. Because if it didn't happen last year when you lost to 2 college football playoff teams, I don't think it's going to happen this year when you kind of have a weaker schedule going in.
Nick, I want to talk Indiana with you. We got some breaking news earlier today about Stephen Daly going to join the Hoosiers again this season. Just the rich get richer, right? I mean, Indiana, we knew their D-line was going to be good. Now they add one of the best defensive linemen in the country. Like, how big of a deal is this for Indiana? Like, does this change maybe how you perceive them going into the season at all? Or is this just kind of like this group was already going to be good and they just, add another really good piece?
Well, they just added their best defensive lineman from last year. That the value of that can that be overstated? Yes, it was already a talent-rich group, but you added the guy that had 19 tackles for losses last year and didn't even play most of the postseason. That was injured most of the postseason. Like, that's the guy that didn't play in the championship game. And you're adding him to that roster? It seems absurd to me. Like, Indiana comes out in the rankings today. They come number 6 in the coaches poll. Okay, you're replacing the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. You're replacing the guy that goes number 1 overall. A couple of receivers go pretty high. What else does Kurt Signetti and that team have to do right now to prove to you that, yeah, you can kind of take them as a serious national championship contender. Ohio State has to go there. USC has to go there. Okay, they got to go to the Big House. They got to go to Washington, kind of on a weird trip during the year. But I don't know if they're going to be just as good as next year. It's hard to say. Josh Hoover plugs in and they get the same production out of quarterback that they did a season ago. But how do you pick against them to do something or compete at an extremely high level again? I mean, I think this is every bit, again, a national championship contender.
Two crazy parts about this. One, Indiana got 14 first-place votes. By comparison, Notre Dame got 5, Miami at 7 got 0, which meant that the coaches in this poll either had them way high or they had them down like 20th or something crazy for them to be 6th and to have all those first-place votes. And the second part, here's the fun trivia question. How many losses has Curt Cignetti had so far at Indiana in 2 years, and who were they against?
He lost at Ohio State the second to last week of the regular season in 2024. He lost
won the national
Notre Dame in the
championship.
first round of the playoffs. And that's
it.
And he's won 16 in a row since.
And no one wants to buy that
that
they might be that good.
11 and yeah. Like I don't know what else you have to see. And listen, I wanted to see the Notre Dame Indiana game that just got canceled. Was it yesterday? That news comes out. What else do you have to see from Curt Cignetti and this Indiana team that they're proof of concept? Like, okay, they play nobodies in the non-conference, and then they go into the Big Ten and they push Oregon around at Autzen Stadium like Oregon hasn't been pushed around there in 25 years. Like it's what else? I don't know what else you have to see. Like if it was literally any other logo on the side of their helmet besides the IU, you'd look at it and say, well, this is we're talking a potential dynasty being made here. But it's Indiana, and you have so much of the history that's built in your head of like it has to be a losing program. It can't possibly be this. It can't possibly be that because it's Indiana. It's like, well, this isn't Indiana. This is a different monster, and it's not going away anytime soon. Say what you want about it. Say what you want about the scheduling that they do. What they do works. He has an eye for talent, knows how to develop it. And, by the end of September, when the conference season comes around, it's humming, it's hitting on all cylinders, and it's going to be a threat to win the Big Ten and win the whole stinking thing again.
Here's the one area that I can see it all going wrong. They didn't have a whole slew of massive injuries last year. And if they get through a schedule again, then you're talking over 30-ish games in a year for pretty much like a 14-month span for most of these guys. And that's just along a long enough timeline. There you don't want to, anybody get hurt, obviously, or anything like this, but that's just asking a lot to have the exact same sort of, health luck 2 years in a row.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you kind of look at it and Curt Cignetti has spoken about that a little bit in detail before too, where he doesn't use all his spring practices. He doesn't use the time allotment for a lot of fall camp. And he does that in order to try to save the mileage. Just like a pitcher that you cap their innings or cap their pitch counts in April and May so they're full go by the summer and you have more of an arm left. He kind of does the same thing strategically. Is that the reason they stay healthy? I mean, anything, you step the wrong way, you land the wrong way, you fall the wrong way, and an ACL or MCL or whatever can go. We've seen enough football and sports to know that that's the case. But in doing that, in playing these cupcake games to start the year, you limit the amount of reps and whatnot, and I guess the possibility of injuries in that. And hey, I don't think that it's by chance you're just going to have some of those injuries add up at some point, you would think. But I think that's all taken into part of the equation as well, of kind of like this college football Moneyball thing that's going on in Bloomington that is just reshaping the sport, and everyone's trying to find that next edge that he seemingly just has in just about every category.
Nick, if you had a free $100 bet and you could place it on Indiana or Notre Dame to win the title, who would you take?
I trust Notre Dame. I mean, I don't know how you argue with the coaching staff of Indiana, but I trust Notre Dame look at what they have. I mean, look at both these. Look at what they have coming back. Notre Dame returns its head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, starting quarterback. Indiana returns head coach, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, which is great. You have to replace a Heisman Trophy winner, #1 overall draft pick in Fernando Mendoza. I don't think the difference between the two is very large whatsoever in terms of the teams, but because of C.J. Carr, I'm taking Notre Dame with that.
All right, very
Jesse,
good.
none of the above on that one. It'll be fun though. I mean, look, this is a whole new thing, and again, the craziest part about this is, and what Nick alluded to, it still kind of blows my mind. It's not even really that close. The largest living alumni base of any school is Indiana. Like, the Indiana grads don't die, and they apparently give all their money to the athletic department. So it's everything kind of works well in their favor here.
Yeah, you look at it like so much of it's, they have Mark Cuban. It's like, well, Mark Cuban is barely, not that he's barely doing anything, but he is a small fraction of what goes into the funding for a lot of Indiana's NIL program and parts. It's like, yeah, he's the name and he's the guy that everybody knows, but it's so far beyond that it's not just like Mark Cuban, just, all right, well, I got an extra, $50 million sitting around, so let's go buy a football roster. It's like, if that were the case, then it would have been bigger names that were brought in. It wasn't like they brought in these.
That's the funked up part about this.
Years.
That's the crazy part, is they aren't the most talented team. They don't have a ton of NFL guys on here compared to Ohio State, Georgia.
I'm telling you, this coaching staff's eye for talent, and more importantly, its ability to develop, that's where the magic is. Okay, well, Indiana, you look at them and it's like 35th ranked recruiting class. Jumped all the way up to 22nd. 34th ranked recruiting class. Like, those are the teams they're putting together, and they're going out and they're pushing the Big Ten's face all in the mud.
Pretty impressive. Can't wait to see what they do this year. Great stuff. Nick Shapowski joins us here on BetMGM tonight. Nick, have a great season, man. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
All right, great stuff there from Nick on Notre Dame and Indiana. Going to be a fun season of college football. Maybe Northern Indiana and Southern Indiana. I don't know so much about Western Indiana with Purdue, but North and South should be fun in the Hoosier State. We're going to take a timeout here at BetMGM tonight. Pete and PJ, Westwood One Sports. We come back. We're going to talk NFL Draft Class 2027.
I personally am more willing to err on the side of the Chicago Bears rather than the Detroit Lions. And the reason why, even if, and you know this is true because you've listened to the show, you've watched the show, and if you haven't, go back and look at my tweets, whatever you want to do. I'm not lying about this. I love Dan Campbell. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan. I think he's an awesome head coach. I would love for the Giants, my favorite team, to have Dan Campbell coaching them. I really would. But if you're going to make me choose, I don't like to say this because I love Dan Campbell. But if you're going to make me choose, and there's some projection required here, right? I am projecting. I am putting my finger on the scale based on my personal bias, which we all do. I'm being honest about it. My opinion, I think I'm going to be right, is that Ben Johnson is one of, quote unquote, those coaches. I believe that by season's end this year, this does not mean the Bears are going to the Super Bowl or will win it. I think the defense needs way more work before we have that conversation. But by the time we get to the end of this season, we will have Ben Johnson's name mentioned in the same rarefied air as Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. That's his upside. That's the upside here for the offensive visionary Ben Johnson, for piss and vinegar Ben Johnson. I think he's the best. Like, I love Ben Johnson. And Dennis Allen might be one of the worst head coaches in the history of the NFL. I believe that that's true. He is one of the worst head coaches ever. He a damn good defensive coordinator. He is. I trust the Bears coaching staff more than I trust the Lions coaching staff. And when it's all said and done, I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to be a playoff team again this year out of the NFC North. And I believe when it's all said and done, even if Jahmyr Gibbs should be the first overall pick in fantasy drafts, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to have 100-plus catches again, even if Jamison Williams takes the leap, even if Sam Laporta returns to the form that he showed his rookie season, even if all of those things are true, even if Penei Sewell is a stud at left tackle and Blake Miller holds it together at right tackle, I think the Lions will be on the outside looking in of the postseason yet again. Tarek Skubal was defensive of his new team. He doesn't believe the Dodgers are ruining baseball. In fact, Skubal gave them a ton of credit. He said, any team in baseball could have traded for me. And the Dodgers did. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team in Major League Baseball. Ergo, the Brewers are a team that could have traded for Skubal. And given the fact that the Brewers are having a tremendous regular season, Milwaukee is currently 69 nice and 43. The Dodgers are 69 and 44. Nice. The Brewers could have single-handedly, A, acquired Tarek Skubal to pair with Jacob Mizorowski, and B, prevented the Dodgers from getting him and chose not to do it. Maybe they win the World Series, in which case we'll say, wow, that was brilliant to hold on to the prospects. My sense is it's not going to go great. And I can't believe that this is the path they chose. Behind Doré could have been Tarek Skubal. And the Milwaukee Brewers said, not only are we not going to get him, but we're going to let our biggest competition in the National League, the LA Dodgers, get him instead.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
DJ Glasser, Pete Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. We continue to roll on here, hour 3 of the program, and we'll get to some MLB scores and updates coming up a little bit later in like 15 minutes or so. We'll continue talking college football here on the program, and we got to talk about this draft class that we have upcoming in 2027, the quarterback specifically. P, you've talked about this a couple different times throughout the show about how good the QB play is going to be in college football this season, how deep the class is going to be. And, you've been covering the sport a good long while, and you were saying that this class is as good as you can remember in a long time.
It is, and it never works out like you think it will. But
yeah,
it's the positive of the transfer portal, where at the very least everyone's got a good quarterback. So if you just look at the actual product, the on-field product in college football, we rattled this off earlier in the show. Look at the top 10 teams in the coaches poll, and you can even keep on going from there. Everyone's got a good quarterback who can produce. There really isn't and there's even depth now where it's insane that Oregon's got a Dylan Raiola. I know he's hurt as your backup quarterback because he's going to be an NFL quarterback sometime soon. But nowadays it just never works out like you think it will when you think, oh, this is the quarterback class, it's going to rock and roll. I'm just looking at the history of draft classes, even one that looked as good as 2024, where Caleb Williams, obviously looks good. Jaden Daniels looks good. Drake May looks great. Bo Nix looks great. But still, it's not a sure thing that they're going to keep this all going. And year after year after year, you can say this is going to be this amazing draft class. And again, it doesn't work. But this one looks pretty good. I mean, when you start with an Arch Manning and a Dante Moore and a CJ Carr, Darian Mensa, Julian Sayin. I'm going to keep preaching this name. Watch out for Drake Lindsay of Minnesota is going to be a fringe first rounder. Do you like Lenora Sellers, who was a top 10 caliber pick before last year? Jaden Maeva, I know you hate USC and don't think they're going to win a game, but he's a veteran quarterback who is really, really strong. I don't really like Lenora Sellers. I'm sorry, not Lenora Sellers, but Trinidad Chambliss in terms of being an NFL quarterback, but obviously he's a talent there. So there's a lot of guys out there before you even dive into the guys who are going to be system guys like a Drew Mestamaker at Oklahoma State. And who knows who the next Fernando Mendoza is going to be, because last year at this time, he wasn't on anybody's list. So this is just a crazy year for talented quarterbacks to look out and figure out who's going to be the top prospects going forward.
Yeah, it's so true, man. And you're right. It never does work out that way. I feel like, in the last decade, we maybe had 2 or 3 of these where it's like, oh, this quarterback class is going to be awesome.
I still think Josh Rosen's going to be good. Yeah, no, it just doesn't work.
Josh Rosen. Yeah, I thought I was, on the hype train of Manziel. I thought he was going to be good in the pros.
I got that one right.
Just
I knew that one. That
just doesn't work out. I thought, I thought Bo Nix was going to be terrible. And early career, but he's certainly been better than I thought up to this point for Denver.
Well, it's hard. I mean, it's so hard to find these guys who are look, it's the crazy part about it is where, number 1 overall draft pick quarterbacks don't win Super Bowls. They go to a bad team or, maybe it just didn't great. And meanwhile, Patrick Mahomes is this historic guy. Well, if everyone knew he was that good, he'd have gone number 1 overall. He did. I believe it was 9th and the Chiefs had to trade up for him. Josh Allen, I think went 7th. So it's not always these top 3 guys who are the franchise makers. I mean, it's kind of crazy if you look at it. If you take anybody named Manning out of the mix, and say, give me the last number 1 overall draft pick to win a Super Bowl, you got to go back like Troy Aikman, and then before that it's John Elway. So it's it's insane how these things, at least for the teams that drafted them. Matt Stafford was a number 1 overall pick, but he did it for the Rams, not Detroit. So it's really hard to do this. And then the other funky part you have to remember here is there's only so many jobs. There's only so many places that these guys can go. And even now, you have a situation where a Kyler Murray is a serviceable NFL quarterback, and he's fighting for a gig in Minnesota. Tua was a one-time great-looking quarterback, and he's trying to fight for reps in Atlanta. So it doesn't always work out. So if you're kind of fast-forwarding here with all those great names I read, well, who's going to be in desperate need of a quarterback next year at this time? You got to assume the Jets, right? I mean, Cleveland might still be looking. Pittsburgh, definitely.
Arizona, maybe.
I like Carson Beck, but that's you never quite
Pittsburgh.
know who's
Pittsburgh.
Yeah, who's the Brock Purdy's going to come out of nowhere? So it's hard to find all these teams. You keep going down the list. I mean, I can't find that many teams. Tampa Bay, maybe if you're done with Baker
Dolphins.
Mayfield.
Yeah.
Dolphins, definitely. Malik Willis is not a starting quarterback in the NFL. So we're searching here for 4 or 5 different jobs and we list off 10 guys who might be first-round draft pick caliber players.
It's going to be interesting. And, after this year, right? I mean, you never know how stuff is going to play. You know how the NFL works, where it's a year-by-year league, and, you think maybe going into the season you might have the guy, and next thing you know, you don't. Like Minnesota's taking a shot with Kyler Murray after 1 year. If they don't feel like he's the guy, they could be looking for one. The Eagles have such a love-hate relationship for Jalen Hurts, and with Howie Roseman
Who are
being
you,
so
Clay
forward
Harbor on
thinking,
me now?
yeah, I could just see maybe they're like the surprise team that takes a first round quarterback. It happens every year. So maybe the Eagles could be that team. But yeah, this class, I don't think it's going to be as great as everybody else does. The only quarterback that I absolutely love, Pete, is Dante Moore. He's the only one. I'm not sold on Arch yet. Like Sellers,
That Indiana
like you,
game do it for you in the college football playoff?
Yeah, that wasn't great. But I just, man, he's just the physical skill set. I mean, he can make all the throws. He's a great athlete. I think Moore is going to be pretty solid. Arch, I'm very interested to see how he plays this season. There was no doubt he was great towards the end of last year. He improved dramatically. That offensive line is going to be much better for him this year, and he's going to be throwing to some stud receivers. Jeremiah, everybody's talking about Jeremiah Smith, like Cam Coleman could be a top 5, top 10 pick this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there are a lot of people that are high on him. So he's got a heck of a receiver that he's throwing to as well. But yeah, it's Moore's my guy. That's the guy of all the QBs that you rattled off that could go. He's the one I like the best. Is Arch the guy for you that you like the best?
Yeah, I mean Arch is a poor man's. He hasn't shown it yet, but he's about to. I think he's Andrew Luck. I mean, it's all there. I mean, there's really no knock on his overall game. He just needs more time. He just needs if things slow down for him, I think all of a sudden it's going to really start. This is when he starts to show up and become that guy. I like CJ Carr too. I think he's not flashy. He's not going to run for a whole lot, but he's going to be that sort of NFL, a little bit, 15 years ago style NFL passer who I think can slide right in and play right away. And the other thing to remember here, and it's crazy in the whole world of NFL where you got the Zay Flowers of the world who are making all this money, is there's nothing more valuable in all of society than a rookie quarterback on a contract and who's productive, like the Brock Purdy deal, the Russell Wilson deal that he won a Super Bowl with before
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, definitely. Fernando Mendoza's deal is 4 years, $57 million. That's just pocket change to us, I know, but like for most people, the 4 years, 57, that's when you've got a Justin Herbert or a Jalen Hurts or a Joe Burrow making 50 something $million a year. If you got a 4 year, $57 million deal, that's what you want. So there are those guys to your Jalen Hurts point where I think I like him more than just about everyone else does. But if you do have, like, let's say, okay, CJ Stroud's not working out for you at Houston before you spend more money off of that. Then you go, maybe you find the rookie quarterback you want. Maybe instead of spending all the money on quarterback, you go after someone in this draft and you go after a Carr or a Lenora Sellers, make things happen. But the other part about the rookie contract deal is it's at this point, it's such a great deal that when you miss, you can just cut bait and move on. Like whether it's a Zach Wilson, whether it's a Anthony Richardson, a Will Levis, the guys who just don't work out. At that point, it's just okay. You lost some money and you just move on and let's find another guy because you don't have to invest like you do when you go out there and get the free agent quarterback and have to give him all this money.
It's a great point about the rookie quarterback. There's no doubt about it. I will say too, Pete, this is a pretty good running back class as well. Like there's no Jeremiah Love, Saquon Barkley prospect, but there are a lot of guys that could go in the first round. Like Ahmad Hardy out of Missouri's really solid. Quan Lacey,
he's got to be healthy though first. Remember, he's got to play this year. I mean, after what happened to him, so he's got to be healthy first. But yeah, he's
that's
good.
Right. Yeah, he's great, and hopefully he gets back to full health. Quan Lacey at Ole Miss is really good. Jaden Ball at Florida, I think, is my favorite, especially for the NFL, the next level. That dude is just tough to tackle. So again, like not any top tier like guys that could go in the top 5 at the running back position, but I think there could be maybe like 3 or 4 running backs that go in the first round potentially, which for the last couple of years.
First round's a little rich for this bunch.
Think
you don't
so?
need. See, I am not a believer that you need a first round running back ever. It just doesn't work. I mean, yeah, Saquon Barkley was great, but for the Eagles, not the Giants. Bijan hasn't won anything yet. I mean, you can win. Look like last year was the perfect example where Zach Charbonnet was the best running back on Seattle. He goes down, and Kenneth Walker just kind of steps right in, and they do just fine. And then he moves on. Like it's I don't get why you have to spend a lot unless you think there's something special there, which is why the spotlight is on a Jeremiah Love this year or an Ashton Janty to come up big in his second year, because you're investing a lot of capital as opposed to like a high-end pass rusher or an offensive guard or an offensive tackle, which aren't as sexy, but you've got to have something special, and I don't quite see it yet. Now, wide receiver might be a whole other thing when you got Smith and Coleman, like you mentioned. And tight end's starting to get a little bigger, but I don't quite see it yet with this group of running backs.
Is it pretty safe to say that the first non-quarterback taken will be Jeremiah Smith? Like maybe it's a Colin Simmons out of Texas. Maybe it's like one of these offensive linemen. Again, like when the college football season unfolds, there are going to be guys, their stock are going to jump like crazy, but you kind of know that barring any serious injury, like Smith is going to be up there towards the top. It's kind of hard to see really anybody else being the first non-QB taken other than him, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, because there isn't, like Dylan Stewart out of South Carolina is good, but he's not the true, he might
Myles
be that
Garrett
pass rusher.
Yeah.
But he's not quite there. I mean, David Bailey, ends up being number 2 last year, but he was always good. I don't think Stewart's that as good as he is, but yeah, no, it would be sort of a shocker, but that's another position that, excuse me, where if you look at Jeremiah Smith, he's got, there's Megatron ability there. I was just at Big Ten Media Days. I mean, I'm 6'2", and I was like looking up to the guy. He is a big guy with the lightning, the 4.1-ish speed and all that. He has got all the stuff there to be a perfect prospect. But then it's just got to work out from there. So wide receiver is always a little tough because does a wide receiver make everything? Well, Jackson Smith and the Jigba didn't go all that. Puka, hasn't really won anything yet for the Rams. I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr., I don't want to say bust, but not doing all that great. So like wide receiver is another kind of a funky position. But when you guys get a guy who's fast and big, like a Coleman or a Smith, nowadays you can pretty much game that out and say, yeah, there's something there where he's probably worth a top 5, top 10 pick.
Oh, I mean, NFL season hasn't even started yet. We're already talking about 2027 for next year. It's going to be a good one. There's no doubt about it. When we come back to wrap up the third hour, we're going to talk about MLB updates and how our going streaking plays are looking. When we come back, PJ and Pete at MGM tonight, Westwood One Sports.
I expected this to happen with Bijan Robinson. But now that it has happened, we can really start projecting what this is going to look like for the Atlanta Falcons. And I've talked a decent amount about the Falcons as of late, because when I go on to BetMGM, our show sponsor, and I take a look, because I am a betting man, as you know, and I take a look at divisional odds or, award markets, win totals, there are a couple of prices that I really like. I've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, right? That I think Minnesota's going to win the NFC North. Minnesota's a long shot price to win the division. I also feel that way about the NFC South, where at BetMGM, the Atlanta Falcons are plus 375, the longest shot to win this division. And I totally disagree with that. As it stands right now, I think the Atlanta Falcons will win the NFC South this year. And the Atlanta Falcons will host probably one of three teams and get destroyed on Wild Card Weekend. Either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners. Like the second place team, just like lock it up right now. Second place team in the NFC West destroys NFC South champion on Wild Card Weekend. We can just set that up, lock it up right now. That's what's going to happen coming up in January. But I do think it'll be Bijan Robinson and the Falcons, not Baker Mayfield, his contract dispute, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not Bryce Young. Is he going to get extended or not? They've got quarterback drama as well, as far as Bryce Young is concerned. Nick Scorton out for the year. Not the Carolina Panthers. And I'm super into the New Orleans Saints and what Kellen Moore is building there as the head coach of the team. And Tyler Shuck and this young offense, Jordan Tyson. They just extended Chris Olave. I've got excitement about the Saints. And if I'm wrong, by the way, about the NFC South, and it's not Atlanta, I do think it'll be New Orleans. So I think New Orleans does have that kind of upside. I think the Saints are probably a year early on that. I can be wrong, and we'll find out quickly if that's the case. But my sense is that New Orleans is a little early on its trajectory to win this division. But again, if I'm wrong, I do think it'll be the Saints, not the Panthers, and not the Bucs. Assuming health, the Yankees will enter this American League postseason with a 1-3 in the rotation of Cam Schlittler, and I understand last night was not his finest moment, but he has been incredible. Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Is that pretty good? David Bednar's a rock star at the back ends of the bullpen. And yeah, would I have liked to see them get another bullpen arm? Yes. Does watching Austin Wells strike out and pop out make me want to slam my head into the wall? It does. I would have loved for the Yankees to get Adley Rutschman. It wasn't in the cards. It didn't work out. But you know what? Despite that, let's have an honest conversation right now. This does not mean what I'm about to say, that the Yankees will win the American League. They lost last year to Toronto. They lose all the time since winning the World Series in 2009. They made the World Series once and got obliterated by the Dodgers. It does not mean they will make it. But let's have a real honest conversation right now. Who is the best team in the American League on paper? I get it. The games are not played on paper. And I think Aaron Boone's a terrible manager. And I don't think the Yankees are going to win the championship. I don't think so. I think they are likely to win the American League and then lose to whoever wins the National League. I'm not even saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to. What team's better than the Yankees? In the American League, name the team that's better than the Yankees. Name them. Name it. So yeah, would Rutschman have been nice? Sure. A catcher would have been nice? Yes. Bullpen arm would have been great? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. This team's good enough as constituted to get there. And if they don't, it's a disaster and it's a failure. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
DJ Glasser, P. Futak here with you. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Linnell Willingham going to join the show in about 30 minutes, talk all things NFL. Linnell has been all over the East Coast, going to different training camps. He's been to the Commanders, Ravens, Giants, Steelers. He was at Eagles yesterday, and he was at the Jets today, who will visit the Cleveland Browns on August 7th on Friday. So we'll get Linnell's thoughts on what he's been seeing out of camp so far. We'll also play a little hot or cold when we come back. And to kick off the fifth and final hour. Let's update you on what's going on with Major League Baseball. Tariq Skubal making his Dodger debut, and the Cubs are currently beating the Dodgers 2-1 in a pitcher's duel. Javier Assad has been great. 5 2/3, 4 hits, 1 earned, 3 Ks. Skubal's also been pretty good. 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned, and 6 strikeouts as well. But the Cubs right now leading 2-1, looking to take the first 2 games of that series against the Dodgers. Let's see what else we got going on right now in the MLB. Red Sox up 14-2 on the White Sox. Royals 5-1 on the Twins. Brewers 4-2 on the Pirates. The Rangers are up 2-0 on the Giants. Astros 6-2 over the Blue Jays. The Rockies are up 7-5 on the Rays. And the Padres up 1-0 on the Diamondbacks. Some games that have gone final. Braves 4-2 over the Marlins. Yankees 2-0 over the Cardinals. Phillies 5-0 over the Nats. Mets 6-2 over the Guardians. And the Reds are up 5-4, or have beaten the Athletics 5-4. Pete, let's check in on how our going streaking plays are doing so
Not well.
far. Cody Clemens 0 for 3 right now, bottom 7. So hopefully we get one more at bat.
He gets a stolen base. You should get something for that.
Base it. Well, yeah, going streaking could be stolen bases, I guess. Maybe we'll have to start that next time. So we'll be rooting on for Cody. Let's see. Brando took Nico Horner, who has gotten a base hit, 1 for 3. So nice job there. Nice job there, Brando. Our guy Mike Montgomery took Matt Olson, who I believe also got a base hit. He got 2. Olson was 2 for 3. So good job to the guys behind the scenes. And then I'm on Junior Caminero, who is 0 for 2 as well. The Rays have 5 runs.
So you and I, we're not done yet, but at the moment we're not leading America, the right way. But it'll happen. It'll happen. I believe.
The Rays have 5 runs, but Caminero is 0 for 2. So all right, still some time, Pete. Like you said, hopefully get some base hits here. But we got 2 already home, and then Lee also has Andy Pajes, who is 0 for 2 right now for the Dodgers. So hopefully Pajes, Clemens, and Caminero can pick it up for us here. Get us home.
Yeah, no, Pajes not. This Cubs game, you don't want really a part of it at this point if you're looking for hits. But
have you been watching this Twins game at all, Pete? Have you been watching some of Clemens at bats?
I've been following it. I've not been watching it because I have YouTube TV, which means baseball doesn't exist. So to get baseball on regular TV is really hard. But I am doing the 2026 thing and kind of watching the little graphic-y thing going as we watch here. So
any big takeaways for you from the trade deadline? Any moves that swayed you one way or another?
Well, we were talking about college football and like who's going to win the national championship and who's going to do all these various things. The problem is it's kind of hard until you get them there because we can say that Ohio State or a Georgia or whatever or Notre Dame, they should win the national title, but then it's really once you get in the tournament, something funky always seems to happen. Well, that's baseball. So right now, it seems like at the moment, why are they even playing anymore? It's the Dodgers, invitational, but then, that's why they play the games is that in baseball, it's such a quirky way of doing this. And they came so close to biffing it last year, but man, does their starting rotation look nasty. But so is it going to be worth it? Is all this billions of dollars worth of salary going to be enough at this point? So basically what the trade deadline made it look like is everyone else collectively went all right, well, football season's coming soon because now it's just assumed that the Dodgers are going to do all this just because they're pitching, but that's not a sure thing. It at least assures them of getting into the thing. It doesn't assure them of winning it all.
Right. They have lost 4 in a row. They got swept by the Red Sox. They lost to the Cubs last night. They're losing again right now, so they might lose 5 games in a row. But like you said, I mean, adding Skubal to that pitching staff, like when you have Yamamoto and Ohtani on your pitching staff, and neither of those guys might start a game one, kind of
I was
tells you
going to
how
say, was
good.
Ohtani even going to would you even start Ohtani at this point? I mean, being banged up, you don't want to mess with that, right? If the playoffs are going to go for a month or so, do you want to mess with that at this point?
Yeah, we were having that conversation off air because obviously he's so valuable as a hitter, but he's also like one of the best pitchers in baseball when he's out there. So I'm lucky I don't have to make that decision. I think, if he's healthy enough to do it, you have to let him pitch because he's such a good pitcher. But yeah, I don't.
Can I go
mean,
PCA and say that Ohtani doesn't exist? Like, again, I have YouTube TV. Like, I don't really see Dodgers games, so I'm gonna say he's a myth, like Babe Ruth. I'm just gonna go the full Pete Crow Armstrong on this.
You could do that if you want. We're heading into the final hour at BetMGM tonight where things get wonky. We're gonna play a little hot or cold. Linnell's gonna join the show, and then we'll wrap everything up at the end. So stick around. One more hour. PJ and Pete, BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports.
I have been banging the drum for the Red Sox to go all in, to make a huge move, given how well they've played basically since firing Alex Cora. And 15 of 16 wins on the road, first time since 1939, playing themselves into the playoff conversation where I would be shocked if they weren't a playoff team this year. And that I felt like Breslow and company needed to honor the performances of the players on this team, the offense that just mashed the hell out of the Dodgers this weekend in LA by making a big swing. So you can criticize Craig, and I'm not trying to paint Craig Breslow as Theo Epstein here. That's not what this is meant to be. But to everyone who wants Breslow to do something, he did it, and you're still complaining. We have no idea how these prospects are going to turn out. And maybe in 10 years we'll look back and say horrible trade. But I'm going to remain consistent. And I'm going to say what I've been saying. They needed to do something big. They did it. I love it for the Red Sox. I love it for the Red Sox. I think this is an A-plus deadline for the Boston Red Sox. We all get caught up in prospects, right? This theoretical idea of what a player might be. We know Adley Rutschman's good. And we know that the American League is bad this year. And we think Garrett Crochet is going to be on the way back. And how scary is that? With this lineup for the Red Sox. Now you put Rutschman in there. If Crochet comes back, they could win the American League. With the bad AL, they absolutely could. And that factors into the decision to trade for Rutschman and to make some of the other moves that the Red Sox made. I love it for Boston. And I don't want to say that as a Yankee fan. I want them to suck. I'm being honest, right? But they don't. They're good. And I think they made the right moves.
I'm pessimistic because they're pessimistic. And despite what they're saying publicly, privately, they're very worried. Some of the organization don't think he's coming back. That's just not healing fast enough and not enough time. So I'm just going what the Yankees actually believe privately, and what they say internally is they're very pessimistic whether he comes back or not. So that kind of falls into the whole trade deadline is, are you really going to go all in if you don't have Aaron Judge back? And he's been out a long time now.
Is it your sense, Bob, if I asked you to guess right now, this is a pencil, not pen answer. You can reserve the right to change your mind. New information may present itself. But if you had to guess right now, will Aaron Judge return to the Yankees or not this year, you would say what?
I would say no.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson will be the first and second picks of any fantasy football draft. And if they're not, like, your league is making a mistake. If you're picking third, and for some reason Gibbs or Bijan makes it to you, you make that pick instantaneously. You don't even think about it. So if you have the first pick, you're going to have to make a choice, right? Which of these two do you prefer? I prefer Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit because I think this Lions offense is more likely to smash than the Falcons offense. Now, I know I picked Atlanta to make the playoffs, and Detroit I currently have on the outside looking in, but Atlanta plays in the NFC South. If Detroit played in the NFC South, they could win 13 games, but they play in the NFC North. So a slight lean for me towards Jahmyr Gibbs over Bijan Robinson. So any league I'm in where I have the first overall pick, I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs.
Day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Final hour, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. PJ Glasser, Pete Putak here with you. We're going to play a little hot or cold coming up in this segment. Then Linnell Willingham going to join us to talk some NFL. Linnell's been going all over the East Coast, the different training camps, so we'll talk to him about that. And then we will wrap up the show on this Tuesday. Been a great one so far. A lot of college football, NFL conversation, a little baseball as well. Pete, I know you've been dying to talk some LeBron, but unfortunately we just haven't been able to get to it today with all the stuff on the show.
Well, no, it's Thursday and Friday. It'll be all LeBron all the time. It's all right.
all LeBron, all that's got to get, even in the summer. Got to get in the LeBron talk. He's in Philly, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. I don't know if you read about that or saw that.
Only there was a show that could have informed America about this. Yes, that could have talked to America about this for 5 hours on a last week. But I'm sure he'll be just fine. He's playing for what? Like basically a sandwich. Like they didn't.
Yeah, I think it's
$4
million.
Paying him money. Yeah, it's like like Bitcoin and a couple of chips here. It's like. They're not really giving him anything, but he's certainly not making Zay Flowers money. See, professional segue to future stuff coming here.
Look at you. No, he is not. He's not even making Bijan Robinson money either. But you know who is? Brandon Combs, our executive producer, who we're going to welcome on as we play a little hot or cold. It's going to be tough. Brandon's going to show his professionalism because Cubs are in a dogfight right now against the Dodgers. He's watching that out of one eye, and we're going to play a little hot or cold here to kick off the final hour. But Brando, Cubbies are hanging on strong, man. They put up a good fight today against Scooble and the Dodgers up to this point. So
I would give it all to make 1% of what Bijan Robinson is making. I'm just going to throw that out there right now.
We promised there would be no math here. Give it 1% of what LeBron made today. It's like,
yeah, no kidding. Pete Crow Armstrong, the MVP of this league, extends the Cubs lead here. It's 3-1. Anyway, I digress. Let's get to some hot or cold. I'm gonna keep it pretty much college football related tonight, boys. Let's start with this one, as I just lost my place on the rundown. Hold on 1 second. There we go. Ohio State.
Bill Bates.
Bill Bates, yeah. Pete's still thinking about Bill Bates. That was a hell of a pull.
I'm haunted that I got that. I don't know where I got that. I pulled that out of my brain, but yes.
That's hilarious. All right. Ohio State will miss the college football playoff this season. Hot or cold, Pete?
So if I'm saying that you're wrong, like super wrong, is that cold? That's how
cold.
Correct.
Yeah.
Cold.
Yeah, no, they're not missing the college football. But I mean, they don't. The thing about it is these tough schedules are bad and tough if you're a mediocre team. If you've got Ohio State talent and you win games like they do every year, like Ryan Day does not lose to mediocre teams. He'll lose to national championship level teams. He does not lose to like the Rutgers and Minnesotas of the world. So no, they will be going to the college football playoff, and I think they're going to do pretty well in it.
I'm actually going to say hot on this, fellas. I think Ohio State's missing the playoff, and it's all because of that gauntlet of a schedule. Pete's right.
Oh,
Ryan
gosh,
Day
you people in your
doesn't-
don't gauntlet it.
Gauntlet, Pete. Absolute gauntlet. That top 25 poll that came out today, Ohio State's got to play 3 of the 6 teams that are in the top 6. And they're one of those other top 6 teams. They got a road trip to Austin, Bloomington. They got to play Oregon at home. They also got a road trip at USC. They got to go to Kinnick, which is never an easy place to play. They're at Nebraska, which on paper looks tough, but like you said, they beat up on
No, it's
the
not.
mediocre.
Don't say Nebraska.
And look, they got to play Michigan at home, which again, they should win. It's at home. It's at the Shoe, but Ryan Day has had his troubles beating Michigan. So when you got to play Michigan at USC, at Indiana, at Texas, and when you got to play Oregon at home as well, that's a tough schedule. Like, it kind of reminds me.
When was the last time Ohio State, not counting 2020, when was the last time Ohio State won fewer than 11 games in a season?
I'll go like 2015.
I'm still scrolling here. The Luke Fickell era of 2011, and that is the only time they did not win at least 11 games since 2008. And before that, yeah, they have not lost fewer than 10 games or won fewer than 10 games. Now you're getting to the 2001 era here. So it's crazy, and it could happen. This is a gauntlet. But
they're due.
Yeah, I'm going.
They're due, Pete. They're due for some losses. That's what I'm telling myself. So
it's never a bad day when Ohio State loses. So we're all
that is a brutal. If anybody's going to do it and make the playoffs, it would be Ohio State. But man, that is a schedule.
Yeah, look, I look at the schedule and I could see them losing at Texas. I could see them losing at Indiana. I could see them losing against Oregon. And look, just to make Monty happy, I would love to see them lose against Iowa. I'll tell you that much. I think that this team loses at least 3 games this year. I really do. I'm not a big believer in Ryan Day. I'm just not. And I don't think that he
right. But the 88% winning percentage is not good enough for you. So basically, we have learned on this that going to the national championship last year, not good enough, and winning 87% of your games. Do you know how many college football coaches can't win 60% of their games? The number is staggering. It's impossible. Ryan Day has done miracles at a place, even at like Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule and I'm just
not good enough. Yes.
Not good enough. Not good enough for Ryan
I'm with
Day.
you, Brando.
I agree.
I'm with you. They're out. Pete's Wisconsin Badgers in the playoff this year. Colton Joseph's season. They're going to shock the world.
Yeah. Maybe they even lose to Kent State week 1. Who knows?
Notre Dame. Watch out, Irish. That's a dangerous game. But anyway, yes.
All right. Here we go. Georgia will go undefeated this year and return the SEC to the top with a natty. Hot or cold, PJ?
Undefeated. I don't see it. I think the schedule is, even though it's easier than what it's been the last few years. I mean, what Georgia's had to deal with the last few years has been really tough. This year on paper, like, they're going to be a favorite, as they usually are in every single game that they play. The 2 games that jump out at you, at Bama, at Ole Miss, you figure they probably lose one of those. As great as Kirby Smart has been, one of still the craziest stats and trends going right now, he's never beaten Bama in the regular season. So he's got to try and do that, and he's got to go on the road to do it. And then, you get Florida this year, a game that will be played in Atlanta. You get Oklahoma, which could be tricky. At South Carolina, they always have like a road game every year where they're a big favorite and they squeak one out. So maybe that could be the South Carolina game this year. It's just so hard to go undefeated in a league like the Big Ten or the SEC. I know Indiana did it last year, but it's more likely that it doesn't happen than it does. Georgia to me feels like 11-1. So I'll say cold, but not by much. I do think they return to the SEC championship game. I think they win the SEC. I don't think they win the national championship or even get there. I don't think they're that good. But I think they win the SEC. I think they go 11-1. But I'll go cold on the undefeated and the Natty.
All right, let me throw a quick trivia question at you. How many SEC championship games in a row has Georgia played in?
I think it's like 5 or 6.
7?
I'll say 6.
Nice.
7. Okay.
That's
nice.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Think of the current era of the SEC, where even when you do have it slightly down, that to go to 5 straight, I mean, like Ohio State, remember, did not play in the Big Ten championship the year that they went to the national won the national title. I mean, it's hard in these leagues to go to 5 straight SEC championship games. I mean, to answer your question, I would say I'm going cold on the idea of going undefeated, but kind of Lukish warm on the national championship front. Think about, the SEC's down, SEC's down. Well, last year they lost a weird game to Alabama really, really early that could have gone the different way, magical game that went the wrong way at the last second. And then they lose that funky game against Ole Miss in the playoff that Trinidad went off. This year, you get the offense back. It needs a lot more explosion to it, but they didn't have it last year, and they almost turned out all right. Gunnar Stockton, I don't know if we even talked about him in the NFL quarterback front, but he's another one. And that defense last year was way young, and now they're pretty much all back, and they got a little more help. So they're right there. I don't think Texas is a national title contender out of the SEC, but I'll include the 3 Big Ten teams, kind of Lukish warm on Notre Dame, and yeah, Georgia in that mix as well.
Yeah, I just look at this schedule, and I think that the one test for them, like the big test for them, is obviously Alabama. Because like you said, Peach, they've never beat Alabama in the regular season. Well, at least not in Kirby Smart's era. I think that they do this year. I really do. I think that this team is good enough to run the table, and I do think that they're good enough to push for a national title. I hope that you're right, Peach. I really do. I want it to be Notre Dame so damn bad. So damn bad. But I'm a burnt Irish fan, man. I just there's going to be something that screws it up. I just think that Georgia's going to be that team this year. All right. If Notre Dame, speaking of Notre Dame, loses more than 1 game this season, they are out of the college football playoff. Hot or cold, Pete?
I'm going to qualify this by saying it depends on who those losses are to, because if they lose if they lose to the Badgers to start the season, that stinks. But let's say they rip through everyone else and they lose at BYU but beat Miami. I mean, if they lose to BYU and Miami, I will say hot that they are going to be out, because now all of a sudden you've got the ACC and Big 12. It's not like losing to Texas A&M, where that was kind of the key to this whole thing, is the loss to Texas A&M meant to Texas A&M and the SEC teams, got, bumped up as a whole. Whereas if you lose to BYU, well, if it's not BYU in the college football playoff, it's going to be the 10-2 team that beat BYU. Because what did the college football playoff committee do last year? Well, Miami beat Notre Dame, so we got to put Miami in, sort of thing. So I will say, I'll say that the 10-2, if they lose 2 games, are not going to get in it because the rest of their schedule is so So I'm going to say that's hot.
I'm with Pete on this one. It really all depends on who the losses are to. If they lose to both Miami and BYU, I think they're going to be out. If they beat one of those teams, especially if it's Miami, and they were to trip up in one of the other games on like a last-second field goal or something like that, I think they probably end up getting in. It also depends on what Miami does, right, in the regular season. Like if Miami wins the ACC and Notre Dame beats the ACC champion, then that holds a lot of weight. So it really all depends. I think, too, just human nature with how they were left out of last year, and then you make the changes that if they're in the top 12, they're going to be in. I like they're looking for every reason to put Notre Dame in because of the brand that they are, how good their team is on paper, all those sorts of things. So they really would have to lose like 2 pretty bad games, I think, for them to miss it. So I'll go cold on this, but there is a chance. It depends on how the rest of the college football landscape shakes out. and who their losses are to. But I think
I can tell you
even
real
with
quick,
2
that's
losses,
not
they're in.
really how the college football playoff committee works. And like it's my favorite argument to anyone who says, "Oh, well, they want him in this year." You don't think they wanted to move heaven and earth last year to put Notre Dame in the college football playoff? Like if the whole every conspiracy theory, the committee doesn't really think like that. They really actually do try. They miss. They're kind of inept at times, but they don't really think like, wow, that would be awesome if we got Notre Dame. Because if they were, they would have put the easy thing to do last year would have put Notre Dame in because they get way better ratings than a Miami. So I don't think they're going to do that quite like you're saying.
I think it's the exact opposite, Pete. I think they try to find ways to keep Notre Dame out. I really do, and I've thought that for a long time. I've thought that since 1991 when they got screwed out of a national title, when they beat Florida State, and then Florida State got voted as a national champion. People hate Notre Dame because, one, I think a big part of it is Notre Dame won't join a conference. And two, I think people just, for whatever reason, have this thing about Notre Dame. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but no, I don't think that the committee will try to get Notre Dame in. I think if Notre Dame loses one, they might not make the college football playoff.
You are out of your mind. It's ratings. It's TV. They would love nothing.
Then why didn't they put them in last year, Pete?
Because they don't think like that. That's not how it's. They didn't screw over Notre. Actually, BYU's the team that actually got really screwed. But Notre Dame, they had 2 games. They lost them both. Like someone had to be left out. So like, and I get the thing with yes, technically the year that Florida State, but that year everyone wanted St. Bobby of Bowden to get his national title. So that was the voters themselves. That wasn't an anti-Notre Dame thing. That was a pro-Bobby Bowden thing. But they would love nothing more than for Notre Dame to be in the college football playoff every year. They don't want James Madison or, Tulane in this thing. They would love to have the big stars in it.
I just think if they would love it, they would have done it last year because I get what you're saying. They lost their 2 games last year, but that was early in the season. And I think that everybody, and I think you would probably agree with me, that had they played those games later in the season and it wasn't CJ Carr's first and second games being played with Marcus Freeman, that they win those games later in the season. And I think Notre Dame
you're confusing ineptitude with the desires, but yes. So there's not the inherent bias. There's not the conspiracy when it comes to the college football playoff like people think it is. This was the whole Florida State argument of a couple of years ago. They really and truly try. They're just not all that good at it.
All right. We're going to take a break. Linnell Willingham, host of Westwood One Sports Night, going to join us on the other side. PJ and Pete, BetMGM tonight.
I personally am more willing to err on the side of the Chicago Bears rather than the Detroit Lions. And the reason why, even if, and you know this is true because you've listened to the show, you've watched the show, and if you haven't, go back and look at my tweets, whatever you want to do. I'm not lying about this. I love Dan Campbell. I'm a huge Dan Campbell fan. I think he's an awesome head coach. I would love for the Giants, my favorite team, to have Dan Campbell coaching them. I really would. But if you're going to make me choose, I don't like to say this because I love Dan Campbell. But if you're going to make me choose, and there's some projection required here, right? I am projecting. I am putting my finger on the scale based on my personal bias, which we all do. I'm being honest about it. My opinion, I think I'm going to be right, is that Ben Johnson is one of, quote unquote, those coaches. I believe that by season's end this year, this does not mean the Bears are going to the Super Bowl or will win it. I think the defense needs way more work before we have that conversation. But by the time we get to the end of this season, we will have Ben Johnson's name mentioned in the same rarefied air as Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. That's his upside. That's the upside here for the offensive visionary Ben Johnson, for piss and vinegar Ben Johnson. I think he's the best. Like, I love Ben Johnson. And Dennis Allen might be one of the worst head coaches in the history of the NFL. I believe that that's true. He is one of the worst head coaches ever. He a damn good defensive coordinator. He is. I trust the Bears coaching staff more than I trust the Lions coaching staff. And when it's all said and done, I'm expecting the Chicago Bears to be a playoff team again this year out of the NFC North. And I believe when it's all said and done, even if Jahmyr Gibbs should be the first overall pick in fantasy drafts, even if Amon-Ra St. Brown is going to have 100-plus catches again, even if Jamison Williams takes the leap, even if Sam Laporta returns to the form that he showed his rookie season, even if all of those things are true, even if Penei Sewell is a stud at left tackle and Blake Miller holds it together at right tackle, I think the Lions will be on the outside looking in of the postseason yet again. Tarek Skubal was defensive of his new team. He doesn't believe the Dodgers are ruining baseball. In fact, Skubal gave them a ton of credit. He said, any team in baseball could have traded for me. And the Dodgers did. The Milwaukee Brewers are a team in Major League Baseball. Ergo, the Brewers are a team that could have traded for Skubal. And given the fact that the Brewers are having a tremendous regular season, Milwaukee is currently 69 nice and 43. The Dodgers are 69 and 44. Nice. The Brewers could have single-handedly, A, acquired Tarek Skubal to pair with Jacob Mizorowski, and B, prevented the Dodgers from getting him and chose not to do it. Maybe they win the World Series, in which case we'll say, wow, that was brilliant to hold on to the prospects. My sense is it's not going to go great. And I can't believe that this is the path they chose. Behind Doré could have been Tarek Skubal. And the Milwaukee Brewers said, not only are we not going to get him, but we're going to let our biggest competition in the National League, the LA Dodgers, get him instead.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Pete and PJ here with you on a Tuesday. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. And we are joined now by a guy coming up here on Westwood One Sports, host of Westwood One Sports Night, Linnell Willingham. Give Linnell a follow on X at Nell_BTP. You can watch him every Monday through Wednesday, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern time on Westwood One Sports.
Also,
Night.
give Linnell an espresso shot here too. Like he's been working it. He's been running all over the place to get here.
I mean, it's certainly been something.
Between camp and the show, I mean, man, how much sleep you been getting in the last week or so?
On average, probably like 3 hours a night.
Okay.
It has been
too many.
Yeah, I'm about to say it's too many. But that's what this time of year is about, baby. I would not want to have it any other way. I feel now that during the NFL regular season, I can talk crap about pretty much every team now because I've just seen a couple. It's kind of the trade-off.
There you go. When you go to training camp, like for people that have never been, like kind of what is it like? What kind of things do you get to see? Like what are the big takeaways when you go to these different places?
So I think that's been probably the coolest part about this, coming back on air and trying to do what you just said, kind of explain to the casual fan like how training camp works. Because I think every fan, especially during this time of year, I hate to use this analogy. It's like we're drug addicts as fans right now. We need our fix. Any type of content that comes out of camp, whether it's a tweet, whether it's a highlight catch, people take it and run with it. So trying to let fans know, I guess, that training camp, very, very different than a NFL regular season game. So take everything that you hear and see during, this time of year with a grain of salt. But, man, it's been fun to go out to a bunch of different facilities. Saturday, I got to do, the show live from Pittsburgh Steelers camp for Back Together Football Weekend. That was awesome. And the Steelers, I want to shout out to the Rooney family. You see my background if you're watching here on the stream. I'm a massive Commanders fan. But I'll be honest, the ownership group that's in Washington has nothing on the ownership group that's been established obviously for years in Pittsburgh. And for those of you that don't know, Pittsburgh goes out to St. Vincent College for training camp, and the Steelers stay on a college campus, man, and it's the coolest thing ever. What's even cooler, they eat lunch together every day in the cafeteria, and guess who gets to be in that cafeteria with the players? The Steelers media members get to do that. So I think that's awesome. I'm eating lunch after practice, and Aaron Rodgers and Will Howard are sitting to the left of me. To the right of me, you see Jalen Ramsey, DK Metcalf, and another group of guys at the table. So it was just cool to get that up close and personal interaction with the guys. And I know every media group, and every beat across the NFL doesn't get that type of access. So it was very, very cool.
So what have you seen so far that's impressed you the most? So out of all the training camps that you've gone to and seen, the thing that you're like, oh, wow, this, like, either whether it's a group or a player, or what did you say, like, okay, that's going to be a thing this season?
So people are going to maybe, perk up a little bit in the tri-state area when I say this. The New York Giants, man, and the speed that they have at linebacker between Tremaine Edmonds and Arvell Reese, and then the front four, with the guys that they have coming off the edge, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns, Abdul Carter, who I'm really high on. I think Abdul Carter has the opportunity, to be on the short list of Defensive Player of the Year candidates, man. He was, one of the top pressure leaders last year in the NFL. It only turned into, I believe, about 4 sacks, but he's got juice off of the edge, and I think, you're going to see that sack total really improve this year. But, man, everyone's going to look at this Giants defensive line and think, well, Dexter Lawrence now in Cincinnati, how are they going to stop the run? How are they going to, collapse the pocket? I like the dudes that they have on the interior right now. I was a big fan of DJ Reader. They brought him in via free agency. And then their second-round pick from a season ago, Darius Alexander out of Toledo, a guy that's got some real inside, pass rush juice. He ended the practice that I was at with the Giants with the interception of Jackson Dart. So if that's any sort of indicator as to, how disruptive this Giants defensive line is going to be, man, seeing a guy like him come along as well is huge. But when you got that type of speed on the interior at the linebacker spot between Arvell Reese and Tremaine Edmonds, the Giants want to be a run-first team. You're trying to install your run stuff right now. How the hell do you do it with those two blowing up every play? So that's kind of how practice is going. You have gotten
how does like the skill guys look? I mean, between the injuries to Scadaboo and Neighbors, and with Dart, his concussion concerns. How did the skill parts look to go along with that defense?
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least, man. Like the practice that I was at, it was hard for them to move the football because of, they had a pretty heavy emphasis on the run game that day, so I was part of it as well. But the skill group is interesting. They're a deep, deep wide receiver group. When you add Malik Neighbors to the fold as well, obviously he's coming off of the ACL tear, and they're slowly continuing to work him back into it. But I think there's the situation right now with the Giants is 3 guys fighting for one roster spot. I think it's Odell Beckham Jr., I think it's Braxton Berrios, and I think it's Juju Smith-Schuster. And the surprising candidate is in the league, Braxton Berrios, because his ability, one, he's made plays throughout the course of training camp. Odell has as well over the past couple of days, according to folks out there in New York. But Braxton Berrios, with his ability to help you on special teams as a kick returner and as a punt returner, I think he may have the leg up. Odell Beckham is not guaranteed a roster spot. I hope, New York Giants fans understand that. I'm saying that, but ironically today, some of the tweets coming out of Giants camp was that, yeah, he was getting in, some of that slot receiver rotation with that first team offense. So we'll see. I'm not super bullish on them. They're a deep group. I don't know if outside of Malik Neighbors, there's that alpha in the room, though.
We're talking with Linnell Willingham here on BetMGM tonight, host of Westwood One Sports Night, Monday through Wednesday, 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time. You can catch him coming up in about 30 minutes. Give him a follow on X at Nell_BTP. Linnell, so you've seen 6 teams already so far in training camp. The Browns will be your 7th coming up on Friday. You saw the Ravens back on July 30th. Zay Flowers signed that big extension today. They got the new offensive coordinator in Declan Doyle, a new head coach in Jesse Minter. And everything I've been seeing, man, Jacoby Lane pops every day, the rookie wide receiver out of USC. So give me your thoughts on what you saw out of the new look offense and specifically the wide receiver group.
Yeah, the Ravens are going to be fun, man. I think I was talking to somebody within the organization when I was there, and I don't want to give their name up because they gave me a pretty juicy quote. They described and compared last year's offense and this year's offense. They described the offense last year under Todd Monken as kind of like they were freestyling out there on a week-in, week-out basis. A lot more structure, a lot more continuity that we're going to see week in and week out with this offense under Declan Doyle. The biggest thing that I know Baltimore wanted to accomplish with the hire of him is marrying up your running your pass game, having defenses guess. One thing that stood out, right off of the rip is it felt like in the first 2 team periods, you saw Lamar Jackson working exclusively under center. And that's something that, he's going to have to get used to. I know he spoke about it, ad nauseum throughout the course of the offseason, but just seeing him work off of play action, guys, turning his back to a defense, the bootleg stuff that's going to be there off of it. I expect him to, continue to show a mastery of this offense as the summer progresses. He looked really good in practice the other day. One thing that stands out, a lot of pre-snap motion. And if you think about a guy like Zay Flowers, a smaller wide receiver, getting the big-time bag that he got today, how can you maximize him? You send him in motion, you get him free releases off the line of scrimmage, and he continues to just terrorize NFL defenses. This Jacoby Lane kid, though, man, I don't know if the NFL – if he does this in the regular season, the Ravens may end up being the best offense in football. He made a crazy play today, and I didn't get to see it, obviously, because I wasn't there. But when I was there the other day, he made a ridiculous play. Lamar Jackson off of play action, throws it about 45 yards deep over the middle, and Jacoby Lane, comes up with the football over 2 defenders. And you're like, wow, like this kid is special. The thing that sticks out about Jacoby Lane is actually off the field with me. The Ravens had, a bunch of special needs fans in attendance, and just watching – his interaction with those fans and his interaction with the other fans, and you see him on social media, he is a happy-go-lucky guy that I think fits the personality of what the Baltimore Ravens have right now on offense.
How did Derrick Henry look so far?
Big. Just big. That was my first time, getting to see him up close and personal. And I'm a failed Division III defensive lineman, so I still got that ego in me a little bit. But when you stand next to a guy like Derrick Henry, I think, hell no way I'd ever be able to bring a guy like him to the ground. He's the other guy that I think is a real beneficiary of this offense. We'll see if he is. I don't know how his running style fits in kind of a zone blocking scheme, right? He's more of a power back that you want to get downhill. I don't want him, thinking too much. I want him putting one foot in the ground and kind of getting uphill. He's going to have to use his vision more in this offense, but we've seen him over the course of his career. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer at the running back position. I expect him to do well in the system, but it's going to be interesting to see how he actually gets acclimated to it.
Your Commanders, what'd you think of Jaden? How did he look? Sonny Styles on defense, maybe some other guys. What were your overall takeaways from Washington?
Yeah, when it comes to the Commanders, I was only there on day one, so I'll be back in Ashburn tomorrow morning to catch practice, get like 3 hours of sleep again. It'll be great. The first day that I was there, though, they didn't look particularly sharp offensively. Now, most of what you saw during the competitive periods was a lot of red zone work, good on good. And you think about it, first day of training camp, you're installing a new offense, and then you're running red zone stuff in a condensed area. The Ball wasn't coming out on time, it felt like, but it was a byproduct of just how sticky the coverage was in the back end, fueling this narrative that Washington, has nothing at wide receiver outside of Terry McLaurin. I couldn't disagree more. One dude that has stood out, who stood out rather on that first day and then throughout the spring was Antonio Williams, the wide receiver out of Clemson. It's almost like he is a basketball player playing the wide receiver position. When you talk about his releases off of the line of scrimmage, in and out crosses, things of that nature, really good route runner, really good feet. I wondered, as they got the pads on, and I believe they've had him on the last 2 days, how would he deal with like the physicality of a slot corner like a Mikey Sanders still or a Meek Robertson? And according to all the reports out of camp, I mean, it has been smooth sailings for Antonio Williams. I expect him to be a second or third leading receiver on this team. He has really impressed this coaching staff, and they've given him the opportunity to get big-time reps with his first-team offense here. So he continues to make plays during camp. It's early, though. That's the thing about training camp. You asked me earlier, PJ, what do fans not get about camp? It's long. And just because a guy made a play on August 4th doesn't mean he's going to make the final 53. Doesn't mean he's going to be a part of what you see coming up in September. So, like I said earlier, take everything that you see during this time of year with a grain of salt. But I'm geeking too, guys. I got the patch on right now, baby. I am ready for NFL football.
I love it. We're talking with Linnell Willingham here on BetMGM tonight. Talk to me about the Eagles, Linnell, right? I mean, so much talk about that offense. Sean Mannion, Jalen Hurts. That O-line's got to play a lot better. They just gave Jalen Carter all that money. It's a big year for Sirianni. Any really big takeaways from watching that offense in person?
Jalen Hurts, when I went there, everyone said that was his best day of practice, and it looked like it. He was sharp. He actually started the 7-on-7 period with a pick six to Quinyon Mitchell, but after that was just absolutely lights out. They're moving into a different offensive scheme as well under Sean Mannion, going to more of a West Coast zone run scheme. And, a lot of questions for Jalen Hurts. It's a big year for him, right? Not a lot of guaranteed money left on his contract. This year will, I think, determine, whether or not the Philadelphia Eagles want to keep him around long term. Everyone looks at the Eagles offense and goes, well, what do they do minus A.J. Brown? They looked fine yesterday without A.J. Brown. Dontavion Wicks, Devontae Smith, Elijah Moore, who had the catch of practice. Jalen Hurts hits him on a 45-yard skinny post, and he goes up and high points the football. And he's a slighter frame receiver, so to see him do that was awesome. He hooked up with Elijah Moore over the middle a couple of times, too. They just look comfortable, is what I would say. Talking about the Philadelphia Eagles in that pass game, Jalen Hurts was accurate, and it looked good, man. I know it was just one training camp practice. I'm not going to read too much into it like I told you all not to do. But they look good on offense. The defense, to me, is what I think is going to be that separating factor for Philadelphia. They have the chance to be – their expectation internally should be as, hey, we're the best defense in the National Football League. They go out and they add Rick Woolen from the Super Bowl champs, and he just adds to that profile of that defense. They're big, they're nasty, they're long at all three levels of the defense. The two new newly paid interior defensive tackles and Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter are out there game wrecking, doing their thing. The edge rush group, and we didn't see Jonathan Grenard because he's on PUP right now with a little bit of a shoulder injury. The edge group is what excites me about Philadelphia. Nolan Smith didn't finish 2025 because of some injuries, and they let Jalix Hunt, their second-year edge rusher, really get a lot more snaps. He had a career-high 6.5 sacks. You bring him back along with Nolan Smith. They brought in Jonathan Grenard for the Minnesota Vikings. You brought in A.J. Epinesa from the Buffalo Bills. You brought in Arnold Ebiketie from the Atlanta Falcons. That's just like 4 or 5 guys I just listed, guys, off the edge that can really, get after the quarterback. We know what they are in the secondary. I think Cooper DeJean playing safety full-time this year is going to be interesting to see, or not playing safety full-time, but, continuing to interchange within that secondary. You see him lined up in the nickel as a big slot. You see him, in the back half as another safety. Marcus Epps is kind of the outcast on this defense is what I would say in terms of like everyone else is a pretty household name, and he's not. Vic Fangio trusts him, though, according to folks that I talked to yesterday, and he's going to be, that safety opposite of Cooper DeJean most times in that base.
Who's going to be the star of this Eagles attack? Is it going to be Hurts? Or is it going to be Barkley? Or how does this, in terms of how they've made this
Yeah.
look and what you were able to see in the practice you went at? What's the thought about how they're going to move it? Is it going to be just that quick hitting West Coast style, or is it really going to be kind of back to a couple of years ago where it was mostly Barkley? Where now in this sort of attack, they're theoretically supposed to have bigger holes to run through.
I think it fits this offensive line. You're not going to have to think, right? A zone blocking scheme, either stepping left or stepping right most of the time, not to oversimplify it. So I think the offensive linemen in Philadelphia are happy about that. You think about what they have at tight end and tackle with Mailata and Lane Johnson and Dallas Goedert. Like, that's the type of personnel along your offensive line that you need to be good in this system. You got to have athletic dudes that can, reach, block, and get out on the perimeter. In terms of who leads the offense, I think they're going to put a lot on Jalen Hurts in terms of him having to create big plays through the passing game, something that, we've seen them do at times. I think he is probably the most over-scrutinized quarterback in the NFL. When you think about the fact that he's been to 2 Super Bowls, he's won one, he outplayed Pat Mahomes in both of them. He's been a Super Bowl MVP, yet there's conversation about him being the guy long-term in Philly. I think it is laughable. He's already the greatest Eagles quarterback in franchise history. I don't know what Eagles fans are looking for. I give him a hard time because you see my background. I'm a Commanders fan. I call him a Birkin bag, right? I think he's like an accessory to what the Eagles like to do, man. But I think he is going to be put on Front Street this year and be asked to, throw guys open and play on time, most importantly, because that's the biggest thing about a West Coast offense.
Love it. Linnell, what do we have coming up on the show tonight? I assume a lot of NFL talk.
A lot of NFL talk. We're going to talk about the Athletics quarterback list. I'm very, very interested in that. We'll obviously talk about the coaches poll in college football that came out. So a lot to get to coming up on Westwood One Sports tonight. NFL tight end, former NFL tight end for the Redskins, the Niners, the Texans, and the Falcons, Logan Paulson, are going to stop by the program as well and take a spin around the NFL with us. So keep it locked here, baby, on Westwood One Sports.
There you go. 11 p.m., 3 a.m. Eastern time. Check it out. Linnell Willingham. Give him a follow on X at Nell_BTP. Linnell, appreciate the time, man. Have a great show.
Keep kicking ass, boys.
There you go. Linnell Willingham. Good stuff. Pete Futak, if I gave you a free plane ticket and a credential to go check out any training camp this offseason, you could go see any of the 30 teams, who would you go want to see?
I'm just geeked out. I want to follow Linnell around. That's fun stuff. It's, I've been to a couple of these things before. It's, it's, if I'm going out to any of the 32 camps and what I want to see, basically, where am I getting my Hard Knocks, fix in person? I probably, even though it's on the NFL Network every 5 seconds, I kind of want to watch this quarterback battle in Cleveland. I know it's not high end. I'm still a believer that Shedeur Sanders can be an elite NFL quarterback. And Deshaun Watson for so long was good. It obviously fell off the map. But certainly that situation all the way around is just fascinating to me. I guess I would go see that I mean, it's kind of boring to go to see the Browns. They're not going to do anything. But now you don't have Myles Garrett. Now it's more offensive oriented. Let's see what this thing does. I guess that's the camp I'd be most interested in.
Okay. That's a good one. The Browns. Linnell's going to go check them out on Friday, see what's up there with Cleveland. I kind of want to go see what's up with the Patriots. I want to see the vibes around Vrabel. I want to see what that's like these days. Drake May, A.J. Brown, what's that looking like? Some of the guys on defense as well. So I think the Patriots would probably be my answer if I had to go visit any of the training camps of the 30 teams. We're going
so you want to go ask Vrabel about, hey, Vrabel, what was up with that? Seriously, if every NFL if every football coach had to get in trouble for that, you wouldn't have football coaches. But I don't. I'd like to see Drake May and see now you got AJ Brown, now you've got more receivers, now you've got more. Pop in. Let's see, the Travion Henderson versus Ramondre Stevenson running back battle, and see if you find the offense that was not there in the Super Bowl last year because everything else was working. See if this is for real or if this was just kind of mirage. They just sort of fell into this the Super Bowl last year just to see if that offense can really take it to another level.
Yeah, they're going to be interesting. I think they're going to have a Super Bowl hangover, but we'll see if they prove me wrong. We're going to take a timeout. BetMGM tonight. We wrap up the show next year, Westwood One Sports, with Pete and PJ.
I expected this to happen with Bijan Robinson. But now that it has happened, we can really start projecting what this is going to look like for the Atlanta Falcons. And I've talked a decent amount about the Falcons as of late, because when I go on to BetMGM, our show sponsor, and I take a look, because I am a betting man, as you know, and I take a look at divisional odds or, award markets, win totals, there are a couple of prices that I really like. I've talked about the Minnesota Vikings, right? That I think Minnesota's going to win the NFC North. Minnesota's a long shot price to win the division. I also feel that way about the NFC South, where at BetMGM, the Atlanta Falcons are plus 375, the longest shot to win this division. And I totally disagree with that. As it stands right now, I think the Atlanta Falcons will win the NFC South this year. And the Atlanta Falcons will host probably one of three teams and get destroyed on Wild Card Weekend. Either the Rams, the Seahawks, or the Niners. Like the second place team, just like lock it up right now. Second place team in the NFC West destroys NFC South champion on Wild Card Weekend. We can just set that up, lock it up right now. That's what's going to happen coming up in January. But I do think it'll be Bijan Robinson and the Falcons, not Baker Mayfield, his contract dispute, and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Not Bryce Young. Is he going to get extended or not? They've got quarterback drama as well, as far as Bryce Young is concerned. Nick Scorton out for the year. Not the Carolina Panthers. And I'm super into the New Orleans Saints and what Kellen Moore is building there as the head coach of the team. And Tyler Shuck and this young offense, Jordan Tyson. They just extended Chris Olave. I've got excitement about the Saints. And if I'm wrong, by the way, about the NFC South, and it's not Atlanta, I do think it'll be New Orleans. So I think New Orleans does have that kind of upside. I think the Saints are probably a year early on that. I can be wrong, and we'll find out quickly if that's the case. But my sense is that New Orleans is a little early on its trajectory to win this division. But again, if I'm wrong, I do think it'll be the Saints, not the Panthers, and not the Bucs. Assuming health, the Yankees will enter this American League postseason with a 1-3 in the rotation of Cam Schlittler, and I understand last night was not his finest moment, but he has been incredible. Cam Schlittler, Garrett Cole, Max Fried. Is that pretty good? David Bednar's a rock star at the back ends of the bullpen. And yeah, would I have liked to see them get another bullpen arm? Yes. Does watching Austin Wells strike out and pop out make me want to slam my head into the wall? It does. I would have loved for the Yankees to get Adley Rutschman. It wasn't in the cards. It didn't work out. But you know what? Despite that, let's have an honest conversation right now. This does not mean what I'm about to say, that the Yankees will win the American League. They lost last year to Toronto. They lose all the time since winning the World Series in 2009. They made the World Series once and got obliterated by the Dodgers. It does not mean they will make it. But let's have a real honest conversation right now. Who is the best team in the American League on paper? I get it. The games are not played on paper. And I think Aaron Boone's a terrible manager. And I don't think the Yankees are going to win the championship. I don't think so. I think they are likely to win the American League and then lose to whoever wins the National League. I'm not even saying they're going to win the World Series. I don't think they're going to. What team's better than the Yankees? in the American League. Name the team that's better than the Yankees. Name them. Name it. So, yeah, would Rutschman have been nice? Sure. A catcher would have been nice? Yes. A bullpen arm would have been great? Yes. I'll tell you what, though. This team's good enough as constituted to get there. And if they don't, it's a disaster and it's a failure. Period.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Wrapping up the show, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports, Pete and PJ, who will be back again tomorrow, right? Pete, you joining me tomorrow on the show?
I think I'm Thursday. I think you get the great Gabe Ramirez tomorrow.
Hey, I get Gabe tomorrow. Very good. So me and Gabe
Gambling
tomorrow.
Gabe Ramirez, yeah.
Pete back on Thursday. Looking forward to gambling Gabe. I know he's a big White Sox fan. Has to be thrilled with how
he's fresh off Lollapalooza too, by the way. He's got a Lollapalooza gig, so he got to be part of the whole fun over here.
Man, when have you ever gone to Lollapalooza before?
Oh yeah, a bunch of times. Usually over the last few years, though, I get tickets, even though this year there's no one I really wanted to see. But yeah, I used to go all the time, but not really anymore. Not that they've gone more towards the artist side rather than the band side. So
yeah,
not lately.
But
it was funny. So you had this year you had Big Ten Media Days on one side of Michigan Avenue and Lala on the other. So like the Big Ten media people like had zero clue what I was literally asked a bunch of times, what is this Lala thing across the street? And one guy, and my running joke was like, so, where do you stand? Are you going to see Lord or John Summit? Which end of the field are you going to take? It's, the big argument for tonight. And the thing was, everyone's like, oh, well, Kurt Signetti's coming tomorrow. Yeah. Kurt Signetti's talking. Meanwhile, 150,000 people across the street don't have the first freaking clue who Kurt Signetti is or what he's talking about, or do they care? So it's amazing how you had this kind of cross section of, crazy fandoms of the world.
What a scene that is. So they hold Lala at what is that? Grant Park?
Grant Park.
Hyde Park? Grant Park. Yeah. Gotcha. Very cool.
So yeah, it expands the whole lakefront. It's absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, no, I did not go this year. My kids did, and they are still crashing over it.
Oh, traffic must have been just insane.
Except though, yes, you can't drive there, but you figured it out. You can take trains and other things to get out of there pretty fast. It's actually pretty easy. They've streamlined it a whole lot better. But yes, I warned all my media people, don't drive on Thursday to the Chicago Hilton because you are never going to get out of there.
Probably wise. But that's good. Wow, crazy weekend in Chicago, and crazy night at Wrigley as the Cubbies with the 5-1 win over the Dodgers tonight. Tariq Skubal makes his Dodger debut, pitches pretty well, 6 innings, 4 hits, 2 earned, 6 strikeouts. But the Dodgers now have lost their 5th straight game.
Loser, bum.
Yep.
Not worth it.
If the Dodgers don't win the World Series, Pete, who would be your pick to win it?
Oh gosh, I actually have no clue. I mean, I would hope it would be one of the Chicago teams. I would hope it would be the Cubs that would figure this one out. But like, again, it's such the playoffs in baseball are so funky because it really is about it. The series are so fast. They take on such a life of their own. It's different than any other series sport where it's not like the NBA where you can kind of sense it out and you feel it out. It really is like, oh dear God, you've got this pitcher coming up, then 2 days later and you're screwed. And so it's got to be Dodgers or bust, but it actually is a great playoff format now, the way they've set this up. So it's not so, flukish with the wild card format. So I would hope, I'm just going to say the Cubs, just because I'd love to see them do this again.
Certainly could be the Cubs. Brandon in the chat is saying that Philadelphia would be his pick. If it's not the Dodgers, he's going with the Phillies. I think my pick right now would be the Red Sox, Pete. They are so freaking hot, dude. I think they just won
But
their
doesn't that not
26th.
translate? Isn't that over the years the hot team coming in usually gets just walloped like right out of the gate?
Usually in most sports, yes, but in baseball, I think more often than not, you actually want to tend to be hot going in to the postseason, especially when you're like playing playoff baseball for 5 weeks, 7 weeks, those sorts of things. When you're a team like the Rays or the Dodgers and you've known since like May that you're going to be in the postseason, it can be tough sometimes for those teams to ramp it back up. I mean, the Red Sox were one of the worst teams in the American League. They're 26-3 in their last 29 games, and now they're 10 games above 500. They're squarely in the playoffs and maybe even have a shot at catching the Rays for the AL East. They beat the White Sox 14-2 today in Fenway. Pete, fun show. Linnell Willingham up next. Westwood One Sports Night. I'll be back tomorrow with Gabe Ramirez right here on BetMGM tonight. We will see you then. Have a great rest of your evening.
All right, you guys.
I have been banging the drum for the Red Sox to go all in, to make a huge move, given how well they've played basically since firing Alex Cora. And 15 of 16 wins on the road, first time since 1939, playing themselves into the playoff conversation where I would be shocked if they weren't a playoff team this year. And that I felt like Breslow and company needed to honor the performances of the players on this team, the offense that just mashed the hell out of the Dodgers this weekend in LA by making a big swing. So you can criticize Craig. And I'm not trying to paint Craig Breslow as Theo Epstein here. That's not what this is meant to be. But to everyone who wants Breslow to do something, he did it. And you're still complaining. We have no idea how these prospects are going to turn out. And maybe in 10 years we'll look back and say horrible trade. But I'm going to remain consistent. And I'm going to say what I've been saying. They needed to do something big. They did it. I love it for the Red Sox. I love it for the Red Sox. I think this is an A-plus deadline for the Boston Red Sox. We all get caught up in prospects, right? This theoretical idea of what a player might be. We know Adley Rutschman's good. And we know that the American League is bad this year. And we think Garrett Crochet is going to be on the way back. And how scary is that? With this lineup for the Red Sox. Now you put Rutschman in there. If Crochet comes back, they could win the American League. With the bad AL, they absolutely could. And that factors into the decision to trade for Rutschman and to make some of the other moves that the Red Sox made. I love it for Boston. And I don't want to say that as a Yankee fan. I want them to suck. I'm being honest, right? But they don't. They're good. And I think they made the right moves.
I'm pessimistic because they're pessimistic. And despite what they're saying publicly, privately, they're very worried. Some of the organization don't think he's coming back. That's just not healing fast enough and not enough time. So I'm just going what the Yankees actually believe privately, and what they say internally is they're very pessimistic whether he comes back or not. So that kind of falls into the whole trade deadline is, are you really going to go all in if you don't have Aaron Judge back? And he's been out a long time now.
Is it your sense, Bob, if I asked you to guess right now? This is a pencil, not pen answer. You can reserve the right to change your mind. New information may present itself. But if you had to guess right now, will Aaron Judge return to the Yankees or not this year, you would say what?
I would say no.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson will be the first and second picks of any fantasy football draft. And if they're not, like, your league is making a mistake. If you're picking third, and for some reason Gibbs or Bijan makes it to you, you make that pick instantaneously. You don't even think about it. So if you have the first pick, you're going to have to make a choice, right? Which of these two do you prefer? I prefer Jahmyr Gibbs a little bit, because I think this Lions offense is more likely to smash than the Falcons offense. Now, I know I picked Atlanta to make the playoffs, and Detroit I currently have on the outside looking in, but Atlanta plays in the NFC South. If Detroit played in the NFC South, they could win 13 games.